required payment of super Diaz bond to perfect an appeal in relation to ejectment cases filed against them.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
Senate Bill 2116, providing for the revised Philippine Coast Guard law.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Message dated August 11, 2026, informing the House that on July 27, 2026, the Senate concurred with House Concurrent Resolution Number 16, providing for the Senate and the House of Representatives to hold a joint session to hear the message of the President of the Republic of the Philippines.
To the Committee on Rules.
Subpoenas duces tecum. Pursuant to Section 153, Rule 24 of the Rules of the House of Representatives, transmitting the subpoenas duces tecum issued by the Office of the Ombudsman for the following: E-SB-26-CRM-0006, dated July 30, 2026, issued by the Acting Director, Assistant Special Prosecutor 3, and the Deputy Special Prosecutor, Office of the Ombudsman. FF-C-FEB-26-0130, dated July 17, 2026, issued by the Supervising Director, Office of the Ombudsman. FF-C-APR-26-0325, dated July 22, 2026, issued by the Ombudsman. And FF-C-APR-26-0285 and FF-C-APR-26-0290, dated July 23, 2026, issued by the Director, Office of the Ombudsman. Committee reports. Committee Report Number 579, submitted by the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization on House Bill Number 10744. Committee Report Number 580, submitted by the Committee on Agrarian Reform on House Bill Number 10750. Committee Report Number 581, submitted by the Committee on Welfare of Children on House Bill 10768. Committee Report Numbers 582, 583, 584, 585, and 586, submitted by the Committee on Local Government on House Bill Numbers 10769, 10773, 10776, 10777, and 10812, respectively. Committee Report Number 587, submitted by the Special Committee on Reforestation on House Bill Number 10818.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request acknowledgement and recognition of the guest of the Deputy Speaker Bambi Emano from Barangay Bonbon, Catarman, Camiguin, namely the Honorable Marvy Rodriguez, former Vice Mayor of Catarman, Camiguin. The Honorable Cheryl Rose Losada, former Barangay Kagawad of Barangay Bonbon, Catarman, Camiguin, Miss Lily Diquito, and Miss Rosel Humanda.
Our guest, welcome to the House of Representatives, Mayong Pag-abot. Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, may I request formal acknowledgement and recognition also of the guest of Deputy Speaker Bambi Emano, the official delegate to Fashion Philippines New York 2026, Mr. Christopher Gomez.
To Mr. Christopher Gomez, our official delegate to the Fashion Philippines in New York for 2026. Sir, congratulations, good luck, and welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, may I request acknowledgement and recognition of the following guests from Siargao Electric Cooperatives and Dinagat Island Electric Cooperatives. For the first, Maria Margarita Bibanco, RJ Mata Jaril, Sarah Jane Sulapas, and Harvey Magalona Villaflor. For the second, the guests from Dinagat Island Electric Cooperatives, Jemson Nablo Abancia, and Aljolien Roselio Kasukot.
To the guest of APEC Party List, Congressman Sirio Daguok, and PhilReca Party List Representative Presley De Jesus. Sir, welcome to the House of Representatives.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to nominate and elect as Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, Representative Jose Joaboy Aquino II, Vice Representative Eric Goyap, and as Vice Chairperson, Representative Irene Labad-Labad.
There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to reconsider the election of Representative Johan Monique Bautista as Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations.
There any objection? Chair is none. Motion is carried. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, due to inclement weather, I move to suspend session until tomorrow, August 18, 2026 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
There any objection? Session is suspended till 3 o'clock tomorrow, August 18, 2026. Lauren, thank you ah. Ang hirap nun. Ang hirap nun. Haba. Oo. Para marami. Sabi, picture. First time, marami tayo.
Being tackled under the uplift program of government. This involves assistance and reintegration of displaced workers. No? And I think when the Department of Migrant Workers will be here, they could provide more details about how the budget for 2020, the assistance they provided, Madam Chair. I don't have with me those details. With respect to the how the budget for 2027 creates jobs, higher quality jobs, particularly in industry. We haven't crunched the numbers, but if we spend the budget and tailor the budget in the way we discussed this morning, and it's currently framed, meaning addressing the high priorities for recovering economic growth to higher levels, because the numbers that the increase in the number of workers, unemployed workers that you mentioned, Madam Chairs, is precisely because of the sharp slowdown. And our hope is that we are able to recover quickly through the proper deployment of the budget next year.
Maraming
Thank you
salamat,
very
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, at maraming salamat din po sa DepDev. Salamat.
Okay, maraming salamat po, Kong Dada and Sec RC. Now, back to the majority. May we call on Congresswoman Gila, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon na po sa ating lahat. Policy question, Mr. Chair, to DBM and to DepDev. In terms of bottom-up and top-down approach in terms of our budget process. Bottom-up approach in terms of the budget process kasi syempre alam natin yung baseline, alam natin yung pangangailangan, and through consultation, dumadaan po sa Barangay Development Council, Municipal Development Council, Provincial Development Council, and then Regional Development Council. So, yung prosesong yon medyo clear po sa atin. May observation lang po ako na gusto ko po sanang i-clarify na from Regional Development Council, pupunta po siya sa central agencies and central DepDev, and nandito po tayo sa DBCC. Parang meron pong blind spot in terms of yung mga PPAs proposed and approved up to Regional Development Council. Hindi po klaro sino po yung nagbibigay o nag-set ng ceilings, sino po yung finally nagde-determine ng PPAs na lumalabas po sa NEP. At siguro itong blind spot na to, parang kung tatanungin yung mga regions, malalaman na lang po nila kung ano po yung PPAs na lumabas sa NEP pagkalabas po ng NEP. So parang meron po tayong gap in terms of a disruptive, in a positive way, discussion na sana napagkakasunduan, napag-uusapan, napag-aawayan, napagdidiskusyonan yung talagang pangangailangan at yun pong kung yun talaga ang limitadong budget at napagdiskusyonan na ito talaga yung budget, alam lang po sana natin yung talagang pangangailangan sa baba, which is yun po yung pinakamahalaga na yung bottom up and top down ay nagkakaisa sa ating budget process. So parang Mr. Chair, there's an observation and I'm identifying that this gap, this blind spot needs to be rectified para talagang yung trabaho natin, yung implement ng executive ay base sa baseline needs, objectives at sinusukat natin dapat ang performance ng bawat ahensya in relation to yung mga LGU performances natin. Yun po yung first question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Sec Kim, please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, pagamat po merong isang budget form, no, yung po yung tinatawag na Form C na dapat pong in-accomplish ng mga Regional Development Council para masiguro na yun pong mga proposal ay talagang tumaan at nabet ng mga RDC. We acknowledge po yung naging observation po ng ating good Congresswoman from Bataan. At isa po ito sa nakikita sa emerging po naming findings din. Kasi hindi po natapos dun sa paglalagay ng form yung amin pong pagsiguro na align po yung ating NEP sa pangangailangan po ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya po ngayon ongoing po yung aming pakikipag-ugnayan sa DepDev kung papaano pa po natin ma-link further, mas ma-improve yung linkage ng planning and budgeting. Kasama na po dyan, pati po yung pag-harmonize ng calendar, both ng investment programming at ng budgeting, at yung pag-harmonize po ng dalawa po naming submission portal para po nang sa gayon ay magkaroon po ng seamless o ma-harmonize po yung dalawang naming portal sa pag-investment programming and budget preparation. So ilan lang po yan, Your Honor, sa mga ongoing measures that we hope that we can implement in the next budget cycle, Your Honor.
Mr.
Thank
Chair,
you,
may
Sec
I
Kim.
have a follow-up?
Kong Gila, please,
Yes.
you may continue.
Follow-up question po, Sec. So currently, natutuwa po ako na na-recognize din po ito sa discussions nyo with the regional DepDevs and regional directors. Pero currently po, may we inquire, sino po yung sa ngayon nagse-set ng ceiling? Sino po sa ngayon yung nag-a-approve nung ano yung naipasa sa Regional Development Council? Because I believe at least sa Central Luzon po, I know na on time po yung submission sa calendar, on time po yung approval ng Regional Development Council for the budget call for the next year. So parang yun nga pong gap na sino po yung nagde-determine ng ceiling bawat ahensya, bawat rehiyon, bawat lalawigan, and ano yung mga proyekto na lalabas po sa NEP.
Sec Kim, please
Mr.
reply.
Chair, Your Honor, sa ngayon po under the budget call for this 2027 budget, ang ceiling po lamang ay per department or per agency. At gayon din po ang nagde-determine po kung anong projects yung ultimately makakasama sa agency proposal papuntang DBM ay yung agency central offices. Kaya po isa po ito sa emerging na napag-uusapan po ng DBM at ng DepDev kung ma-harmonize po yung budget calendar at mamamove po yung pag-issue ng ceiling earlier, maaari pong magamit ng agency central offices yung ceiling para makapagbigay din po kahit papano ng indicative amount na maaaring ma-allocate po sa bawat isang regional Development Council. So isa po yan, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, sa kinoconsider po natin ngayon na improvement between investment programming and budgeting.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
just a
go ahead,
manifestation bago po yung susunod ko pong katanungan. So, isa lang po siguro na pagpuna dito sa gap na ito na matagal na naman po natin ginagawa yung ating budget call, yung process and timelines po ay nakakalendaryo. At nakakapanghinayang lang po na kung sakali masyadong centralized po yung pagtugon sa pangangailangan na nanggaling po sa mga barangay, sa mga munisipyo, sa mga probinsya. At sana po ay, hindi ko po alam ngayon 2027 or sa 2028 po, sana po ay maganap po natin at matugunan na itong malaking discrepancy na ito. Mr. Chair, last question lang kung pwede.
Your time is up, Kong Gila. Pwede pang next round.
Sige po, may I request for a second round?
Thank you, Kong Gila. So, will the Sec Kim reply to the last comment of Kong Gila? Okay, so wala nang comment. Okay, thank you. So, let's move to the next.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
May
Sec
I
RC.
add just on my colleagues' response, and I think it's a very good question. Indeed, just to put context, the RDC priorities identified at the various regional levels, of those priorities, about 30 to 35% are reflected in the GAA when the GAA comes. So it's a bit low, and hence the what my colleague mentioned that we are strengthening the harmonization of the RDC investment programming and the budgeting at the central and DBM office so that we can improve that proportion. I think that if we can hit 66% man lang, I think that will be a major improvement.
Thank you very much, Sec RC, for that. And if I may add, kasama po ito dun sa bill ngayon, yung budget code, to codify everything and to, like what Sec Kim said, really organize the calendar para talaga ma-harmonize yun lahat. So, thank you. Next on our list, we go back to our colleagues in the minority. May I call on Congresswoman Iris. Ms. Montes.
Thank you,
You have
Mr.
the floor,
Chair.
ma'am.
Ilang katanungan lamang mula sa kababaihan, kabaligatan para sa kapakanan at kaunlaran ng bayan, particularly po sa DBM muna. The government has repeatedly committed to strengthening the universal health care. How much of the 2027 budget is actually directed towards expanding health financing and health service capacity rather than maintaining existing programs?
Sec Kim? please
Mr.
reply.
Chair, Your Honor, for the 2027 National Expenditure Program, a total of 362.73 billion is provided to the health sector to support the implementation of the UHC Act. Ito po ay nahahati sa allocation of the Department of Health na 270.98, gayon din po sa 74.45 billion na ating subsidy sa Philippine Health Insurance Corporation.
Maraming so ibig sabihin po, given your answer, I would like to assume that the government will still again rely on the members' contribution of PhilHealth and the share from sin taxes. Ito po yata yung 74.5 na sinasabi ninyo. Ang sunod ko pong tanong, will there be no other additional allocations through the national budget that will be given to PhilHealth?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, actually for PhilHealth po, sa PhilHealth na po natin ibinigay yung karagdagang allocation for the expansion of the zero balance billing program to cover not only national hospitals but also amongst local government units. But ito pong figure, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is on the GAA levels alone. Hindi pa po kasama dito yung corporate operating budget ng PhilHealth for 2027.
That's included in the 74.45 billion. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's only the GAA subsidy to PhilHealth.
But the GAA subsidy, the 74.4, is coming from the sin tax allocation collection. Is that correct also?
Yes, Your Honor.
So in other words, aside from the sin tax collection, wala pong additional from the national government. Kasi mandated naman po ito ng batas eh. Ano po, tama. For the information of the Secretary, last budget hearing, nagkwentahan po kami on the floor exactly magkano ang kakulangan ng national government sa PhilHealth, sa share ng sin taxes. In the proper time, Mr. Chair, sa proper time, magkikwentahan po ulit tayo, Secretary. Thank you. Moving on to the next question. Para naman po uli ito sa sorry ha, nawala. My next question would be for the DBM na lang uli. The DBCC itself admitted that corruption heavily impacted on our economic growth. Ano po? So aside from nabanggit niyo po earlier on infrastructure projects na ginawa ninyong bago katulad ng pagsisiguro na complete, may readiness yung project, complete yung documents, what other reforms have the DBM instituted para hindi po maulit ang mga korupsyon at mga wastage ng public funds na nangyari in the past several years?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, bukod po doon sa mas masusing pagsusuri po na ginawa natin sa mga proposal, which is a primary reform po no, na masasabi natin, dahil doon pa lang po masisiguro natin na hindi maiiwasan na maging ghost projects po. Marami pa pong mga nakaabang na reform kapag nagsimula na po tayong mag-implement. So kasama na po dyan yung early procurement dahil isa po sa naging suliranin natin ngayon ay dahil late po na-implement yung mga infrastructure projects, naka-apekto po ito sa ating economic activities during the first half. During the procurement po, hindi lang po early procurement, sa ilalim po ng New Government Procurement Act, mas bukas po yung ating mga procurement activities. Kasama po dyan yung pag-livestream ng ating mga procurement activities, pagpo-post po ng lahat ng detalye ng ating mga procurement upang mas masubaybayan po ng ating mga kababayan at ng ating mga kasama, even sa civil society, lahat po ng ating mga procurement activities. In terms of transparency, Your Honor, tayo po ay sa DBM ay patuloy po natin ginagawa yung agency performance review. Inulunsad din po natin yung DBM Compass, which you can access po, compass.dbm.gov.ph, kung saan masusubaybayan po natin ang bawat isang release ng allotment. Ito po ay isusupplement naman ng tinatawag naming Project Dime, kung saan hindi lamang po kami magre-rely on documentary submission na accomplishment report, lalo na po sa ating mga infrastructure projects. Gagamit po tayo ng teknolohiya, satellite imagery upang ma-validate kung yung talaga pong na-report ay accomplished, ay talaga pong nagawa at nakikita sa ating mga satellite images, Your Honor.
Maraming salamat po. That leads me to my next question. Para sa DepDev dito, because in your handout, sa handout po ng DepDev, you made the listing of the priority bills that you want Congress to support or pass with regard to corruption and transparency and governance. Ano po? Curiously po, hindi po nakapaloob doon, wala po doon yung Kadena Act. So, hindi po ba supportive ang DepDev sa Kadena Act? Also, I would also want to direct that question to the DBM because to my mind, if we are to talk about transparency, more than that, yung Kadena pa, it will ensure citizen participation. So, hindi po ba ninyo nire-recommend ang Kadena Act as one of your reforms na gustong isunong?
Mr. Chair, the list of measures that I flashed this morning is a partial list. Those are from the point of view of economic development. Those are the ones that we believe will help us recover quickly. But the LEDAC has a longer list of over 50 measures. And Kadena is one of those. So I think that we continue to push for that, Mr. Chair, and I think that's an important measure.
Thank you, Secretary. May I now ask the Secretary of DBM kasi may mga nabanggit po siya kanina. I asked earlier what reforms have you made in the budget process this time? So what is your take on the Kadena Act?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, while we echo the statement of the Secretary of DepDev that it's still indeed in the list, tayo po naman whatever modality na available or technology ay atin pong lahat kinukonsidera para lalo pong mapalakas yung transparency ng ating budget. Isa lamang din po dun sa ating consideration would be the applicability of technology and access of all the government agencies dahil alam naman po natin as an archipelagic nation, minsan lalo po kapag ganitong umuulan, no, naapektuhan po yung ating signal, etc. and internet access. So we have to consider all of this lalo para po masiguro na yung mapipili po natin na final na platform would be usable, reliable at accessible po para sa lahat.
Thank you, Secretary De Leon. My next question, and madami po pa sana, Mr. Chair, pero last ko na lang po ito. For the DOF, in your handout also, ano lang po ako, no? It says there, yung last page ng inyong handout, our national budget can work harder when we invest in high multiplier programs and projects that create lasting economic value. Can you please be specific what example or two perhaps of your proposed in the proposed 2027 budget will really create lasting economic value?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, I think the specific example to your question would have to be infrastructure. For several reasons, infrastructure projects have the highest multiplier effect, meaning for every peso we spend on infrastructure, there's a multiplier effect of probably 3 to 6 times the amount spent on infra. And also infrastructure leaves a lasting legacy, if you will, that can be used by future generations for a long period of time.
Okay. Last na po, Mr. Chair. Halimbawa po, ano pong mga specific infrastructure projects that we have for the 2027 budget?
The rails, for example, the Metro Manila line, the North-South commuter line, right? And of course, numerous DPWH projects. But I wouldn't know the specifics.
That would be all for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to interpolate, Representative Albert Garcia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon once again to our DBCC family. Just a few questions, Madam Chair, na gusto ko lang ng konting kalinawan. So, as we all know, and based on the JICA study, we are losing 3.5 billion pesos a day. So ngayon po, maghahapon na, just like that, we lost 3.5 billion pesos based on the study. Because of traffic, congestion, time wasted, work-life balance compromised, pollution, and so on and so forth. So na-measure po ito ng JICA to the tune of 3.5 billion pesos a day. And if it's not solved or addressed by 2030, it will rise up to 5.4 billion pesos a day. So ganun po ka-grabe po ito. And ang total po niyan sa isang taon is around 1.2 trillion. So I guess, Madam Chair, yun na po yung pinag-uusapan nating capital outlay na kasi yung PS hindi na naman natin pwedeng galawin with MOE. So ito na ho lahat na negate lang nitong losses per day. And to date, just to give you a context, inad po natin to date, ang nawala na po sa ating ekonomiya is 13.7 trillion pesos. Double our existing national budget. Ganun po kagrabe. And since kayo po yung economic managers, I want to ask, what are we doing to address this? Nang sa ganun, ay hindi na umabot ng 5.4 billion pesos a day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, marahil malaking bahagi po nung loss na yon ay productivity loss due to, of course, as we know, traffic in rapidly urbanizing areas. Kaya naman po, kung papansin po natin sa ating National Expenditure Program, talagang priority po yung investment natin for more available transportation options para sa ating mga kababayan, mass transportation options para sa mga urbanizing area, urban and urbanizing area, hindi lamang po sa NCR, kundi maging po sa mga karatig rehiyon. Gayon din po may investment din tayo for mass transportation sa Visayas and Mindanao. So ito rin naman po ang direktiba ng Presidente na masiguro na matapos as much as practical yung mga proyektong ito upang agad pong mapakinabangan ng mga kababayan natin at makabawas po doon sa nabanggit po ng kagalang-galang na kinatawan ng mga productivity loss due to traffic among many others, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pero ang strategy po natin to build more in the urban area, and the more we build, the more we create traffic. We build on top, we build under. Dapat tinitingnan din po natin yung periphery, so how we can manage the traffic or the congestion even better. Kasi puro linear. So, may I ask for a reply, Madam Chair?
Yeah. May I, Mr. Chair, the overall plan is to improve the connectivity of the country, both physical and digital. Connectivity meaning connecting our rapidly urbanizing or highly urbanized areas to other areas, particularly lagging areas of the country. No? And that may involve mass transit as a focus, for example, and that will allow mobility at lesser cost for both for people and the movement of goods and services. So the law that you just passed, which created the DepDem, and we are that agency, Mr. Chair, entrusted us to coordinate the development of a long-term master plan for infrastructure, especially transport infrastructure. So we are working closely with our transport agencies, our infrastructure agencies like DOTR and DPWH for the development of that long-term master plan for infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for a suggestion, aside from building linear north-south, let's also consider east-west para off the overly beaten path, so to speak, at mas divert natin yung traffic from the overly congested north and south, especially in Metro Manila. And Madam Chair, very quickly, in the spirit of first principles thinking in solving a problem, alam po ba natin kung ano talaga ang root cause nitong problema na tong 3.5 billion pesos a day of losses?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as I said, I think the underdevelopment of our connectivity infrastructure is key. It's so well known that we have severely underinvested in infrastructure, particularly mass transit. So we should have developed mass transit long ago, but we preferred instead to develop highways and more roads. So I think that allowed the rapid growth of regions like NCR and prevented, that the concentration of growth, as well as the hindering the development of other growth areas. There's no reason why other regions, other areas of the country should not grow as fast as Metro Manila if we build the proper ecosystem for these areas. So the rapid migration to Metro Manila contributed part of that problem, and then we failed to develop the mass transit needed that compounded the problem. So the trust of our development plan, our long-term vision, as well as the PDP, is to build that connectivity so that growing areas, rapidly growing areas, are connected with lagging areas so that there will be more inclusive development across the country.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sec RC. I think, in my humble opinion, you hit the nail right on the head. It is the in-country migration that is unmanaged. So, do we have any plan to manage the in-country migration aside from growing the regions? Kasi it will take time to grow the regions. In the meantime, people are looking for jobs, so they go to the center, aside from going abroad. So, in the meantime that we're developing the infra, which will take a lot of time, meron ba tayong plan to manage the in-country migration that really contributed to the 3.5 billion pesos a day?
I think we can start with a few areas that have so much potential for rapid economic growth, so that people don't have to come to Metro Manila as a final destination for jobs. For example, I look at Iloilo, I look at Cebu, I look at Bohol, Pangasinan. There are many of those. Bataan, of course, is a high potential, especially once you complete that Cavite-Bataan bridge. I think Bataan will be a magnet for investment. So I think there are. The good news, Mr. Chair, is that population growth has actually come down substantially, and fertility is now just 1.7, I think, or 1.9, 1.7, and so there is now much less pressure for migration than say 10 years ago because of that rapid decline in our population growth.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sec RC. I'm looking forward to those plans to really control or manage the in-country migration while we're growing the regions para hindi na sila mag-OFW or mag-migrate sa Metro Manila. Next question po is regarding our foreign assisted, yung mga ODAs. Aside from the commitment fees, ang dami pong na-delay. And may penalties po ba tayo doon? Kanina sinabi ni Sec Dec na it's lodged to those agencies, the OTR, the DPWH. So they pay or we pay penalties because of the long delays of our ODAs or foreign assisted projects?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I did mention earlier that I believe it would be in the implementing agencies' contracts with their service providers or their contractors that might include a penalty clause if projects are delayed. But the what's more obvious that always happens when a project is delayed is that because of the time element, the project cost will actually go up. So in a way you can call it a penalty, but it's really in another form. It's in the form of a cost overrun or additional project cost. So we have witnessed that in several flagship transportation and DPWH projects, that when the project is delayed for years, the project could actually double in cost. Yeah, but I believe the penalties might be embedded in their contracts.
Thank you, Sec Dec. And it would be good to know whether from DBCC or sa mga respective agencies to know the total of penalties or yung mga project cost so that we can really study them. Kasi karamihan po ng delays are the right-of-way issues. So maybe we can re-strategize na katulad sa bottom-up budgeting, which was asked by our colleagues, na we propose projects that are demand-driven from the local level that are shovel-ready. So, baka pwede rin gawin yon somehow with our foreign-assisted projects para hindi magkaroon ng mahabang delay. Na umaabot ng 10 years, 15 years, and even more. So, I think my time is up. Madam Chair, maraming salamat po. Thank you, Sec Dec.
May I just,
yes, please.
Just very quickly. Mr. Chair, ever since I moved to the Department of Finance, I chaired the ICC. All the projects now that are coming up for approval, we actually now require that they secure the right-of-way first. Because this has become, as you correctly pointed out, this is the perennial problem of the infrastructure projects. They secure project approval first without securing the right-of-way. So now we have corrected that sequence. So we require the right-of-way first before the project approval. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I thank for that strategic decision done by the ICC chaired by Sec Dec. Maraming salamat po. And siguro doon na lang, if kung meron man lang tayong mabigay na amounts, yung cumulative delays, maybe the committee can receive that for the benefit of the members. Thank you, Sec Dec. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next to interpellate, Representative Percival Sindanya.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, before we discuss the details of the budget, I think it is important for us in Congress to understand the fiscal story behind this 7.2 trillion proposal. The numbers before us today are materially different from what DBCC presented to Congress only a year ago. Growth expectations have been lowered, the projected deficit is higher, revenue expectations have been reduced, interest payments have crossed 1.1 trillion, and the composition of expenditure appears to be shifting significantly. So our job is not merely to ask whether 7.2 trillion is enough. We need to ask whether the assumptions are credible, whether the priorities are correct, and whether taxpayers are receiving sufficient value for every additional peso government spends or borrows. The question Congress must answer is simple. Given our limited fiscal space, who gets the money? What are we sacrificing to finance it? And what evidence tells us that these are the right choices? To say that the fiscal space is narrow is an understatement. I'm sure our economic managers will share this sentiment. But that's for another set of questions. Let me begin with last year, DBCC told Congress that the economy could grow by 6 to 7% in 2027. You are now projecting only 5 to 6%. What specifically changed? And I'll also throw in my follow-up question because of the limited time. How much of the downgrade is attributable to external conditions and how much reflects domestic factors such as weak investment, agricultural performance, infrastructure implementation, consumption, or government underspending? If growth is only 4% in 2027, what happens to revenue, the deficit, and the debt to GDP ratio?
I can, Mr. Chair, I can
Yes, please go ahead. Sec
address
RC.
the first part of the question of His Honor. The scaling down of our growth targets for next year is has arisen out of our realization that the world is and the economic environment has changed so much compared to last year. Who would have expected that would have a Middle East conflict? Who would have expected that the global trade uncertainty would suddenly skyrocket because of these changes in tariff by the U.S. government, for example, and all these geopolitical tensions that are happening. So we needed to make our growth targets realistic and our approach to addressing our problems more realistic. We believe that even though the growth is less next year compared to what we targeted earlier, this kind of growth is going to be one that is enduring, meaning that while it's lower, we are building a stronger foundation for a faster growth in the succeeding years. We can't be irresponsible by trying to drive high growth when the fundamentals will not support it. That can lead us to a much even worse problems like the deficit that you just mentioned, Mr. Chair.
Is there a response to my last question about if the growth is only 4% in 2027, what happens to revenue, the deficit, and the debt to GDP ratio? The DOF, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. I think the answer to your question is if the GDP assumptions are reduced, the assumptions for tax revenues will also be reduced as well, proportionately to the reduction or changes in the macroeconomic assumptions. So, Your Honor, if I may just point out, there are several macroeconomic assumptions that we take from to come up with our revenue projections. No? Among them are inflation rate, real GDP growth rate, borrowing rate, foreign exchange rate. So I think you correctly noticed that if the GDP growth assumptions are lowered, then our revenue numbers are likewise lowered proportionately.
Madam Chair, may the committee please direct the DBCC to submit a downside macroeconomic scenario showing the fiscal consequences of a 4% GDP growth, 65 peso to a dollar exchange rate, higher oil prices, and interest rates 100 basis points above baseline. Madam Chair, can we request the DBCC
Yes,
to please
the
submit that?
DBCC is so directed. Please submit the documents requested by Kong Percy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ganun pa rin po yung kwento, no? Yung iba yung kwento last year, iba dun sa kwento this year. Last year, you told Congress the deficit would fall to 4.8% of GDP by 2027. Now you are saying 5.1%. Why has fiscal consolidation been pushed back? And if I may also throw in my follow-up question, just to be sure that I'll be able to cover the questions. How many times can government revise the fiscal consolidation path before Congress should conclude that the original target is no longer credible? What is the government's actual medium-term fiscal anchor, Mr. Chair? To the DOF.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, actually the way it works is the DBCC meets 2 times a year. And every time the DBCC meets, the members of the DBCC, namely DepDev, DBM, DOF, and Office of the President, discuss all the macroeconomic assumptions that will be used to come up with the budget changes, if you will. So when the war in Iran or the closure of the Strait of Hormuz happened, it had a severe impact to our inflation rate. We were projecting an inflation rate of 3 to 4%. It jumped to over 6%. And therefore, real GDP, instead of we expected it to grow by 5 to 6%, instead only grew by 2.8%. So the technical working group of the DBCC had to take into account the reality of the situation, that the previous macroeconomic assumptions no longer hold. So in coming up with the BESF of 2027, we had to follow the new macroeconomic assumptions that were produced by DepDev and DBM. Then we do the revenue side.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, may the committee please direct the DBCC to submit a reconciliation of the 2025, 2026, and 2027 BESF medium-term fiscal program showing why each major forecast changed.
Yes, the DBCC is so directed. Thank you.
I still have 1 minute and 38 seconds. Again, doon po sa kwentong iba last year sa kwento this year, no? You previously expected 5.366 trillion in revenues for 2027. You now expect only 5.206 trillion. Where did we lose approximately 161 billion?
Your Honor, the answer is similar to what I said earlier. If the GDP drops by 2.5 percentage points, then we have to assume that the economy is slowing, which means that the tax collections of our tax collection agencies will also be reduced accordingly.
Having heard that, would weak revenue collection hinder the proposed adjustment on tax exemption? How about lowering of the VAT or imposing a wealth tax?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, we actually have submitted to Congress a bill that we have called Progress. Within Progress, there are 2 revenue eroding measures, which is one is the increase of personal income tax from 250,000 a year to 350,000 a year. The second is to exempt micro and small industries from minimum corporate income tax. And in the same bill, we proposed 8 measures, revenue enhancing measures for your consideration. And in those 8 measures, they basically cover social, environmental, and health taxes. So if Congress approves those revenue enhancing measures, it will fully cover for the revenue eroding measures.
Mr. Chair, may we direct the DBCC to submit a bridge table reconciling the old 2027 revenue forecast with the new one, Mr. Chair?
Yes, the DBCC is so directed. Thank you.
I have a minute, I believe, Mr. Chair.
That is correct.
Sige po, doon na po tayo sa malapit sa sikmura at sa pinagdadaanan ng mga kababayan natin araw-araw. Ito po, the functional allocation for health falls from approximately 458 billion to 362.7 billion, a decline approaching 96 billion pesos. Please identify program by program what accounts for the roughly 96 billion decline in health sector allocation. To the DBM. Sige po, baka it might help in framing the answer. Idugtong ko na po yung aking kasunod na tanong. How much of this is related to PhilHealth? How much reflects one-off expenditures in 2026? How much represents an actual reduction in health services? What happens to out-of-pocket health expenditures if government health financing does not keep pace with the demand?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, one of the, at least two items that received when we compare the 2027 NEP to the GAA has a decrease is the Health Facilities Enhancement Program because of the utilization of the DOH of its 2026 allocation. The same is true with the medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients, which we retained to the NEP level of 2026. But despite the decrease in allocation of the MAIFIP, the administration and the President has approved that the coverage of the zero balance billing program be expanded under the PhilHealth. That's why they had an additional of 40 billion in subsidy. A notable factor as well, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, on the decrease of the health sector budget is the one-time return of the 60 billion peso fund balance to PhilHealth. So that was part of the 2026 level. So hence, that's a factor when we compare the health sector spending between the 2026 GAA and the 2027 NEP. Basically, those three major items, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may we direct the DBCC to submit to this committee a reconciliation of DOH, PhilHealth, health facilities and medical assistance, and other health-related appropriations for 2025 to 2027, Mr. Chair.
We will
Yes,
comply, Your Honor.
Kong Percy, the DBCC is so directed. Thank
Eh,
you.
A very brief manifestation as my time has ended. Nakakalungkot po at nakababahala na dito sa mismong budget, kita ang pagkamanhid ng gobyerno sa pinagdadaan ng hirap ng ating mga mamamayan. Kung makikita po natin yung mga top losers, top 5 losers, pag tinignan po natin yung budget ng mga ahensya, karamihan po dito ay social services na kailangan sa panahon na lulunod sa taas presyo at hirap ng buhay ang ating mga kababayan. Sabi po kanina, ang DPM dapat budget makatao. Pero habang binabasa ko po ang NEP, ang aking natanong, di ba manhid? Marami pong salamat.
Maraming salamat, Kong Percy. Next, we go back to the majority. May we call on Congresswoman Det Escudero.
Thank you, Mr.
Please go
Chair.
ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon to everyone present here today. My question is for the DBM. Mr. Secretary, good afternoon. Last year, as DOT's budget sponsor, I advocated to revise the special provisions to help augment our tourism promotion budget. If you will notice po, no, ang budget po ng Department of Tourism hindi ganun kataas as compared to the other agencies. So at that time, naghanap po ako ng ibang ways to augment the budget of the DOT. Natanong ko na rin po to, but hindi po kami nagkaroon ng agreement with the DBM. Given that the Tourism Development Fund and Tourism Promotions Fund are already earmarked by law and treated as automatically appropriated in the special account in the general fund or SAGF under PD number 1234. Ang tanong ko lang po, bakit po kailangan pa ng separate budget request ng DOT bago po ito magamit? Is the DBM simply verifying the available balance and the purpose, or is there another layer of approval before mabigay or ma-release ang funds?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for the special account in the general fund, and this is applicable across all the departments naman po. Utilization of any amounts from the special account requires the submission of their respective special budget request so that we can determine particularly whether kung in line po yung kanilang proposed expenditure dun sa purpose of the special account, as well as to check po, because we are subjecting the use of the special account sa atin pong fiscal programming. So in the NEP, the DBM has actually determined the portion of the actual balance of the SAGF that the agency can actually utilize during the fiscal year. So yun lamang naman po yung gusto nating ma-determine, Your Honor, sa pag-require sa agency sa pag-release ng kanilang funds from the special account.
Can the department provide us po with the actual SAGF balance, amount released, amount obligated, and the unreleased balance of both the Tourism Development Fund and the Tourism Promotions Fund for the last at least 3 years? And I think this will help us better understand whether available tourism funds can be released more efficiently. And also, I noticed din po, in the 2026 General Appropriations Act, under the special provisions, naka-earmark yung 1,339,608 for tourism promotion. But for 2027, nagbago po yung special provision, if I'm not mistaken. So it says that, it says here the amount chargeable against the SAGF in BF table B.15 under year 2027, proposed expenditures shall be used for tourism promotions and marketing activities of the Tourism Promotions Board. Anyway, I won't read the whole thing, but wala na pong nakalagay talaga na exact amount for year 2027. May I ask po kung ano po yung rationale for this change in the special provisions?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, well, number one po on the balances, that is included po in Table B15 of the BESF, the balance as of December 2025. And that is also the reason, Madam Chair, the answer for the second question, na it's just a different style of presenting the special provision. It's actually the same special provision, Madam, Your Honor, but the amount, instead of it being reflected as an amount, referred to the table itself. But the table actually includes the same amount which is being programmed for 2027.
So parehas lang po na amount.
For Your Honor, Mr. Chair, for the Tourism Development Fund, 4.578 ang expenditure po program for the special account of this is DOT.
Yes.
May I just clarify, Your Honor, if the question for the
TDP.
program is TPB?
Sorry, it's TPF. TPF. Tourism Promotions Fund.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for the Tourism Promotions Fund of the utilization of the Tourism Promotions Board, as stated in Table B15, the programmed expenditures for 2027 is 1.119 billion pesos.
So it decreased po from the 1.339 from 2026.
There is a slight reduction, Your Honor.
Yeah, so may I ask po what's the reason for this? Because as I said, no, isa na po sa pinakamababa talagang budget ang DOT. For 2026, I believe it's 19.3% no of yung total collections. And now it came down for year 2027 to 16.1%.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, per available data, not to mention, number one, the utilization rate of TPB for 2026. We have also considered that for 2026, there are committed activities, part of that authorized level intended for ASEAN hosting, which is only a one-off event this year.
At the appropriate time, Mr. Secretary, I hope we can revisit these special provisions so we can work together for a more efficient mechanism so that these earmarked tourism funds can be utilized. Kasi po for me po, itong budget na po to, talagang kinolect talaga to at inappropriate for the Department of Tourism. So, yun lang po talaga yung concern ko na sana magamit talaga no, itong pondo na to for the department.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, would be happy to work with Your Honor on that particular item.
And also, Mr. Chair, this actually goes beyond tourism. If the government already has collected revenues, no, specifically earmarked for a particular public purpose, should we not establish a uniform risk-based mechanism for the SAGF so that agencies can access these funds efficiently while retaining DBM, Treasury, and of course, COA safeguards?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, special accounts in the general fund are actually automatic appropriations. And what the DBM is doing is to program a portion of the SAGF, which can actually be utilized by these agencies during the fiscal year. So that's part of our judicial fiscal programming, so as not to also contribute to increase in deficit if we'll be able to program more than what the agency actually needs or what it can actually spend. But we'd be happy to work with the good sponsor for the tourism budget, and we'd be happy to share our notes as well on were the basis in coming up with those levels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary.
So thank you very much, Congresswoman Det. And now may we call on Congresswoman Sara Ilago. Please proceed, ma'am.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Hindi maganda ang araw sa maraming humarap sa malakas na buhos ng ulan at lumusong sa baha. Ngayong umaga, mga commuters at mga manggagawa, lalo na ang mga transport sector workers na nananatiling stranded sa daan, mga lumikas na at sa kasalukuyan nasa evacuation centers na at marami naghihintay pa ng rescue at tulong. Hindi lang mga bahay at daan ang mga binabaha rin ng problema ang ordinaryong mamamayan. Lubog ang agrikultura at manupaktura, kaya kulang na kulang ang regular at disenteng trabaho at kabuhayan. Lubog sa utang ang marami sa taas ng presyo ng bilihin at napakababang sahod. Lubog rin sa pambansang utang dahil sa pagkataas-taas ng pambansang utang na umabot na sa 19.1 trillion pesos o nasa 64.9% na laki ng utang na umabot na nakumpara doon sa buong halaga ng mga produkto at serbisyo na ginagawa ng bansa. This is the highest in 22 years, Mr. Chair. Ang utang ay pataas ng pataas imbes na bumababa. Una, magkano po ba yung balak na utangin ng pamahalaan sa susunod na taon upang pondohan ang kulang sa ating budget sa 2027, ang ating fiscal deficit? Diretsuhin ko na po, no, sa inyong presentation, it's at 3.304 trillion pesos. Pwede po bang mag-submit ang ating DBCC ng list at breakdown ng lahat ng domestic at external sources sa Committee on Appropriations?
Yes, the DBCC is directed to submit said document requested by Congresswoman Sara.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Dahil dito,
Thank you.
bawat isang Pilipino ngayon may tinataya na 166,077 pesos at tataas pa, maski ang mga hindi pa pinapanganak at susunod na salinlahi, lubog na agad sa pambansang utang. Doon po sa 7.2 trillion budget, ang debt interest payments nasa 1.1 trillion pesos. Ngunit magkano po yung para pa sa principal amortization na babayaran natin?
Kong Sara, your question is directed to which agency?
Yes, for the DBM, DOF.
DBM? Please
Whoever can
reply.
answer the
DOF?
amount for principal amortization.
So,
payment for this year.
can you repeat the question, Kong Sara? Kakapasok lang po muli ni SecDec.
Yes. Magkano ang ating total debt service expenditure? Kanina na-report na sa 1.1 yung
That's right.
para sa debt interest payment. What about for principal amortization?
The for this year, the difference between would be how much would you know? We can compute it now. 1.6 trillion principal amortization.
Yan, Mr. Chair, ang hindi ho natin masyado na pag-uusapan dito. Sa katunayan, nasa 2.7 trillion pesos yung ating total debt service expenditure na sa totoo lang ay pagkataas-taas po. Mas mataas pa sa lahat ng mga gagastusin natin sa social services, sa economic at lahat ng napakarami pang mga pangangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. At malaking bahagi din po dyan talagang automatic appropriations, hindi na po dumadaan sa masusing pagdedebate, imbes na ginagastos natin. At tulad na lang dun sa maraming panawagan ng ating mga kababayan para sa mas mataas na pondo sa kalusugan, sa edukasyon, at marami pang iba. Ngayon, Mr. Chair, 19 billion din ng ating foreign-assisted projects ay para sa flood control. Di po ba ito maaaring mailagay na lang dun sa marami ding makakaranas na budget cut? Halimbawa ho, sa Department of Agriculture, wala pa ring pondo yung agricultural production subsidy. Pagdating naman sa DOLE, wala pa rin pong pondo para dun sa mas pangmatagalan na job creation. At bulk pa rin ng budget niya nasa tupad o nasa short term lang na tulong sa trabaho. Ano ho ba? Bakit po patuloy pa rin natin na bilyon-bilyon yung nilalagay sa flood control? Imbes ho, ilagay sa mga serbisyong ito.
Yes.
Please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yun pong 19 billion that was mentioned by the good congressman, congresswoman for flood control under the DPWH budget ay mga project loans, Your Honor, specifically secured for the purpose na nakalagay po sa ating National Expenditure Program. So consistent po doon sa nature ng project loan, hindi po natin maaaring gamitin yung loan for any other purpose than what is intended po doon sa ating pinirmahan sa ating development partner.
Yes. Bukod sa budget cut, Mr. Chair, nandyan din halimbawa yung masyado ho nating minamaliit yung bilang ng mga may hirap sa ating bansa. Dito po sa kanilang report na na-lift na daw po yung 8.8 million Filipinos na mas maangat ang buhay. Ang basis ho ng kanilang poverty threshold ay nasa 2017 pa rin ho na value. Tama po ba? Sa DepDev po at sa PSA. Ito ho ay nakabatay pa rin dun sa food poverty threshold na nasa 63 pesos o nasa 21 pesos per day.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Whenever we compute the new poverty, we also adjust the threshold for the purchasing power, that is inflation. So,
Okay, magkano na ho ngayon, Mr. Chair, ang ating current na poverty threshold at food poverty threshold?
sa NCR, it's now 16,842 for a family of 5. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sa labas ng NCR,
For the rest of the country, our national average is 14,634
and the food
pesos
poverty
for a
threshold is about
family
what
of
percentage?
for a
again?
family of 5 members also
Okay.
per month.
So magkano ho ito kada araw per meal sa ating mga kababayan? Yung matutugunan yung kanilang mga basic nutritional requirements.
For NCR, it's 554 per day. Yeah. But let me stress again, Mr. Chair, no, because this has been pointed out so many times, that the intention of this poverty line was to monitor the progress we are making in reducing poverty from year to year, even as we adjust the norm for inflation. Okay, that's the only purpose, so that we can, will be able to say whether we are making progress in reducing poverty, whether our programs and projects are, and policies are able to reduce poverty. Yun yun. And incidentally, Mr. Chair, the norm, regardless of, actually, if you can adapt a higher norm, if that's the point, you can adapt a higher norm, higher poverty threshold, or even lower. But if you apply that consistently over time, and here we are talking about the time from 2021 to 2025, no? All these thresholds would show a decrease in poverty, and that's the whole exercise. It's not so much to say that a threshold like 554 is enough to meet a decent living.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just to clarify po, yung 554 sana hindi na po mabawas sa time ko. 554 is for a family of 5 na ginagamit po natin sa datos na ito.
For a family of 5.
Okay, maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Ngayon po,
Thank you.
nakasaad ho dun sa report ng DepDev din na isa sa ating long-term measures ay yung pagposisyon sa Pilipinas bilang AI manufacturing hub. Sa plano na ito, kasama po ba yung US-led na Pax Silica initiative? At dito, Mr. Chair, matanong na rin ho natin ang DOF at ibang mga agencies kung magkano ho ang gagastusin natin sa plano na may kinalaman dito sa ngayon.
Itong, again, to put this in context, Mr. Chair, no? I said this morning that we need to mobilize other drivers of growth, particularly out of, to complement services. And here I stressed industry, no? Industry and revitalizing agriculture. Now, if Pax Silica is intended to do that or could help achieve that, then that's good. And so far as we know, and by the way, this initiative is a very young one. You know, it became only known to us. I think we just joined last December, no? So it is a concept in, you know, that's evolving, and the representation of the relevant agencies to us is that the intention is to attract industries that deliver higher value to our to the goods and services, particularly for advanced technologies like semiconductors and electronics, no? And that is very consistent with what I was saying earlier, that we need to attract industries that bring the quality of jobs higher, because that in the longer term is the single most effective way of raising living standards, especially for our workers.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Hindi pa po nasagot po yung tanong ko. Sana hindi po mabawas sa oras. Nagtanong po ako kung meron pong budget requirement for this year. Halimbawa po, nababanggit niyo ho sa mga pahayag. Halimbawa, ang BCDA ay merong kumbagang role no, pagdating ho sa pagtitiyak ng property na gagamitin for this initiative. Can we ask DBM, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair,
Okay.
take the question.
Yes, please
Your
go
Honor.
ahead, SecDec.
Yeah, I think there's to clarify if indeed an industrial hub will be built in New Clark City. There's no budget requirement from us. They will pay us rent, so it is a revenue enhancing project. I'm not aware of any budget requirement that it might entail.
Mr. Chair, ang BCDA ho ang magiging property manager nito, as you said multiple times. So as the property manager, of course, it would also entail personnel and other, you know, yung meron din pong mga kaugnay na conversion, halimbawa, ng lands na gagamitin for this particular use.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I think in a normal business condition, you should not be spending more than you earn, right? So I think definitely the revenue should far outweigh any project management expense, like in any other real estate venture.
Yes, so sa ngayon ho, wala
Thank
pong
you.
masasagot pa sa atin
Ah,
dito.
Last question na po,
Yes.
Congresswoman Sara.
Mr. Chair, how about sa DICT? No, sa DICT, kasi hindi po nasasagot talaga yung tanong. Sinasabi din na pwede yung revenues can far outweigh kung ano man po, no, na ma-offset man kung ano yung mga particular budget requirements, kung meron man na ilalabas. Ganyan. Pero gusto ko natin mahingi na detalye at dadalhin po natin yung discussion sa BCDA once they're here. Mainam po. Pati ho sa DICT, may nakita po kaming malaking jump sa kanilang digital infrastructure development and management. Yung pondo nila from 502 million last year to 1.3 trillion pesos next year. Meron ho bang kinalaman itong development ng AI manufacturing hub na nakalagak po ang pondo sa DICT o wala?
Thank you, Congresswoman Sara. That will be the last question. SecDec, please
To my
reply.
knowledge, nothing. But you should confirm with the ICT po. But I don't think, ma'am, can I just clarify? This industrial hub is a proposed industrial hub. So one thing's for sure, there's nothing in the budget that will spend for this proposed industrial hub because nothing has been signed po. So it's still a discussion. So I'm pretty sure the DBM will not put any budget expense line item for a something that is in very preliminary discussion.
Thank you. Thank you.
Issue na lang kasi wala pa daw po napirmahan tungkol dito.
Very briefly,
So,
please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Na-raise ko tong concern na to kasi nagpapakita siguro ng urgency at necessity ng pagtalakay din sa mga resolusyon na kaugnay sa mga commitment ng Pilipinas sa Pax Silica Initiative. At last, Mr. Chair, may sasabihin daw po yung DPM. Baka pwede ho natin pakinggan tungkol sa matter na ito.
Mr. Chair,
Please go ahead.
just wanted to confirm na wala pong any allocation in the NEP intended for Pax Silica. The amounts mentioned by the good Congresswoman under the ICT is intended for the implementation of a new mandate under a law enacted by Congress, which is the e-government law, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Maraming salamat, Congresswoman Sara. Thank you very much, Sec Kim and SecDec. We now move to the next colleague that will ask questions just in time. Nandito po si, may we call on Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues and our resource persons for today, the members of the Development Budget Coordinating Committee. We should now change that. The development is not needed surplus age. We always work for the development of the country for the budget. We should now rename it as National Budget Coordinating Committee. Correct? Don't you agree? Because the development budget, this is all for development. Did you agree, Secretary Go? Yeah, I'm sorry, but matagal na ko dito eh. 6 terms na, puro development budget. There's, surpluses because we're all working, especially the budget, for the development of our beloved country. Correct, Mr. Chairman?
You're absolutely correct,
Thank
Your
you.
Honor.
So the next hearing next year, we should call it the National Budget Coordinating Committee. Okay. Now, I hope that will not be taken against my time. That's a...
Second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Balisacan, DepDep, good afternoon. Secretary Kim De Leon, DBM. Secretary Frederick Go of Department of Finance. Our outstanding Europe Customs Commissioner, Ariel Fernandez. And this very good gentleman who is now the man of the hour because of the income tax return, Commissioner Mendoza, a lawyer, a great lawyer. And of course, Yusek Adriano, always, very outstanding in our hearings, especially because he wants to increase very exorbitant taxes. But anyway, and then of course, Deputy Governor Zeno Abinoha and all our resource persons. My question is pertaining to page 12 of the National Expenditure Program, page 12, if you can look at it. Fiscal year 2027 proposed budget by region. Ayan. I represent Cagayan de Oro, the city of Golden Friendship in Mindanao. The land of, is being fulfilled already, the promise. But this will show that it is still a land of promise. Mr. Chairman, you know why? Let us take a look. We have the budget per region and the share. NCR, which is very much developed, receives 15.4% of the pie, the 7.2. Balance Luzon, the more, 23%. Mindanao, Mr. Chairman, is only 15.1%. And you see, Mindanao has a population of 27 million or 22.3% of our population of the Republic of the Philippines. And Mindanao, through our pineapples, coconut, corn, and all the products, even mining, gives 18 to 19% of the gross national product, 18 to 19. Population, 22.3%. And the recent Philippine Statistics Authority, Mr. Chairman, on the 10 poorest provinces of the country, list Mindanao 7 out of 10. Very poor. The first 6 Mindanao provinces. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to ask, there is still a chance, I don't know how we are going to address the issue and who will answer this question. I think we could ask each one. Because the 4 of the National Budget Coordinating Council Committee, because if you will look here, 15.1, malayo sa GDP contribution ng 18%, malayo sa population ng 22.3, malayo, Mr. Chairman, sa poorest provinces of the Philippines. There has to be affirmative action for Mindanao. I appeal, therefore, to this National Budget Coordinating Committee to take a look again on how we're able to improve the 15%. 4 years ago, 16% na. Panahon the President GMA, nag-17% na because the biggest budget for infrastructure under GMA was Mindanao. That's why medyo na, semento na doon, malaking development. So now, I'd like to ask, starting from our gentleman, from, of course, the DepDev, please tell us why only 15.1? And the figures show the contribution of the people of Mindanao to our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Kong Rufus. May we request Sec Kim to answer?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, while we took note of the observation of the good congressman, we would like to submit that number 1, we continue to work on improving the regional allocation of the budget by 1, working with DepDev on putting premium on the projects endorsed by the regional development councils, improving the linkage between budgeting and planning, as we have discussed a while ago. Second, we are actually discussing right now, Your Honor, because one factor is still the presence of non-regionalized budget items. So this means these are probably items lodged within the respective central offices or probably lump sum funds, some of which might be intended really for areas like Visayas and Mindanao, which cannot be attributed during the preparation of the NEP. So that's also something that we can look at to improve as well the allocation for Mindanao. But we would just like to manifest and add, because the slide we presented this morning did not include a comparative from last year. As a matter of fact, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, outside NCR, the average increase from 2026 to 2027 is actually the highest average in Mindanao. So we actually saw a, particularly for instance, to the good representatives region actually had an increase of 10.6% as compared to the 2026 level. But this is a work in progress, Your Honor. We will continue to make the necessary evaluation of how budgets can be more presented accurately in terms of their intended regional beneficiaries, because as I have said a while ago, there are still centrally managed items or those lodged within the respective central offices which may be actually intended to be distributed across the regions during implementation, Your Honor.
3 reasons given by the Honorable Kim De Leon, a very young DBM, and so he wouldn't tell a lie because only us old people has been used to, giving half truths. So, Secretary Kim, you said that you only depend on the submission from the RDC and the other agencies. We should be proactive. The DBM should go out of its way to be able to ask and to be able to secure documents from Mindanao. Malayo kasi kami, so matagal dumating yung mga request dito. It's too expensive for Mindanao people to come here. That's number one, in answer to your, comment. The second one is lump sum. Precisely, wag na tayo magla-lump sum. Kasi alam mo, lump sum becomes the pork barrel of the secretaries. Yeah. Sino malapit secretary of, hindi ko na mention. Sino malapit doon, yun makakuha na maraming share. All our cabinet members are from Luzon. You see? So walang chance kami sa Mindanao. Oh, tingnan mo. Look at the line agencies. So, yung lump sum, nafi-favor na naman ang mayayaman na mga probinsya sa Luzon. In fact, Visayas, very pithy, Visayas only 10%. But I will not complain on this because we have congressmen here from the Visayas who should be able to complain. Mine is Mindanao. So yung lump sum, DBM Secretary Kim, you're young, you're new, so wag na natin yung the old system. Ibigyan natin affirmative action. Otherwise, Mindanao will continue to be poor. 7 out of 10 provinces. That next 3 are in the Visayas. So yan ang request ko. Okay. So that is why these are in answer to your statements. But I like the word work in progress. Because there is a chance before the HGAB is approved that you are going to increase this to 20%. That is, we met in, Mr. Chairman, yes, I will wind up. We met at Osami City, all the 6 regional development councils from the BARM, from regions 9 to 13, 6. We passed a resolution. I don't know if the DBM got a copy of this because I'm going to ask Secretary Balisacan. You received that because that was the RDC. The 6 regions of Mindanao met the directors, the heads of the officers of the RDC. 6 of the regions all represented there. And what did we pass? We passed a resolution requesting the national government to at least give 20% man lang so that, Mindanao is part of the Philippines. Are we? Yeah, we're very much part of the Philippines. Pero over the years, yun lang ang magbigay sa amin. So we passed unanimously all the officers of the 6 RDCs. Secretary Balisacan, did you receive that? That we just asked.
That will be the last question.
That will be second
Kong
to the last
Rufus.
question. Thank you.
That time is up na po. Pwede pa naman next round. Thank you, Kong Rufus. RC, please reply.
Yeah, did you receive RDC, our Secretary of DepDep, this resolution from 6, all the regions of Mindanao, 9 to 13 plus BARM, requesting na maski 20% man lang, malayo pa rin yan sa 25% or 1/3. 3 regions, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, malayo pa rin. But we can start with 20%, pero 15.1, masyadong maliit. Yes, Secretary Balisacan.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we confirm that we received the resolution.
So we expected you to be fighting it out for us.
But if you will allow me, Mr. Chair, to put some
Please
context
answer,
here.
RC.
Context here. I think because it's a very important issue. it goes back to the prioritization issue and the translation of regional priorities to actual priorities as represented in the GAA. Please note that earlier, 50% of the RDC priorities are reflected in the NEP. All right, 50%. But when it comes out in the as GAA, only 30 to 35% of that now is consistent with the regional priorities. So I guess there's something, it's not just the executive, Your Honor. I think that internally also, we have to have better coordination between the executive and the legislative as well.
Okay, thank you. For the reply, Sec RC.
Yes, I now
next
request
round na po.
for the next round.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Noted, Kong Rufus. Maraming salamat po. We now go to the next colleague that will ask questions. May we call on Rep. Sergio Dagoc. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Unang-una, gusto ko lang bigyan ng ibang kahulugan yung sabi ni DBM Secretary kanina. Dapat ang budget makatao. So, may mga proposals po ako dito. Dapat kayong nagbabudget, hindi manhead. Yung aim is hindi manhead. Kasi pang 7 taon ko na dito, parang tinatapos lang natin yung hearing. After the hearing, walang nangyari doon sa mga proposals. So, I would like to emphasize that, baka pwedeng pagtuunan ninyo ng pansin sa DOF yung mga proposals, lalong-lalo na kami sa Ways and Means, yung taxation. I am very appreciative of the presentation ni kanino tong presentation? DBM ba to? Parang kay Secretary RC to. That you admit na yung high energy cost is one of the constraints sa pag-unlad natin. Pero inconsistently, nilagay nyo sa long term yung solusyon. May I ask PSA, what percent yung cost of electricity sa production natin at saka sa household spending? Production and services. What is the percentage cost of electricity?
Please reply, Sec RC.
As I noted earlier, Mr. Chair, electricity expenditure by households represent about 5.3% of their total spending.
3 to 5%.
5.3%.
5.3%.
That's national average. Mr.
Sa cost of products and services, anong percentage siya? Sa pag-produce ng products, what percentage is the cost component of electricity? Sa pagbigay ng serbisyo, across all sectors, anong percent yung cost of electricity?
I don't have that data with me right now, Mr. Chair, but I could provide that. I think we could extract that from our database. Yeah.
I hope, Mr. Chair, that kung ikaw ay doktor, dapat alam mo yung parameters na yon. Yun yung inaalboroto ko dito. I am very frustrated of my 7 years. Like that VAT on systems loss. 2019 ko pa pinail yan. Kung hindi binanggit ni Presidente, saka lang tayo nagkandara pa. Pero that is not on systems loss ay napakaliit. Ngayon sinabi dito ni Secretary RC, isa sa mga problema niya is high cost of energy, driven by delays in implementing energy contracts, particularly renewable and limited competition in the electricity market. Pero pagdating dito sa solusyon, amendment of EPERA, Wala man lang kayong sinabi kung anong provision ng IPERA ang i-amend. Can the Secretary inform this representation? Ano bang specific na provision ng IPERA ang amendahan natin to solve the problem that you have admitted?
I think there are, we have studied on that, Mr. Chair, but one is about the strengthening, the need to strengthen ERC. The second is to strengthen the coordination between the ERC and the Philippine Competition Commission so that it is more effective in going after market abuse or abuse of market power by any participant in the electricity market. We decided in the last Congress, the LEDAC decided in the last Congress, Mr. Chair, if I may mention, to
Yes,
approach the EPIRA amendments in by segments. First, with respect to the PISAM, extending the life of PISAM. Second is reforming the strengthening ERC, and third is the strengthening of the competition mandates of both ERC and PCC. Because the sense then of the LEDAC members, Mr. Chair, is that a PIRA amendment is quite is likely going to be quite complex because of the many issues involved, and so they preferred to proceed sequentially.
Thank you for the answer, Secretary. Yun bang sagot mo sa akin ay galing sa puso mo?
Of course, I was before I assumed this office, Mr. Chair, I was a chair of the Philippine Competition Commission, and our office then undertook a study on the state of competition policy in the country, and we believe that the high cost, part of the high cost of electricity is due to these structural issues in the industry.
You're correct, Mr. Secretary. So, you recommend sa LEDAC amendment ng IPERA, you should be specific. Cross-ownership provision, Section 43F, Section 47, and Section 45. Then yung open access. Kasi yan po yung laman ng mga sinasabi mo, which you failed, no, to enumerate. Now, dito sa high energy cost, I doubt kung 100% tama yung hinala ninyo na ang dahilan ay delay in the implementation of energy contracts, particularly your renewable. Sana, Mr. Chair, ay ibawas mo to sa, kasi this is supposed to be silang magsagot, pero ako na lang ang magsagot. Parang point of information, Mr. Chair. Kasi I have still at least 3 important issues na ang sagot sa ating budget nandito lang sa presentation ni Secretary Arce kung isa sa puso natin at dibdibin. Pag renewable kasi, Mr. Secretary, I am not against it. I am always supportive on it. Since the time Renewable Energy Act was enacted, hindi pa po ako member ng House. But the problem is, kung lakihan mo kaagad yung portfolio ng renewable, you need to upgrade the line. Now, remember, ang objective natin is to lower the cost of electricity. Paglakihan mo yung portfolio ng renewable, hindi mo magamit 24 hours, nilakihan mo ngayon yung transmission line, in-upgrade mo, babayaran natin lahat yung transmission. Then, babayaran mo yung renewable na na-inject mo, na ginagamit mo lang ng ilang oras sa isang araw. Magkontrata ka na naman ngayon ng ancillary, backup na planta. Ilan na yung binabayaran mo? 3 na. Yung renewable, yung ancillary, yung transmission. Kaya, you can revisit that na maybe mag-usap kayo ni DOE na yung just transition, baka magiging unjust yan pag hindi sila makinig. Now, finally, Mr. Chair, sana kunting ano na lang, kasi for me, this is very, ito yung paulit-ulit, no, yung taxation natin sa electricity, that drives high electricity cost. Kasi pag tumaas yung generation dahil yung coal na inaangkat natin, ay may excise tax, may customs duties. Pagdating sa planta, paglabas niya, 1 kilowatt hour, generation, 12. Dadaan sa transmission, 12. Dadaan sa distribution, 12. Pati yung systems losses na may tax pa. Pati mga subsidies, lifeline, ambag na nga namin sa gobyerno yon, yung hindi sa availer, tinatax pa ninyo. We should review that. Ako po yung principal author ng ERC strengthening, tapos na po yon. 4 na oras ko dinipend yun sa floor. Binigyan natin ng budget si ERC doon sa collection of fees nila na 50% i-retain. Si Congressman Ropos ang nagpatagal sa akin kasi ayaw. I agree with you, we should strengthen yung ERC. Tama po kayo dyan. So, ang i-review natin yung parang multiple taxation. Kasi pag, halimbawa, nag-benchmark si ERC ng 6 pesos per kilowatt hour sa coal. Pagtaas ng panggatong, aabot yan ng 8-9. Tataas din yung VAT kasi nakapix yung VAT natin. What I am suggesting, baka pwedeng pagtuunan ninyong pansin kung ano yung basis ni BIR sa target revenue. Halimbawa, 6 pesos yung benchmark, kukolektahin natin yung 6 pesos. Pero pag lumampas yan ng 6, there are times na mag-ano si Indonesia, kung tataas ng 10 pesos, baka pwedeng iba na yung i-ano natin doon sa in excess doon sa 6 pesos. Win-win po yan kasi wala pong nawala na revenue sa atin, baka tataas pa kasi ang spending hindi magtitipid ng tataas yung energy sales natin, mababawi din yon. Anyway, yun din naman pong natipid nila, ay ibibili din naman ng pagkain yun. Ibibili din ng mga goods. May 12% po tayo doon. So, I hope na makinig kayo konti kahit hindi kami economist. Kasi kami sa power sector, tinitingnan namin saan yung bottleneck. Talagang yung tax natin ang nagpabigat. Butin nga lang, minensyon ni Presidente yung systems loss na ngayon nagkukumuhog tayo. But napakaliit po niyan. I hope titingnan din natin yung other taxes, lalong-lalo na yung GIA all, FIT all. I hope wala nang sana all na sisingilin. Huwag na natin yon. Baka ipurgo na natin yon. Kasi ang kakibat naman doon, dagdag na mga planta, dagdag na trabaho, may tax na naman tayo sa mga nagtatrabaho, dagdag na negosyo. Kasi investment ang tama po kayo dito. Pero may konti akong reservation sa mga ibang mga sinasabi niyo kung paano i-resolve. Kasi in the real sense sa power industry, lalong tataas tayo dito pag lakihan natin kaagad-agad yung renew. I hope magkausap tayo, Mr. Secretary, with your team. itanong ko nga sana, bakit ibinta natin yung Kaliraya, kumikita yan, bakit ibinta na naman natin yung Agos and Pulangi na kumikita yan? Sa palagay ko, no person in his right mind na yung asset niya na kumikita ay kanyang i-privatize.
Okay,
Wala na tayong
thank you.
control. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Dago.
Thank you.
We
Thank
share
you, Mr. Chair.
your passion for lowering our electricity rates. Pwede pa rin po next round, Kong Dago.
Mahaba yun, Mr. Chair. Ang gusto ko lang sana, if we can sit down with BIR, kahit hindi lang ako, kahit Ways and Means, no, if we can sit down with Secretary, kasi RC, kasi natumbok niya yung kurente, number one. Pero medyo may mga ako, na baka pwede niyang pakinggan with BIR,
Yes.
with DOF.
We can do that, Kong Dagook. Maraming salamat po. And would Sec RC want to reply before we move to the next representative?
We'll be happy to sit down with the Honorable Congressman.
Okay. Salamat po. So,
Thank you,
next-
Sec. I hope na mai-arrange natin.
Mr. Chair,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Kong Mark.
yeah, may I be included in that group that is going to meet with Congressman Dago?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Kong Mark. So next, may we call on... Wala si Janet. Yes, Janet. Okay. Kong Tony Roman,
Thank you,
the
Mr.
floor
Chair.
is yours.
A question regarding the NTA. Before I propound the question, just to contextualize, there's a bit of good news that was reported on the floor earlier that the NTA allocation from 2026 to 2027 increased. No, that's a good sign. But my concern is relates to the distribution of the NTA. So perhaps may I ask the Department of Finance to help elucidate on the distribution. So currently, under the local government code, the formula provides that 23% goes to cities, 20% goes to provinces, 34% goes to municipalities, and 20% to barangays. Tama po ba? It's correct.
Yes.
Yes, but there are 149 cities sharing in the 23% allocation for cities. Do you confirm?
Yes.
And there are 1,493 municipalities sharing in the 34% that goes to municipalities.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, I think DBM should be the one replying to the Congress. To the
Yes,
Honorable
let's.
Congressman, not
I
me,
turn to
sorry.
DBM.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor,
Please reply.
Tama.
as to the number of municipalities, we have 1,491, Your Honor, in
91.
2025.
Okay. So from those statistics alone, do you agree that municipalities get less than cities?
Yes, Your Honor, just considering the percentage of allocation and the number of LGUs, municipalities tend to receive less shares than the cities, Your Honor.
Yung mga cities po, mas mayayaman sa municipalities. Tama po ba? In general.
Yes, Your Honor, considering higher tax base and higher capacity to levy taxes as well.
And despite that, mas maliit po yung napupunta sa municipalities.
That is because of the allocation provided for under the local government
Yes.
code, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you also agree that there are more people in municipalities than in cities?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, depending on municipality, that
In
may
general.
not be absolute, Your Honor.
In general, if you lump together, group together all the municipalities, there are more people in municipalities than in cities. If there are 1,491 municipalities and there are only 149 cities, it stands to reason that there are more people in 1,491 municipalities than there are in 149 cities. Tama po ba?
If you're looking at the aggregate, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, of all municipalities, then the answer would be yes, Your Honor.
But as a group, they only get 34%. Correct?
Based on the formula of the local government code, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you agree that the utilization rate the NTA utilization rate of municipalities is around 85 to 90%.
As to utilization, Your Honor, we may have to confirm the actual rates. We just don't have the figures with us right now, Your Honor.
Okay. Let me try this. With respect to the NTA utilization rate of cities, is it around 60%?
We don't have the exact data of NTA utilization rate,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Masasabi niyo ba na utilization rate, para hindi na tayo eksakto, no? Hindi natin tinay yung mga numero, masasabi niyo ba yung sa abot ng inyong kaalaman na utilization rate ng mga municipalities ay mas mataas kaysa utilization rate ng mga cities?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the closest that we can actually infer to is probably NTA dependence. So
Yes.
if we use that as an indicator, NTA dependence is higher in municipalities than cities, Your Honor.
Di ba pagka mas mataas yung dependence, mas dapat binibigyan? You don't have to feel defensive, ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We're just following, Your Honor,
Oh.
the formula of the local government.
Oh, tama. Kapag, ulitin ko lang, pag mas mataas ang dependence, mas dapat binibigyan. NTA dependence, as a matter of policy,
Your Honor, on the statement na kapag mas mataas yung dependence, dapat mas binibigyan. We're looking at also, as we have mentioned a while ago, quality of spending as well.
no,
That's why we're
ceteris
also-
paribus. Ceteris paribus. Everything else being equal, if the NTA dependence is higher, that is reason to give that entity more.
Considering the allocation, Your Honor, then if there is ability to provide in addition to those LGUs will be needing more, then the answer would be a yes.
Yes, okay. Ngayon po, after the NTA is distributed, following the formula provided the local government code of 1991, tama po ba, 1991?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Meron tong horizontal distribution formula na ginagamit. Tama?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And as I understand, 50% is based of the allocation is based. Ito yung pagsabing horizontal within the category of municipalities. Paano hahatiin ang mga municipalities? Tama?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And based on the formula, 50% goes to population. Tama?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And 25% goes to land area. Correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
And then 25% equal distribution.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Meaning, yung 25% na lalalabi to be divided equally among and by municipalities. Tama?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Is there a correlation between population and income so that the more populous a municipality is, the higher the income? Yes, Secretary, go.
If I may help my
Please go ahead.
my fellow
Sec-
cabinet secretary. I think I've actually, in my short time at the Department of Finance, I actually noted everything you're saying now. And so I looked into it, and I think the answers of my colleague from DBM is correct. We're just following the law.
Tama.
I noted, however, exactly the two things you mentioned. So we actually had a discussion with the World Bank to take a look at this law and to see if it needs to be, shall we say, updated or looked into. And specifically with two other criteria in mind. One was poverty, the incidence of poverty, and secondly, the absorptive capacity, which is, I think, exactly what you were leading towards in the beginning of your statements. So I actually have been I have actually taken a look at this, and I actually share your points of view, but we're really just at this point following the law. So I think what we will do is we'll work with World Bank, see if there are adjustments that can be made, and then maybe we will recommend it for the legislature's consideration.
Opo. And another another criterion possibly that should be considered is also based on merit, a meritocracy such as outcomes or SGLG perhaps. So we have a more reliable, rational way of distributing the NTA. But let me now turn to the LGSF. I think, and for this question, I turn to the DBM. Ay, naubusan na akong time. Is that 15 seconds left?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Last question. Tony.
Then I will ask a compound question. You say LGSF, I noticed the disbursement, it was dispersed more to cities. Why? Given the purpose of the LGSF. The other one is the unused appropriation from 2010 to 2022 is about 300 billion pesos per year. This could have been given to municipalities. Do you agree? So those are the last two questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Kong Tony, for those last two questions. Sec Kim, please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, insofar as the 2026 LGSF, financial assistance to LGUs are concerned, the observation that more releases were given to cities, this is primarily because of the RISE program as being rolled out currently by the President, where it is based on population. So the population actually, the share of the larger population of municipalities were actually given to provinces. Separate po yung binigay na allocation directly to cities. So that explains why higher shares were given to cities. But for the rest, there's a shared between the province and the respective municipalities. Based on population, Your Honor.
Okay, maraming salamat.
The other question wasn't
Sec Kim.
responded to, Chair. Yung second
For the
question
next
ko,
round. Yung second question.
yung I already asked it, so don't take this against me. The unused appropriation on average from 2010 to 2022 is about 300 billion, give or take. This, in terms of putting together the budget and realigning it, this could have been given more to perhaps to help municipalities.
Sorry, Your Honor, may we clarify the budget item?
Unused appropriation. So there's an appropriation because of underutilization, right? There's a remaining budget. If you look at it, it's around 300 billion. Yes.
Maybe, Your Honor, if you're referring to unused appropriations, if the funds are still valid for another fiscal year, that carry over to the next fiscal year. Otherwise, that reverts to the unappropriated surplus of the general fund, Your Honor.
Okay. Salamat, Kong Tony. Pwede pa naman next round. Thank you, Sec Kim. So we go to the next colleague that will propound his questions. May we call on Representative Chel Diokno. Sir, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. Bago po ako bawasan ng oras, I have a point of clarification that I would like to bring up with the Chair if I could. Wag sana po muna akong tanggalan ng
Please go ahead.
segundo dyan. Last year, I think it was very clear that our civil society friends were given a status in the budget process. Kinilala po sila, bagamat mga observers lang po sila, they were able to participate. But I understand that for this budget cycle, wala pa pong malinaw na polisiya pagdating sa ating mga CSOs. I would just like to bring this up with the Chair and ask for clear guidelines so that they can participate. Thank you,
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
thank you for the question, Representative Diokno. So tomorrow, there is a coordination meeting with civil society and the CPPRD. And they will finalize the guidelines on how the civil society can actively participate in this year's budget process.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you po.
My questions are primarily addressed to the Chair of the Department of Budget and Management. However, other members of the DBCC may chime in if you would like to contribute as well. Napansin po natin na tumaas nga ang budget for this year based on the proposed budget by 6%. Pero tila parang nabawasan naman ang pondo para sa mga ahensyang direktang namumuhunan sa ating mga tao. I'm referring to the budgets for education, for health, skills development, and social protection. For example, sa edukasyon, bumaba na from 961.3 billion, ang DepEd budget ay naging 916.7 B na lang. Sa SUCs naman, mula 137.9 B, naging 134.5. Sa CHED, mula 47.5 billion, bumaba sa 34.6 billion. At sa TESDA, from 26 billion, it went down to 20.8. And the same would apply to the Department of Health. It went down a substantial amount as well, around 30 billion. PhilHealth also went down by roughly more than 50 billion. The same would apply as well to the DSWD. Kaya ang tanong ko po sa DBM at sa DBCC, bakit tila ayaw mamuhunan ng gobyerno natin sa sarili natin mga mamamayan?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, yun pong mga naobserbahan po na decrease in the mentioned departments took into account the absorptive capacity of these agencies and their capacity to implement their current programs. Gaya po ng nabanggit natin, halimbawa po sa DepEd, ang decrease po na 39.346 billion ay dahil po sa kanilang mababang utilization or ongoing utilization ng kanilang kasalukuyang budget for the school building program. And in 2027, kasama rin po sa ating consideration ay yun pong school buildings that will be funded not only by the National Expenditure Program but also through existing public-private partnerships na kasalukuyan pong ina-assess or ini-evaluate. Ganon din po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, ang naging dahilan sa DOH, lalo na po sa kanilang Health Facilities Enhancement Fund, na kasalukuyan pong hindi pa po nila na-award o kasalukuyan pa lang pong pinoprocure. At yun pong medical assistance to indigent patients ay ibinalik din po natin sa NEP level, hindi dahil ayaw po natin bigyan ang ating mga kababayan ng tulong, kundi ito po kasi ay i-cover na supposedly ng expanded zero balance billing program na sinuportahan naman po natin sa ilalim ng PhilHealth. As for the other agencies, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, aside from budget utilization, meron din pong mga one-time capital expenditure katulad po ng ating mga state universities and colleges na hindi naman po mauulit sa 2027. Gayon din po yung mga release na ating kinoconsider outside the GAA. Katulad na lamang po yung pag-settle natin ngayon lamang buwan na ito ng almost 10 billion in arrears from free higher education na magagamit po ng ating mga SUCs hindi lamang po ngayong taon kundi maging hanggang 2027 para sa patuloy nilang operasyon at pagpapaunlad po ng kanilang mga pasilidad at serbisyo, Your Honor.
Kung ganun po, if that is the case, well then my next question would be, why is it that the budget for DPWH was increased by 112 billion when I understand that there are similar issues with absorptive capacity and underutilization, among others, not including issues of corruption with the DPWH?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, dito po sa DPWH, these are different, not only different set of projects that are also non-recurring, pero nakita po natin that these projects are implementation ready at gaya po ng nabanggit kanina, will also contribute or will have a greater multiplier effect. That's why the overall direction as part of the Build Better More program was to support also this infrastructure project. So if taken side by side with the DepEd and HPEP, yung po kasing capacity ng agencies to absorb or implement additional programs, additional funds for additional infrastructure projects ay kasama po doon sa atin pong consideration sa evaluation, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your inputs. Isa pa pong tanong, napansin din namin na sabay-sabay bumaba ang budget for DepEd, SHED, SUCs, TESDA, DOH, PhilHealth, and DSWD. And this is all happening within the same budget cycle. Napag-usapan ba ito? Is there a policy rationale for bringing down the budgets for these frontline departments of our government?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, wala pong isang straightforward reason or policy na bawasan po itong mga nabanggit na department. Again, dumaan po sa evaluation yung bawat isang programa po ng bawat isang department. Again, for PhilHealth, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kung atin pong ikukumpara yung kanilang 2027 NEP from the 2026 GAA, nasa 2026 GAA po kasi yung pagbabalik ng 60 billion na iniutos po ng Supreme Court. That is why that's really a contributor, a one-time return of the 60 billion to PhilHealth. Pagdating naman po sa DA, ganun din po yung naging consideration, yung kanila pong implementation ng kanilang farm-to-market roads. And for the DSWD po ay ibinalik lamang po natin sa NEP level yung kanila pong provision for their AIC sa program. But there is no singular or unilateral rule, Your Honor, na bawasan po yung mga budget po ng nabanggit na department. Dumaan lamang po dun sa ating pong evaluation and tinignan po natin yung status ang implementation ng kanila pong budget for the current year, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Isa pa pong tanong. I saw in the slide presentation that you gave the members of the committee this morning that your computation of the budget allocation for education ay nasa 3.99% ng GDP. But sa amin mismong pag-estima, ang nakita lang po namin is it only reaches around 3.3%. May I know how you came out with this 3.99% of GDP number? Ano po mga isinaman yung mga items doon?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kabilang po sa nakatag po under the education sector budget is aside po doon sa budget ng kani-kaniyang mga national government agencies. Nandyan din po yung budget allocated for education from the block grant that we are giving to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Gayon din po yung bahagi ng national tax allotment to the local government units that we can attribute to education, as well as internally generated funds that are being retained by our state universities and colleges that are not remitted to the national treasury, but they can actually spend it for education by 2027, Your Honor.
So kasama rin po dyan ang mga halimbawa PNP Academy, Philippine Military Academy, local government academies?
Your Honor, for 2027, hindi po kasama dito yung pong inyong nabanggit na Philippine Military Academy, local government academy. So we only included agencies directly connected to basic and higher education, including that implemented by our local government units, Your Honor.
I'm happy to hear that, but I am still a bit disappointed that the computation does not only cover the core education agencies. Because if we were to compute it based on the core education agencies, sa tingin ko hindi po aabot ng 3.99% of the GDP yung computation na yan.
Mr. Chair, while we can submit po the detailed list on how we came up with the 3.99%, meron po kasing mga programa na kaakibat po ng basic education but were actually lodged directly sa iba pong mga ahensya. Katulad na lamang po ng school-based feeding program ng DepEd, Hindi lamang po ang DepEd ang may component po sa school-based feeding program, meron din po sa ilalim ng National Dairy Authority, ganun din po sa Philippine Carabao Center, bilang bahagi po ng school-based feeding program. But we'd be happy to submit, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the detailed breakdown of the education sector budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would welcome that. Just in closing, we urge the committee to review and reprioritize funding for our schools, state universities, health services, and social protection. Ang tunay na pundasyon po ng isang mas matatag at maunlad na bansa ay ang pamumuhunan sa ating mga mamamayan, sa ating mga estudyante, manggagawa, pamilya at komunidad. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Representative Jokno. We now move to our next colleague from the majority. May we call on Congressman Javi Benitez. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good day to our honorable secretaries. So this representation would like to rise on a matter that is at heart and about keeping a promise. So last year, the Philippine creative economy was valued at 2.12 trillion pesos. That is 7.6% of our gross domestic product. It supported 8.71 million jobs, or 17.8% of all Filipino workers. So these are the figures from the PSA for 2025, which reported growth of 6.9% from 1.98 trillion pesos the year before. And yet, Mr. Chair, when I opened the 2027 National Expenditure Program, I see the opposite of ambition. The Cultural Center of the Philippines falls from 755.5 million this year to 452 million next year. The Film Development Council falls to 311.7 million. The National Commission for Culture and the Arts drops from 775.7 million to 152.9 million. The National Book Development Board goes down to 165.2 million. The Design Center to 199.9 million. And the Malikhaing Pinoy program, the flagship of our administration, once funded at 360 million, then 100 million, then 50 million. Then now, Mr. Chair, carries no line item at all, zero. So all the creative agencies we track up add to 2.24 billion pesos. That is roughly 0.03% of a 7.2 trillion peso budget. And this brings me to the promise, Mr. Chair. Republic Act 12023 says in plain language that 5% of the incremental revenue from the VAT on digital service providers shall be allocated and used exclusively for the development of the creative industries as defined by Republic Act 11904 for the first 5 years. And I hold a certification from the Bureau of Internal Revenue dated March 2, 2026, transmitted to Secretary Go by the Commissioner. It certifies that from August to December 2025, the BIR collected 6.361 billion pesos and 85 centavos in VAT from non-resident digital services providers on business-to-consumer transactions. The 5% share for the creative industries is certified at 318,882,096 pesos and 74 centavos. So during last year's DBCC briefing, Mr. Chair, this representation secured commitments on the record that this 5% share would be implemented. Ang sabi po nila, ma-reflect po ito sa NEP 2027. I will not name names today, and I will only ask what we honor what was said. So allow me respectfully to ask a few questions. First, to the Department of Finance, to Secretary Go, who's actually a good friend of my father's. They played badminton before, and I'd like to respectfully ask, will the department validate on the record that 318,082,096 pesos has been collected and certified? And will you state that the total digital VAT collected to date, including 2026, and the running 5% share the creative industries are owed? So basically, Mr. Secretary, if you can confirm that certification from the BIR, and what is the number of collections to date?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, will verify just before I confirm. Honor, I think could we kindly indulge you to repeat the number just so that I think there's some confusion on.
Yes, so 318,082,096 pesos has been collected and certified. So this is, Mr. Chair, let me pull up the certification.
I think your number sounds correct. I'm sorry, but we don't have a document that has that exact number.
Mr. Chair, our Secretary Go.
Yes,
it
here,
is-
318,082,096.
Yes, from August to December 2025. There is certification
Yes.
signed by.
Yes, we are
Revenue- yes.
confirming. We are
Okay,
confirming
perfect. Thank
318
you.
million.
And maybe also have the number from, because it's only until December 2025, the running collections to date, even half a year, if there's any.
So 5% of 9.4 billion.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second, has a special account in the general fund for this been earmarked and created? As of this hearing, I can find no issuance from the DBM, DUF, or the Treasury that creates it, and I'll be happy to be corrected. Mr. Chair, I believe maybe also ask Mr. Secretary of DBM.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, based on records, we are currently working with the DTI for the setting up of the respective UACS code so that the SAGF for this account to be properly established. So we're working with DTI on this matter, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Secretary Kim. Once the account exists, I just want to put on record that to answer to this, will the 5% share flow as automatic appropriations, given that it is a statutory earmark of a special fund? If the position of the DBM is that it requires annual appropriations cover, I ask you to cite the legal basis, please, and to commit to reflecting the full amount either way. So basically, Mr. Chair, the collections of this nakalagay po sa ating batas na dapat ilagay sa special fund na may special automatic appropriations. Pero na-collect po siya pero hindi pa na create ang fund. So we are asking our good and honorable secretaries if they can commit that this will be created and if this will be funded automatically.
Okay. Please respond.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor will be conferring with our colleagues with the DOF on the proper booking, but we are also referring to Section 19 of the law, which created the Creative Industry Development Fund, which refers to where possibly the funds will accrue. But definitely, Your Honor will finalize as well and collaborate with our colleagues from the BTR and DOF to finalize the arrangement for the fund, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite our colleagues on this. Ito po ay hindi tungkol sa gastos mismo, pero ito tungkol sa ating talino at sa sining ng ating Pilipino. I believe that we are a creative nation, and if we invest in our creative industries, as mentioned, of kaano kalaki ang binibigay ng ating mga creative workforces from on all creative industries, malaki po ang mabibigay na halaga para sa ating bansa. Para sama-sama nating isulong ang mas malikhaing kinabukasan para sa Pilipinas.
Thank you, Kong Benitez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your time is up, and we will monitor the creation of such fund as said by Secretary Kim. Maraming salamat po. So next, can we call on the Honorable Laila De Lima? Ma'am, please proceed.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. I'll start with unprogrammed appropriations. Just a few questions on UA items before I go to other items. So sa UA, why does the executive department insist on including unprogrammed appropriations in its annual NEP, despite serious constitutional issues involved? I think you are aware of the pending petitions before the Supreme Court. There are 4 consolidated petitions po before the Supreme Court questioning the constitutionality of unprogrammed appropriations. So why is it always the mindset of the executive department to include unprogrammed appropriations? Is the core position of the economic managers or the DBCC that unprogrammed appropriations are an absolute necessity? Kailangan po ba talaga?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the inclusion of the unprogrammed appropriations in the National Expenditure Program recognizes both the need for the projects to be funded under the unprogrammed appropriations, which by the very nature are still contingent and depending on the triggers as we have proposed in the NEP. While we are cognizant that there are petitions being heard by the Supreme Court, the executive maintains, but upon submission of the UA, has limited the proposed uses of the unprogrammed appropriations to only those which are really necessity for 2027. Among others, we have limited the proposed use to only 4, including those for foreign assisted projects that are not yet approved by the ED Council at the time the budget was prepared, as well as for some contingency for risk management for our PPP projects and the partial restoration of the fund balances of the PDIC, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes, this representation does note the fact that comparatively, compared with the UAs in the previous years, the items now are lesser. It seems that the executive is now more circumspect about the inclusion of unprogrammed appropriations in the NEP. Because, since the 2026 NEP deliberations, this representation has been consistently opposing unprogrammed appropriations. Just to be very clear, hindi ko po sinasabi na bawasan ito, hindi ko rin po sinasabi na i-zero ito. Pero ang pinaka-position ko po is that kailangan ho ay tanggalin ng tuluyan. Pero meron pa rin ho. In the 2027 NEP, we have the 57 billion for restoring the fund balances of the Philippine Deposit Insurance Corporation. We have also the 42.553 billion for support to foreign assisted projects. Meron din po yung 3.6 billion for the program on risk management. Now, dun po sa restoring the fund balances of the PDIC, hindi ho ba fixed na po ang halaga nito? Alam na po ang purpose, walang tanong, walang haka-haka. So bakit po hindi ito nakalagay sa programmed appropriations na lang? Since nandyan na. Is there any particular reason why you chose to put them in the unpaid, in the unprogrammed appropriations item? Ganon din po sa support to foreign assisted projects. Alin po sa mga proyektong ito ang mga perfected loan agreement na? At ilan po ang inaasahang magiging effective sa loob ng 2027, fiscal year 2027. Kung identified na po ang proyekto, bakit hindi na lang ito ilagay ang funding directly sa budget ng implementing agency? Now, I have really very serious constitutional question about unprogrammed appropriations, foremost of which is an undue delegation of the Congress's power of the purse. And isa pang tanong ko po, bago niyo po sagutin yung mga una kong tanong, paano po ba kung na-enact na po ang 2027 GAA, tapos ipawalang bisa o paliitin ng korte ang UA mechanism, ano po ba ang contingency ng executive para sa budget execution? May nahihanda na po ba ang DBM in coordination with DOF, the alternative funding pathway? Have you thought of that possible scenario?
Sir Kim, please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as to the purposes mentioned by Your Honor, ito po ay nakabatay unlike po halimbawa sa PDIC, unlike sa PhilHealth po na meron na pong direktiba ang Supreme Court, ito po ay isang standby lamang po na kung sakaling there will be a directive and the executive would stand ready to comply kung kailangan na pong isauli. Ito pong fund balances from PDIC. As to the observations of Your Honor on the foreign assisted projects, kung mapapansin po ninyo sa National Expenditure Program at nabanggit po namin kanina, the projects included here are the loan proceeds components of projects that are still under assessment of the ICC, the ED Council, or those pending actual signing of the loan agreement. However, we wish to note dahil bagamat tama po ang observation ni Honorable De Lima na identified naman po yung projects covered by this one, kaya yun po yung dahilan kung bakit po yung GOP or Government of the Philippines counterpart ay nasa loob na po ng program budget. Ito po ay para, yun nga po, maumpisahan na po yung mga necessary preliminary works, design works, kung sakaling mapirmahan na po yung loan agreement anytime by 2027. Pero bakit nga po ba inilagay pa muna po natin sa unprogrammed appropriations? Ito pong mga foreign assisted projects na wala pang pirmadong loan agreement at the time we prepared the NEP. Kasi ito po without the certainty kung kailan po mapipirmahan yung loan agreement by placing it inside the program, definitely may mababump off po ulit. Because this is a zero-sum game, it will still be part of the 7.2. Kung hindi pa naman po ganun ka-certain kung kailan talaga mapipirmahan yung loan agreement, ay inilagay po muna siya doon sa unprogrammed appropriations. Dahil po yung inilagay po natin sa programmed appropriations ay yun pong mga permado, ongoing na po na ating mga foreign assisted projects. As to the question, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, whether we are ready kung magkaroon man po ng desisyon ang Supreme Court, definitely po the executive stands ready to comply with whatever decision the Supreme Court will have on the pending case relative to unprogrammed appropriations. Gaya nga po ng nasabi natin, for instance, halimbawa, Mr. Chair, sa foreign assisted projects, yun naman pong ating GOP counterpart para po dito sa mga proyektong nasa unprogrammed ay nandun po sa respective agency budget. So makapagsisimula pa rin naman po ng mga paunang gawain. What we will have to work out, Your Honor, and prepare for is for the loan proceeds component because once the loan agreements are signed, the respective loans will be deemed active at kailangan din po nating maisagawa. Yun pong mga proyektong na-commit po natin, Your Honor.
So wala pa po mga perfected loan agreements. Itong nandito ngayon sa 2027 NEP.
For projects under the unprogrammed appropriations, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun po yung wala pa pong signed loan agreement. Those under the UA, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Tungkol naman po sa UA releases in the past years, sinabi po ng DBCC sa fiscal risk statement na delayed ang mga foreign assisted projects dahil nilagay sila sa UA. Meron mo bang ganon? Ano po ba yung mga foreign assisted projects na na-delay dahil nilagay sila sa UA? Are there situations like that?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, isa po sa pinaka mabilis po na example that we can cite doon po sa naapektuhan yung implementation na foreign assisted project ay yun pong dalawang railway projects being implemented by the DOTR. Dahil po sa pagbaba, noon pong allocation authorized in the GAA sa loan proceeds at sa GOP counterpart, nakaapekto po ito doon po sa timely implementation of the projects. Mas malaki po, Your Honor, yung epekto ng pagbaba ng GOP counterpart dahil kapag yung pong mga right-of-way acquisition necessary for the implementation of the projects, Your Honor, yun pong maaapektuhan, it will cause a further delay. Dahil kung hindi po ma-acquire yung right-of-way, hindi po makakapag-umpisa yung construction at makakaapekto po ito sa overall status of the projects, Your Honor.
So they remain delayed.
Kaya po may delay po itong mga projects na to. And that is also the reason why, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if I may, yun po yung reason kung bakit talaga pong mataas din ngayon yung appropriation, yung aming proposed level for DOTRs, NSCR, and MMSP para nga po maisakatuparan yun pong ating target na partial operability, particularly of NSCR North segment by end of 2027, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Let's go to fiscal transfers to LGUs on top of the NTA, or the National Tax Allotment. Mr. Chair, the NTA rises from 1.19 trillion in the 2026 GAA to 1.32 trillion in the 2027 NEP. And of course, that is a statutory share. That is a statutory mandate. We understand that to be. But on top of that, the NEP carries 58.5 billion under the LGSF. Ito na lang po yung mga magiging tanong ko for this round. 9.7 billion for NTF LCAC, 37.5 billion for FALGO, 10.3 billion for the GEF. The GEF meaning the Growth Equity Fund. Wala po sa mga batas ang mga ito. They're discretionary. But of course, if they are part of the GAA, then they are part of the law because GAA is a law, a general law. But before that, wala pong batas para sa mga ito, over and above what the Constitution and the Local Government Code already guarantee. Sa inyo pong 2026 Fiscal Risk Statement, you can correct me po if I'm wrong, sinabi po nyo doon na sobra na ang mga pondo ng mga LGUs. Tama po ba ito?
Thank you very much, Honorable De Lima. That will be the last question for this round. Secretary Kim, please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, relative to the observation of the Honorable De Lima on additional fiscal transfers to LGUs on top of NTA, bagamat meron po tayong maobserbahan na pattern that probably for some higher income LGUs, there might be some possible surpluses or excess revenue or income, yung inequality pa rin po across LGUs yung isang importante nating mapagtuunan ng pansin. As a matter of fact, sa ngayon po, meron pa rin tayong mga 4th and 5th class municipalities. That's why kahit po nagkaroon po ng pagtaas ng NTA dahil sa ating implementasyon ng Mandanas-Garcia ruling ng Supreme Court, nananatili pong hindi sapat ang national tax allotments po ng ating mga 4th and 5th class local government units. Ito po yung reason, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, kung bakit po meron tayong Growth Equity Fund. Ito po yung isang mekanismo under the Executive Order implementing the Mandanas-Garcia ruling para atin pong matulungan yung atin pong mga 4th and 5th class LGUs na matugunan yung mga actual devolved functions. As to the other items under the local...
So you're not confirming na sumusobra ng pondo para sa mga LGUs?
Well, we are not saying that in general, Your Honor, because probably at an aggregate level, pero pag titignan po natin at hihimayin on a per income classification, definitely the lower income LGUs still require some level of assistance from the national government. Even the transition po under the executive order is different for those 4th and 5th class local government units, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. My time is up.
Yes.
Salamat po.
Ma'am, salamat po. Thank you, Honorable De Lima. Thank you, Secretary Kim. We now move to the next congressman that will ask questions. May we call on Representative Mark Coangco? Kong Mark?
Sorry.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Comments from Secretary Frederick Go of DOF, Kim Delin of DBM, Secretary Kim Delin, Secretary Arsenio Balisacan of DepDev. Question ko po, nabanggit po yung right of way kanina. If a congressman wants to concentrate on right of way so that all his intended projects already have right of way, for succeeding years. Is it possible? Can the budget be made to, because real estate values are going up all the time, and eventually it becomes too expensive, no, for the project to be viable. Second question is, what about open spaces for barangays? Will the DOF and the DBM allow this? Yun lang muna, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sec. Kim.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as to right-of-way acquisition, yun pong ating dalawang pinakamalaking infrastructure agencies, particularly DPWH and DOTR, ay meron pong karampatang appropriations every year for right-of-way acquisition precisely to prepare for the projects that it intends to implement. Kaakibat po ito ng kanilang site development and preparation, kasabay na rin po kung meron pong karampatang feasibility studies to prepare for the respective projects.
Hindi po ganun ang naging implementation in past years. Ang nangyari po, binabarat ang right of way. Meron ngang may civil works na walang right of way. So hindi implementable ang project. So we want to reverse that situation. We want, if the representative of the district wants to buy all the right of way before any appropriations are made for civil works, is that a possibility?
As to possibility, Your Honor, yun po yung ideal, na ready po dapat yung right-of-way. Baka po ang problema is if the issue is a matter of settling or paying for the right-of-way, meron po kasi tayong sinusunod na batas on how government will acquire right-of-way and the valuation.
That's not the problem, sir. The problem was in previous GAA discussions in Congress, DPWH always insisted that only a certain percentage of total project cost could be allocated to right-of-way. So now, this representation wants to ascertain that that's open. It's up to the initiative of the representation what he wants to do with public works. Is it okay for him to buy ahead the right of way?
That specific example, Your Honor, of buying ahead a right-of-way before DPWH implements, I'm afraid we cannot...
No, sir. You misunderstand me. Is it okay for the representative to request that his budget for his district has an item for DPWH to buy the right-of-way even if there is no civil works component of it?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the right-of-way budget of DPWH, as we have always proposed naman po, is a lump sum. So it depends on the DPWH as to the prioritization, kung ano po yung mauunahin po nila. However, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, may we just highlight that historically, baka po isa rin kasi po sa reason kung bakit po may issue during implementation dahil po nababawasan po yung right-of-way funds from the NEP level that we propose as to the final level po that is approved when the GAA is passed. So marahil isa po yun sa consideration, Your Honor.
And in fact, Mr. Secretary, it may be lacking. So what is wrong with increasing the allocation for right-of-way?
We fully support, Your Honor. In fact, we are proposing higher level of right-of-way every year under the NEP. Unfortunately, Your Honor, nababawasan po every year din po yung right-of-way from our initial proposal for DPWH.
So, yes, at least we agree in principle, Mr. Secretary. What about spaces, open spaces in barangays? We see monies being appropriated for multipurpose buildings, gymnasiums, schoolhouses, barangay halls, and there's no place to build them. And so, maski na papano na lang sinisingit yung mga structures in a very haphazard way, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, our capacity to assist our local government units, not only barangays, but all levels of local government units, makikita po natin yan in the form of the infra projects. However, we're very constrained in providing support for land acquisition because of local autonomy. So hindi po nagpopondo ang national government ng land acquisition for the use of our local government.
This representation doesn't see the rationale for that, Your Honor. So maybe that can be a topic for discussion. Mr. Chairman, next question would be for DOF and DepDev. Is energy generation or electricity generation classified as infrastructure?
Yes, it is, but it is under our system. It's largely a private sector investment, Mr. Chair.
Which it doesn't have to be. We are legislators here, so we can write a new law. So it doesn't have to be. May I know what is the multiplier effect of electric generating capacity? Is this not among the highest? Does this not have among the highest multiplier effects because electricity is an enabler of economic activity?
I would think so. As I indicated this morning, Mr. Chair, one of the most binding constraints to growth, to industrialization, as pointed out by many investors, is the high cost of electricity. So if the investment is able to reduce that cost, then the multiplier effects on the economy would be expected to be high.
Mr. Chairman, this representation would like, for the information of all our colleagues who are here, for them to know that we used to be ahead of Vietnam in terms of total generating capacity. Vietnam has a slightly smaller population than the Philippines. But did you know that Vietnam today has over 3 times our generating capacity at 68,000 megawatts. Tayo po, nasa around 22,000 megawatts lang. So, napag-iwanan na po tayo. And this is, in my observation, a great effect of the EPIRA law. So, EPIRA has failed the Philippines from the time it was conceived of. It is time to write laws that maybe should consider 100% government ownership for generating capacity, especially for nuclear generating capacity. I am announcing that I am available for the executive to discuss this matter. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Kong Mark. And can Sec RC reply to the last comment? Sec Mark?
We will welcome anyway to hear to have that discussion with the Honorable Congressman. I also would like to mention, Mr. Chair, that a few weeks ago, World Bank just released a report, an update on the Philippine economy with a special section on electricity and the power market. And they identified, that study identified where this high cost of power in the Philippines are coming from, what is contributed by generation, what's contributed by delays in the implementation of projects, whether these are for generating capacity or distribution, and what is also might have be contributed by the lack or the abuse of market power, particularly the lack, incomplete implementation of the retail competition or competition in the retail end of the market. So I think that is, I think, a very good study that we should look at and should inform the kind of reforms in the EPIRA, because the details are there. Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Sec RC. Can you give us a copy of this World Bank report so the committee can study it further?
I will, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po. So, next, may we call on Representative Robert Nazal?
Mr. Chair, just a
Please
quick
proceed.
manifestation before my time starts. Before I proceed with my questions to the DBCC, I would like to manifest my support for the proposal of Kong Toby Tiangco and Kong Egay Erice for an open and transparent discussion of the budget of the House of Representatives. We should subject our own budget to the same scrutiny we require of other government agencies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to the DBM, I'd like to proceed with my question. Does the President's veto message itself contain all the additional release conditions imposed by NBC 595 on the Congress-introduced amendments? Kung pwede pong yes or no, please, para mapabilis lang tayo.
Your Honor, may we ask for the good Congressman to repeat the question, please?
Dun po ba sa veto message ni Presidente for the budget, the GAA of 2025, nakakalagay po ba doon yung additional release conditions imposed by NBC 595?
On the veto message, Your Honor, it stated that the release is subject to usual DBM rules and regulations, Your Honor.
Pero wala po yung specifics nung NBC 595.
Your Honor, because the NBC was issued precisely to implement the veto message, Your Honor.
What is the legal basis of for adding that those specifics? Yung mga dinagdag po natin doon sa NBC 595.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the documents listed in the National Budget Circular are the usual documents that proves the implementation readiness of the project. As we may note, this was imposed because these are projects that were not originally evaluated during the budget preparation process. That's why the DBM is requiring the agencies to submit the same for projects that were not vetted during the NEP but were included in the final GAA, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So marami pong, ang sinasabi niyo po, maraming hindi na-comply, kaya natin nilagay dun sa NBC. Anyway, I won't dwell on that for now. What is the specific legal basis for placing under FISARO projects that were already specific line items in the fiscal year 2026 NEP and were retained in the fiscal year 2026 GAA? Since they were neither congressional amendments nor lump sum items, nor had conditions attached to it dun sa GAA. So what prevented their comprehensive release and required a separate SARO?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, if this is specifically for 2026, there were changes specifically for the coordinates introduced for these projects, Your Honor, different from the NEP. That's why it has to be vetted again before the respective allotment orders were released by the DBM. Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
So coordinates lang po yung naging issue, nagbago?
Among others, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, project title, meron po kasi yung iba nagbago po yung barangay or yung municipality.
Paano po yung hindi? Paano yung wala naman nagbago? There were no changes.
Mr.
Hindi
Chair,
naman po siya lump sum, hindi siya hindi siya congressional amendment, tapos walang condition attached. Pero hindi pa rin siya na-release.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, there are also types such as those with increased allocation. So that's also one of the reasons kung bakit po siya na subject to FISARO. And there are also some provisions that really requires compliance with the respective special provisions. Kaya rin po ito naka-identify as PISARO items,
Anyway,
Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, may we request for a list from the DBM kung ano po yung specific na dahilan kung bakit na-classify siya as PISARO?
We will submit, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Anyway, next question. Since the DBM subsequently issued SAROs for these FLRs, specifically on March 2025, meron po tayo mga nirelease na FLR, meaning na-comply po ang requirements sa NVC 595. Tama po ba na may approval ng Presidente at may DPWH certification na shovel-ready or implementation-ready ang mga projects na ito?
Mr. Chair, based on records, the release of these items were facilitated upon compliance of DPWH doon po sa ating mga requirements, including the necessary approval from the President, Your Honor. Mr.
So na-attain po lahat ng requirements dun sa NBC 595?
For these items,
For those specific items?
based on records, meron pong submission ng DPWH, Your Honor.
Once a SARO is issued, the allotment and obligational authority have already been released. Is that correct?
The SARO is the obligational authority, Your Honor.
So, pwede pa ba sabihin ng ahensya na walang pondo ito from the standpoint of an allotment authority?
Your Honor, yung
Once a SARO is released.
yung allotment po kasi, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is already the obligational authority. So on the part of DBM, it is considered released na po
Okay.
to the agency.
So, the next question, is an NCA required before a department can issue a SAA to the implementing office?
As a matter of policy, Your Honor, a SAA is a sub-allotment advice. So this pertains to allotment authority, and an NCA is different because that is an authority to disburse.
So, hindi po siya required for a department to issue a SAA?
It would depend, Your Honor, on the internal guidelines of the department. But for us, SAA again is an allotment document, and an NCA is a disbursement document, Your Honor.
I agree. So, para i-award po ang project, kailangan ba ng NCA?
The requisite for the award of a project, Your Honor, is an obligational authority.
So, SARO lang?
A SARO or a GARO, whichever is applicable, Your Honor.
So, ang NCA is principally for actual cash disbursement or payment?
You are correct, Your Honor.
There were a lot of projects po in DPWH that had already been bid out and were awaiting award. Pero we were informed that they could not be awarded because DPWH Central Office has not issued the necessary SAA. Once the SARO has been issued, is there any additional DBM fund release authority required before DPWH can issue the SAA and proceed with the award?
When we talk about obligational authority, Your Honor, the last obligational authority should be the SARO, Your Honor.
So, okay. So if an NCA is not required for the issuance of the SAA or for the award and obligation of the project, hindi po ito rason para hindi mag-issue ng SAA or para hindi i-award ang project.
Because on our record, Your Honor, the obligational authority has already been given to the agency.
Hanggang dun lang po ba kayo? Your obligation ends when the SARO is issued?
They're already given authority to obligate. But then again, Your Honor, as to the details, because this might entail several number of projects, so we are not that privy on the specific details of the projects that may be covered by the situation, Your Honor.
In your opinion, Mr. Secretary, is there any valid reason, budgetary or otherwise, why a SAA can be withheld considering this has already passed through the process specified in NBC 595?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, since the issuance of a SAA is an internal process within a department, we respectfully defer to the department concerned to provide guidance and clarity on the matter.
Pero ang nangyayari po kasi, meron po kaming pinagtanungan, ang sinasabi nila, DBM daw ang ang nagsasabi na hindi pwedeng ituloy. Dahil wala daw NCA.
Your Honor, as a matter of policy, cash availability is supposedly not a hindrance for procurement or incurrence of an obligation because cash is being released and programmed on based on actual need or progress billings for infrastructure projects. Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for clearing that up, Mr. Chair, Mr. Secretary. Can a department simply just withhold this for no reason to prevent an award? Yung NCA? Yung SAA? If no SAA was issued and the projects consequently remained unawarded and unobligated, would the corresponding amounts remain unobligated allotments because of the department's failure to issue a SAA?
Mr. Chair, since again the issuance of SAA and the manner of sub-allotting is something that is peculiar within an agency, we respectfully defer to the agency concerned, Your Honor.
So, parang ang nangyayari po, yung department na ang nagdidesisyon whether mau-obligate o hindi.
Sa amin po kasi, Your Honor, again, the allotments have been issued and it's already reflected in their respective reports that they have released allotments subject for their respective obligation.
Does the DBM's responsibility end there sa pag-issue po ng SARO? Once na to obligate the funds?
Well, regularly, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, agencies are required to send their quarterly financial accountability report. So dito po nakikita natin yung kanilang utilization of the respective allotments issued to them.
Can we not compel them to proceed with the project kung lahat po ng documents and documentation based on your NBC were complied with?
The actual implementation, Your Honor, of the projects kasi is rest upon the technical expertise of the respective departments. So they actually have their final determination as part of their mandate. So kami po pumapasok po kami once they request na po for cash, we will just check on how they were able to obligate and award the contracts as initially programmed.
Pero hindi nyo po ba pwedeng i-flag sila? Once you obligate sila, you na-issuehan nyo ng SARO, nakita nyo kompleto yung compliance, dumaan sa inyo, dumaan sa NBC, pinirmahan uli ng presidente. Kumbaga, sa GAA po, pinirmahan na ng presidente, inauthorize na naman ng presidente pagkatapos ng NBC. Tapos, lahat technically feasible, lahat complied with. Pero, dahil lang gusto nila, hindi sila mag-i-issue ng SAA, hindi matutuloy yung project. And pupunta po tayo later on. Yan po ang probably isang malaking dahilan kung bakit mababa ang ating utilization at mababa ang ating government spending.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, lumalabas po yan sa pag-conduct ng DBM ng mid-year at saka year-end
Yung
annual
oras ko,
performance.
yung oras ko please.
Year-end and mid-year annual
Tumatakbo yung oras
performance.
ko. Sorry, Secretary.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, ito po ay kasama po doon sa nagiging findings ng DBM kapag po ginagawa natin yung mid-year agency performance review. But at the end of the day po, yung final determination as to per project, kasi po ang APR naman po nakikita natin yan aggregate eh. But on a per project level, it's still upon the final determination of the agency, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Can DBM confirm that these fiscal year 2025 capital outlay allotments remain valid for release and obligation until December 31, 2026?
Consistent with the GAA, Your Honor, the allotment is valid for obligation until end of 2026.
So therefore po, funds that have not lapsed, so pwede po bang ma-release na ang SAA and pwede i-award ang projects and i-obligate yung allotments? Tama po ba?
Well, subject po, Your Honor, sa determination ni agency because as we have said earlier, we are not privy on the complete details surrounding
Tinatanong ko
this
lang po
project.
kung pwede pa since hindi pa siya hindi pa na-i-issue and hindi pa naglalapse yung ano.
Valid naman po, Your Honor, and wala naman pong ibang restrictions prohibiting. The agency may still validly obligate because the appropriation is still valid, consistent with the GAA.
Ano po ito pong pinag-uusapan natin, this is not merely a technical budget issue. Our GDP growth fell from 5.7% in 2024 to 4.4% in 2025, and to only 2.6% in the first half of 2026. CPBRD projects full-year growth of 2.3% to 2.6%, while gross capital formation contracted by 9.2% in quarter 2 of 2026. Can poor budget execution where SAROs are released but projects remain unimplemented be contributing to weak economic growth?
Thank you very much, Kong Nazal. That is the last question.
Mr. Chair, meron lang po akong kasi yung aking time
Actually,
bumilang.
nadagdagan na nga kanina.
I will just
Pwedeng-
ika-cluster ko na lang yung last question ko. And then just one
So please wind up. Last question, Kong Robert. Thank you.
So, anyway, Mr. Chair, Secretary, slow spending is not a harmless delay. At the time of weak growth and contracting investment, every release but unimplemented project means lost jobs, lost economic activity, and delayed public services, while government continues to carry the fiscal and debt burden of the budget. More seriously, if a project remains unobligated because the SAA was withheld and that balance is later declared as savings and used for augmentation, that is no longer mere underspending. It raises the possibility of manufactured savings. We will take this up in the second round or in plenary. Malamang hindi na po tayo, ewan ko kung may second round pa ba tayo?
This evening.
Anyway, we want to know whether this also happened in other agencies, whether funds placed under FISARO were later declared as savings and transferred to other projects. Who approved this and where the money ultimately went? Mr. Chair, I will submit a formal letter to DBM detailing the documents and project status information we require on the fiscal year 2025 and fiscal year 2026 FISARO projects, including the specific projects we have identified. May the letter be made part of the committee record, and may DBM be directed to submit a complete response within the next 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, the committee will do so, and for
We will
DBM,
comply, Your Honor, as soon as we
please
receive
comply.
the details.
Okay. Maraming salamat. Thank you, Kong Robert and Sec Kim. So next, may we call on the Deputy Speaker, Chedeng Alvarez. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to everyone, to Secretary Kim De Leon, Secretary Balisacan, to Secretary Go, and to everyone. Mayong gabi sa inyong atanan. My question is very simple, actually, but as a form of introduction, I'm actually one of the principal authors of Republic Act 12,000, or the law that created the Negros Island region. So it was signed last June 2024. It has been more than 2 years. And the people of the 3 provinces of this new region, namely Negros Occidental, Negros Oriental, and Siquijor, are eager to see a fully functional, funded, staffed region. So before my actual question, Mr. Chair, I hope that the agencies here tonight have actually, or kinamusta nyo kaya yung mga tao ninyo sa Negros Island region? Do they have offices already? Or are they still squatting at the mercy of LGUs? Do they have vehicles? Or do they have complete staffs? So my question mainly is for DBM, is that why is the establishment of these regional offices and the creation of plantilla positions are still at the varying stages of evaluation, finalization, and approval? There are also reports of reduction of the original proposed 2027 budgets of some of these offices. So we in Negros Island region would like to know why the delay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Sec Kim, please reply.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, as for the Negros Island region, we have particularly noted that when we were internally hearing the proposals of the agencies, we gave higher premium on agency proposals supporting the establishment of the respective offices in the NIR. However, there are still some level of prioritization, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, that we did in order to support the operations of our agencies. For example, mas inuna po natin yung pag-set up ng kanilang mga office o yung iba po ay rent expense dahil nga po yung iba ay nakikipanuluyan po sa ibang mga either SUCs or LGU. So we give priority to that, including some of the necessary office equipment that they need in order to operate. That's also why the regional allocation for NIR for 2027 is higher when compared to the other regions. As for the approval of the plantilla, Your Honor, because there's no one-size-fits-all formula for the structure and staffing of each of the respective agencies, kailangan po kasing mag-emanate ito din sa kanilang mga respective proposal. That's why as early as August last year, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, marami na po tayong ibang mga ahensya na na-create ng position, subject of course to our available miscellaneous personnel benefits fund. Dahil doon lamang naman po natin kukunin or pagkukuhanan yung budget to fund these positions. As of July 28 of 2026, 30 national government agencies na po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, ang meron na pong mga approved plantilla positions and offices for their Negros Island Regional Office. So far, we have received a request from additional 8 agencies which we are currently evaluating. Yung iba po kasi, Your Honor, meron lang pong isang technical side na kailangan nilang makomply, which is yung tinatawag po nating UACS code para po talagang magkaroon ng personality yung regional office doon po sa ating NEP. But rest assured na this is being given priority and hopefully definitely before the end of the year, ito pong mga remaining plantilla position requests for NIR will be properly acted upon, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to know where does this codes as well as proposals come from? Does it come from the central offices of these agencies? But I'd like to congratulate you, Secretary, because as of June of this year, there are only 25 out of 30. But as you have reported just now, you have already completed almost all of the 30 agencies because 30 agencies yung nakalista sa Republic Act. So where does this proposal come from? Is it from the regional offices or from the central office?
As a matter of procedure, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, all the requests will have to be endorsed by the head of agency from the central office, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Because as an example from the information that I got, for example, the Bureau of Local Government Finance as well as the Bureau of Treasury under the DOF has yet to submit a proposal. So
Correct, Your Honor.
where does the delay come from? Is it from the region or from the central office? So maybe DOF can answer. Apologies, Mr. Chair. I really have to ask this because, the congressmen of NIR, we constantly talk to your staff in the region. So we ask them kung kamusta po sila, may opisina po ba, may sasakyan po ba sila? Kasi minsan yung iba walang sasakyan. Regional directors ninyo sumasakay sa Ceres na bus. So, and we see other regions being acquired new vehicles. But your staff in NIR are, well, hindi naman sila siguro nagsasuffer, pero medyo hindi po ata sila nabigyan ng priority.
Your Honor, this is new to me, I'll admit. I will ensure that we talk to BLGF tomorrow to find out why they have not submitted.
Actually, Mr. Chair, that's the point of my question. Where does the delay emanate from? Is it with the central office or with the regional office, these proposals?
BTR. For BTR, the treasurer will answer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Treasury, we are looking at the creation. Right now, even though we don't have a regional office in Negros, we have provincial offices that are actually present in the region. So definitely, we will be looking at the reorganization because there's an implication on the budget, and implication for the budget of the entire Bureau of the Treasury. But definitely, Madam Chair, we will review and revisit the creation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I understand that there's an implication in the budget, but there is also an implication in the delivery of services. For example, in the case of the Bureau of Local Government Finance, this is where all of the local government units deal with their concerns, as well as with the Bureau of Treasury. So, actually, Mr. Chair, I'm just asking where
Actually, Your
the
Honor,
delay comes from.
Your Honor, our BLGF ED is present. So
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Your Honor. For the BLGF, there was already a designated interim head for the NIR, who is concurrently the regional director of Region 6, yes. And in fact, we are already providing them, I mean the NIR region, with vehicles, and we already proposed in our budget for the funding for the establishment of the NIR. Our main concern right now is that the Negros Islands are far from one another. So there is a proposal also that a satellite office will be established in Dumaguete City. Those were the concerns of some, particularly Negros Oriental.
Mr. Chair, just a correction. Negros Island is only one main island and Siquijor is like 20 minutes away. So it is not composed of many islands, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair. What I mean is that the chosen place for the regional office is in Occidental, and they say that it is quite far from Oriental and Siquijor. So we are also looking into the possibility of establishing a satellite office in Dumaguete City.
Of course, Mr. Chair, we welcome the establishment of satellite offices. But maybe, Mr. Chair, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite our departments to visit Negros Island, to see and talk to your regional staff, so that you will really know what they really need, Mr. Chair.
Your Honor, I would like to inform that we just came from the NIR, and in fact, I was able to talk also to the mayor of Dumaguete City at that time, and he raised that concern, and he is even willing to provide a free space for the BLGF satellite office. So we are all considering this, and once we fill up the positions, we hope that by next year, then our regional office will normalize.
Okay, is there a problem with the budget or with your proposals? Because according to the Department of Budget and Management, before the end of this year, it will be fully functional. But you're now saying that by next year. So what
We already submitted our proposal even last year. So I think they are doing it by phase, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, for expediency, and of course, since it's almost 7 o'clock, maybe I'd like to request the following from the departments. Year-by-year breakdown of budget allocated of all agencies from 2024, 2025 to the present, as well as the proposed 2027, PS, MOE, as well as the capital outlay. At the same time, Mr. Chair, a number of approved positions, funded and unfunded, and of course, more importantly, DBM's definite timeline as to the full fiscal and organizational operation of NIR, Mr. Chair.
We will comply, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, may I know when will I receive that compliance?
Maybe request Your Honor at least a week to collate all this information and submit it to Your Honor through the Committee on Appropriations.
Is that okay, DS Chideng?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Within after 1 week.
Yes.
If it won't arrive after 1 week, will the chairman allow me to ask questions in plenary?
I think the Secretary of DBM guarantees that within 1 week it will arrive. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do apologize to the departments here. It's just that I've always been in the ground and I've been talking to your regional staff and I've heard all of their concerns. So I am just airing out their concerns. At the same time, the reason why we came up with Republic Act 12,000 is to make everything convenient for our constituents. And especially now that it is happening, Mount Canlaon erupts every other day, and more other problems, RSSI in the sugarcane industry. So we really need your help, and we need the prioritization of the national government. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DS Chideng. And we will expect the submission of Secretary Kim within 1 week. Thank you. So next, we will go back to the minority. May we call on Representative Alan T. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the Secretary of Finance, Secretary Go, can you please state the amount transferred by PDIC to the Bureau of Treasury pursuant to Special Provision 1D, Volume 1-E of the General Appropriations Act, Fiscal Year 2024, categorized as fund balance?
The amount is 107.23 billion pesos.
And may I ask who proposed the transfer, Mr. Secretary?
The Department of Finance, in implementing the Special Provision 1D of the 2024 General Appropriations Act, requested PDIC to remit that fund balance.
So the determination was made by the DOF under Department Circular Number 003/2024. Am I correct?
That's correct.
So did the board approve the amount as determined by the Department of Finance in the amount of 107.23 billion?
That was approved by the board of PDIC, not the board of the Department of Finance. But yes, sir.
I stand corrected, Mr. Secretary, by the PDIC.
Yes.
Thank you,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Secretary.
Yes, Your Honor.
Was it approved by the board unanimously?
Sorry.
By PDIC board? Was it approved unanimously by the PDIC board?
Sorry, I was not secretary at that time, so
Yes, I'm aware of that, Mr. Secretary. Probably the alternate member at that time can answer to that.
I think we have to find out the answer to that question. It's a different board.
Don't you have the alternate member present at that time?
Who's the alternate member? No, the alternate member was Yusek Rolly Tumpalan, who's no longer with the DOF. He's now with the ADB.
So, Mr. Secretary, may I ask whether the amount of 107.23 billion was taken from the Deposit Insurance Fund or DIF?
My understanding, based on what I have been informed, is that the 107.23 billion was taken from the unrestricted portion of the Deposit Insurance Fund.
So, it was not taken from the deposit insurance fund? Or does it form part of the deposit insurance fund? The unrestricted retained earnings?
The way it has been explained to me is because it was considered an excess from the deposit insurance fund. So technically, it was not from the deposit insurance fund.
So it's different from the dividends that the GOCC is remitting to the national government.
You can say that, yes.
So the amount of 107 is separate from the dividends that was given to the national government.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. So did the PDIC consider whether the transfer could have an adverse effect to the PDIC's ability to respond in case of bank failures to protect our depositors?
Yes, the way it was explained to me that this was clearly over and above what they needed to address any eventuality of depositors' insurance. So it's over and beyond. So they did take that into account. That's why they considered it an excess.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. To Secretary Kim, what percentage of the fiscal year 2027 budget is represented by the unprogrammed appropriation?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the unprogrammed appropriations in the 2027 NEP is just 1.56% of the total expenditure program.
Can you provide a historical data of the level of percentages of unprogrammed funds for the past 5 years, 2022 to 2026?
May we request for a minute so that we can retrieve the information, Mr. Chair, Your Honor? Your Honor, Mr. Chair, you are referring to NEP level or GAA level of UA versus expenditure program?
GAA level for 2022 to 2026.
For 2022, that is 5.01%. 2023 is 15.32%. 2024 is 12.68%. 2025 is 5.74%. And 2026, after the vetoed portion, is 2.22%, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Secretary, what is the maximum percentage level of unprogrammed funds in the FY 2027 budget, consistent with the generally accepted fiscal principles or benchmark recommended by multilateral institutions?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, for 2027, our proposed level is only at 1.56% of the expenditure program.
But what is the maximum level allowable?
There's actually no maximum level, Mr. Chair, Your Honor. The international benchmark actually is also depends on the definition of contingency that we refer to. But technically, unprogrammed appropriations does not have any existing benchmark internationally, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
But based on your NEP, it states there around 4 to 5%, as presented in your NEP, Mr. Secretary.
Based on information, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, that's the figure, that's the range of the proposed UA under the NEP. But if we also refer to, Your Honor, with the Philippine Budgeting Code, we're actually referring to about 2 to 3%, depending on the version of the Philippine Budgeting Code, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Around 3 to 4%. Correct?
In the
Acceptable
versions of the
level,
Philippine
more or
Budgeting
less.
Code is about 2 or 3%
2 or
maximum,
3%.
Your
Right.
Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, did you not consider, Mr. Secretary, did you not consider the full restoration of the PDIC fund transfer of 107.23 billion, considering that the amount is still way below the recommended threshold, as you mentioned, of 3%?
Your Honor, since we're also mindful of the possible sourcing where the restoration of the PDIC remittances will be sourced from, so kahit po ilagay namin yung mas mataas, kung hindi naman po mamimit yung trigger for us to be able to settle this, which is excess revenue, malilimit din po yung capacity ng executive branch to fully restore. That's why we even planned from the start that we can restore this if also the Supreme Court orders the executive to do so, at least in 2 tranches, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
May I ask the Governor of Bangko Sentral if it's acceptable to him as to the amount allocated under the unprogrammed appropriation of 50.7 for restoration of PDIC fund? Is it acceptable to BSP as ex officio chairman of PDIC?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We
Please
will
reply.
have to confer with PDIC. Although we are chair of the board, this is something that the PDIC is looking into very closely, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
How about the Secretary of Finance as board member of PDIC?
I think the DBM is in the best position to evaluate how much fiscal space we might have.
They already evaluated it at 50.7, Mr. Secretary.
Yes.
Fif-
I think that,
57 billion, Mr. Secretary. There was already an evaluation made. I'm
Yeah,
just
correct.
asking if it's acceptable on your end, Mr. Secretary.
I think it's a question that really should be asked of perhaps not us.
Mr. Secretary, you sit in the board of PDIC.
I think, Your Honor, I think it's up to the DBM to really estimate how much. And I think if the number they came up with is 57 billion, then that's the fiscal space that they can afford to return to the PDIC this year. I think it's with the understanding that in perhaps next year, or if needed in another year, but hopefully maybe by next year, it can be fully returned to PDIC.
So the amount is acceptable to you, Mr. Secretary, of 57 billion. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So, Secretary Kim, how much budget is allocated for the executive branch, legislative branch, and the judiciary? And what is the percentage to the total expenditures program?
Your Honor, just to check, we are requested for information as to the budget for the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary as an aggregate, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Can you break down the amount? And as to the percentage,
Mr. Chair, for Congress, Your Honor, Congress referring to Senate and the House of Representatives, the total proposed budget in the NEP is 27.892 billion pesos. For the judiciary, the entire judiciary, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, consistent with the Judicial Fiscal Autonomy Act, the total amount proposed by the judiciary, which is included in the NEP, is 86.270 billion pesos, Your Honor. And the rest of the 7.2 net of lump sums and interest payments and automatic appris for the executive branch.
So, Mr. Secretary, in terms of percentage, Congress of the Philippines percentage to the total expenditure program is only 0.4%. Am I correct? Or less than 0.5%.
0.30. Based on my quick calculation, Your Honor, it's about 0.4%, if it's correct, versus TEP. Magkaiba po kami ng calculator, Your Honor. Check ko lang po yung
Take
brand.
your time, Mr. Secretary.
Kami ng brand ng calculator, Your Honor. For Congress, it's just about 0.39%.
How about for judiciary?
For judiciary, so bawat po. 86 divided by 7.2. That's about 1.19%, Your Honor.
And the rest is for the executive branch.
Including interest
Around
payments and
98%,
other automatic
more or
upload,
less.
Your Honor.
Correct, Mr. Secretary?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr.
Thank
Chair, the rest. But with the exception of constitutional commissions, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So what is the approved disbursement program for fiscal year 2026?
For 2026, Your Honor, the latest DBCC approved disbursement program is at 6.465 trillion pesos, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
How about for fiscal year 2027? What is the proposed disbursement
For
program?
fiscal year 2027, that is 6.9 trillion pesos, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Of the FY 2026 disbursement program, how much is expected to be used for the settlement of outstanding accounts payable? And how much is your accounts payable?
Mr. Chair, accounts payable is actually a moving figure, including current and prior years. If the Honorable Congressman and the Chair would allow, we can submit that information to the Committee on Appropriations, as we will have to validate exactly which portion of the disbursement program will go to accounts payables.
Mr. Secretary, can you not go over your derivation of the FY 2026 cash appropriations? It states here that in 2026, you have around accounts payable of 1.190 billion.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable T. That will be the last question. Secretary Kim, please reply. Tas yung iba isa-submit niya, Honorable T. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, we will do submit the details because apparently we don't have that figure right now in any of our briefing materials, but we'll definitely submit or get back to the Honorable Representative as soon as we get the information.
Is that okay with
Yes, and
Honorable T?
also for the projected disbursement program for FY 2027.
We will do, Your Honor, part of the accounts payables for 2027.
So thank you very much, Honorable Alan. So reserved for the second round. So we go back to the majority. Tatawagin ko po yung katabi ko, si Chairman, Representative Miro Kimbo. Please proceed.
Maraming salamat. Magandang gabi, Senior Vice Chairman Abet, and to the members of the committee, as well as our resource persons. My question is very, very quick, very short. I'm sure everybody says that, but anyway, Secretary Kim, congratulations on your appointment. I've always been telling my colleagues that I've worked with somebody with you in the past, and you're certainly somebody who finds solutions instead of raising problems, which I think is very, very important. Ang tanong ko is relative to underspending. I do not know if you have the figures, at least for 2025. Would it be too premature to ask for 2026? What is our underspending relative to year on year? Or kaya na ba yun? Ma-calculate? Kasi 2 years yan, di ba? Ang ating effectivity.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the closest that we can probably get when we talk about underspending would be actual disbursement based on program.
This is for 2026, correct?
Disbursement as of June 30, Your Honor, that we can actually secure.
Can you provide me, just provide me in writing, huh? But if you have it by department or in general yan?
By department, Your Honor, will submit by department actual disbursement as of end of 2025, full year, including that of mid-year of 2026 as well. We can provide that, Your Honor.
What is
We'll
the
submit
general
it.
figure? What do you have in terms of underspending? Kahit for 2025 na lang.
Full year 2025, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, the program disbursement for 2025 is 6.082 trillions, and the actual spending is 6.030 trillion, about 52 billion short from the program, Your Honor.
And for 2026, you have a mid-year figure?
For 2026, Your Honor, our mid-year program is about 3.
Excuse me, my time is still moving, huh? Oh, go ahead, Secretary.
Our mid-year program for expenditure, Your Honor, is at 3.176, and our actual disbursement is about 3.175. So only about 1 billion short from our program, Your Honor.
How do you define spending? Is that obligated or binayad na talaga
Actual
yan?
disbursements po ito, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So am I accurate to say that we are practically not underspending today? Tama ba? That's news to us, huh?
Based on the latest figures as of June, Your Honor, we're just 1 billion short of our programmed expenditure.
Okay. Just provide us on a by department in writing na lang.
Yes, Your Honor, will provide.
So having said that, at least with that 1 billion that we're referring to or talking about, you do recognize that underspending is a major sin. Meaning, when you set aside money and it doesn't happen, there are cascading effects. So, to us laymen, what is the effect when that happens?
Yes, Your Honor, as we have seen, of course, economic activities were also limited, and even our growth was affected if government itself was not able to spend what was appropriated. And plus the fact that when the projects were actually funded, there were other projects that were not funded as well. So these were put into sideline to prioritize these projects. So we really would like these projects to be implemented, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
I state that, Secretary, because one of the reasons why there is underspending, at least for public works, is primarily because of a number of requirements, which today we are also facing, no, relative to the issuance of the NEP results. Meron kasing isa dun is yung one of the reasons why things don't get implemented is the lack of support on the part of the local government. So isa yun eh. Pag hindi nakakuha ng building permit, location plan, ng demolition permit, talagang walang magawa eh. So today, it's now a basic requirement for any new item in the budget of the DPWH. What is the remedy when that happens? We have to provide a remedy when the LGU itself becomes the stumbling block. Ano bang recourse natin dyan?
I think number one, Mr. Chair, this is insofar as actual implementation is concerned, definitely yun pong permitting is already after the allotment was issued. We are not requiring those permits prior to the release of the allotment. And that is also why we put premium, Your Honor, doon po sa early coordination at the very beginning of the planning, and even the departments, we actually require them during budget preparation. Ito pong for 2027, there's already this manifestation that we require from the agencies na ito pong mga ganitong coordination with the respective localities sa pagkuha po ng mga necessary permits, including national government, are actually tapos na or taken care of so that we avoid a similar occurrence for 2027, Your Honor.
No, but what happens kung sa CDC level pa lang ni hindi siya tinitake up or ina-approve? And that's pre-budgeting. So, anong recourse? Ibig ba sabihin, if there's a political dynamics within a local government, wala nang talagang pag-asa makakuha ng pondo galing sa national government. What is the recourse, Secretary Kim?
Isa po kasi, Your Honor, sa kino-consider natin is also a provision of the local government code on coordination, of course, with the local government units. But definitely, in ideal sense, Your Honor, what we envision is dapat po aligned yung development plans both at the local level, napapanig po sa regional development plan, at kung ano man po yung pupondohan ng national government is actually in line with the requirements of the local government unit. So the coordination part on the part of the national government agency who will implement the project is very crucial dun po sa subject matter na subject project that we are discussing, Your Honor.
It is crucial, but is it critical? Ibig ko sabihin, what if nga, Secretary, that's a situation on the ground? And this is not uncommon. Because I'm speaking from my own experience. What is the remedy? Do we just write? I mean, sumulat na kami sa lahat, anti-red tape, pero wala eh. Anong remedy for development in a particular district?
I think while prior consultation with the local government code is something that is enshrined in the local government code, ito po ay mga priority projects ng national government. So I believe we really have to exhaust these remedies to make sure that the projects gets implemented. Kasi sayang naman po yung resources allocated for these projects that will also redound to benefits ng ating mga kababayan in that specific locality. Nevertheless, Your Honor, if there is a specific project, then probably we can also call the attention of the Anti-Red Tape Authority, given that these are also national projects.
We've done it and they have been callous relative to that. Sec Kim, yun lang naman tanong natin eh. Sa barangay, okay siya lahat, particularly for highly urbanized cities, we have no other recourse higher than that authority. If I accept that answer, then that's not local autonomy, that's local authority monopoly. Hindi naman yun ang ini-envision ng batas. Because power is meant to be shared equally because hindi naman isang may repository of the truth eh. So yun ang hinihingi kong ano ang pwedeng magawa sa ganyang pagkakataon. There has to be a solution, guys.
Mr. Chair, since the project is enacted in the GAA and hindi natin simply mapapalitan yung project, the other recourse that we are also top of mind is we seek the intervention of the Department of Interior and Local Government, who has the power of supervision over the local government units, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Hindi, problema kasi natin sa CDC pa lang eh. Sa pre-budget eh. So sa post, okay yon. Pero yung pre, anong recourse? Kung hindi kami makadaan sa CDC, hindi kami ma-agenda, paano yun?
Mr. Chair, since these are actually more internal in terms of local government operations, may we respectfully defer to the DILG on other possible recourse on that particular instance.
I will have to seek your intervention because this is a budget matter. Whether it is putting it in the GA itself, at least on the implementation side, saying that items or permits are deemed approved if submitted complete within 30 days and still there is no action, that's one recourse that we have. But it is the pre-budget that is my source of concern, which is really plaguing us, and especially with the requirements that you have come up with. Anong gagawin namin? Mag-aantay kami ng 1 taon, 2 taon, bago na kami magkaroon ng line item sa budget?
We fully recognize that, Your Honor, especially its implications in succeeding projects for particular localities, and we'll also check and sit down with the ILG on particular recourse or actions that we can take. We'd be happy to work with Your Honor on this particular matter.
I will normally never accept that answer, but today I will accept it. Because we cannot allow that there is political domination at the expense of our district. Hindi talaga katanggap-tanggap. Kailangan mahanapan siya ng solusyon. Thank you very much, SBC.
Maraming salamat, Kong Miro. And I hope DBM with DILG and representative of Marikina resolves this issue very, very soon. Thank you. So, for the last representative for the first round who would propound her questions, may we call on Congresswoman Renee Ko.
Thank you, Chair. First questions ko po for DBM. Na-mention po kanina yung free higher education deficiency and yung update din po, Mr. Chair, that may 9.75 billion na nga pong released from the free higher education deficiency. So I'm happy to hear that. No, may 12 billion kasi pong na-promise from last year's budget deliberations dahil may deficiency na nire-release yung na hindi na-release no, to the SUCs. And na-pinpoint actually yung cause of that. May several questions po ako para ma-ensure na hindi na po ulit mangyari ito. Una po, nakalagay po kasi sa RA 10931 na dapat po ang basehan ng formula ng budget ng SUC ay yung projected number of enrollees for each academic year. Since 2022, nung nalipat po sa DBM yung pag-calculate ng budget nito, ang nakuha nating report ay naging based po on actual number of enrollees of the previous academic year. Ito po yung naging root cause ultimately kung bakit merong 12 billion higher education deficiency. So, can I ask the good secretary kung resolved na po ba ito? Ano po ba yung formula na gamit nyo ngayon para i-calculate yung budget ng SUCs?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, in calculating for, particularly for the 2027 level, for the free higher education, we have used the average actual enrollment, including the growth over the past 3 years, so that at the very least we can apply hindi lang po yung actual but even yung projected growth based on historical figures. So this way, medyo mas malapit po ito, hopefully mas malapit po ito because you already factored in potential average growth rate. Hindi na lang po siya yung actual as of last academic year. In addition, continues po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yung aming discussion with CHED and UNIFAST para po mas mai-align yung programming for the universal access for quality tertiary education. In fact, meron pong ongoing study on the normative formula for our state universities and colleges, at meron po kaming scheduled meeting this week kung hindi po ma-cancel dahil sa malakas pong pag-ulan. We are scheduled to meet po with CHED, UNIFAST, and some representatives of our SUCs to discuss the proposed normative financing moving forward.
Mr. Chair, Secretary, magko-compound question na rin ako dahil marami tayong gustong itanong. So una po, actually yung unang ni-request natin last year nung kinampanya po ito kasama yung SUC administrators and student leaders ay 15 billion po yung FHE deficiency na isagot. Dahil po inaasahan natin na merong pa ring deficiency from 2025 to 2026 dahil hindi nga po nagbago yung calculation. So can I ask po, okay, from yung 12 billion covering up to 2025. Ano po ba yung deficiency from 2025 to 2026, if any, Secretary, Mr. Chair? And to add na lang din po, dahil noong kinoconsult po natin yung state universities and college, they're reporting na meron pa rin. Lumiit, pero meron pa rin pong deficiency. So, syempre, we'd like to ask, paano po yun? And paano po syempre i-cover yun?
Based on latest data available to DBM, Your Honor, we don't have yet information on the supposed deficiency, and we stand ready and we continuously coordinate with CHED and UNIFA so that we can secure the data, so that once we go back to Congress, we can at least find some solution if there's funding deficiency and where we can source them in the event there's a deficiency for the latest academic year, Your Honor.
Okay. But that's for the latest, no? Pero meron tayong previous academic years na hindi po na-cover ng 12 billion. But anyway, we have data rin po, Secretary, Mr. Chair. We can submit that para po ma-ensure na kung ano man pong kailangan may pondo ay mapondohan sa pinakakagyat. Next question po regarding din sa operation ng SUCs. We are aware that DBM in a memo required different government agencies to essentially ibalik 20% ng kanilang MOOE para po sa uplift, I assume. And ang ating SUCs ay nag-submit ng kanilang posisyon na sana hindi po gawin for SUCs. Kulang na nga po yung budget sa operations, matatanggalan pa rin po. May I ask DBM kung meron na po ba silang response doon sa kanilang concern?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, we confirm that we have received that request from our SUCs for exemption from the implementation of NBC 906, 602 and 603. However, we are constrained because there's no such provision for any exemption. What we clarified sa atin pong mga SUCs, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, is just that we're not asking for 20% of their MOOE. The coverage of the circular is actually 20% of unobligated MOE, which is different from 20% of MOE. Because, of course, you don't calculate and get savings from allotments already obligated. So that's two different figures. And we thank, of course, those SUCs who have heeded the call. May mga nakapag-submit naman po ng savings nila in accordance at sa NBC 602 and 603, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may isa pa rin po tayong nakuhang concern from SUCs na meron po silang mga MOEs requested for extension campuses na hindi po nag-grant. No, and dahil po doon napapuwersang kumuha ng piece of the pie sa MOE ng main campuses para po mapondohan lang yung operations ng extension campuses. We can discuss this po with the good secretary, be amenable to a dialogue or a discussion para po ma-ensure na hindi po mangyari ito. Para po pondo and continuous yung operations ng lahat ng SUCs natin.
We fully recognize that, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. In fact, we're maintaining an inventory of all recent legislations as well, institutionalizing satellite campuses or annexes so that this can be factored in our programming, but also cognizant of available resources din po sa ating mga SUCs. Kabilang na nga rin po itong latest release natin in settling our arrears for free higher education. But we'd be happy to sit with Your Honor to strategize how we'll be able to settle ito pong ating mga funding requirements for satellite units and extension campuses.
And happy to hear that, Secretary, lalo na po as it stands, may mga kawawa po talagang legislated extension campuses dahil wala pong pondo. Next questions ko po ay on confidential and intelligence funds. According to during our turnover, you mentioned po na yung mga ahensya lang pong legally authorized ang merong CIF this 2027. Can I ask, ano pong mga ahensya ang legally authorized to have CIF? Is there a list that DBM has?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, the following po are the agencies with confidential expenses in the proposed 2027 NEP.
But can I ask, Mr. Chair, so yan po ay for 2027. Every year po ba that changes according to which agency requests for confidential funds?
Not necessarily, Your Honor. In fact, for 2027, we reverted to the same agencies na meron pong confidential and intelligence funds under the 2026 NEP. So these are practically same agencies when we refer to the NEP, although the levels are lower than the 2026 GAA, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So there's no one list na ito lang pong pwedeng mga ahensya may CIF, yung iba hindi.
Ito po yung list, Your Honor. If that is what we refer to as the one list, then these are the agencies who are legally authorized and historically provided for with confidential and intelligence funds in the GAA, Your Honor. Should I mention the
Yes,
agencies?
if you could, Secretary.
So we start with for confidential funds, Your Honor, the Office of the President, DENR, OSEC, DOF, BOC, DOF, BIR, DILG, OSEC, DOJ, OSEC, DOJ, confidential, Bureau of Immigrations, DOJ, NBI, DOJ, Office of the Solicitor General, DND OSEC, DSWD OSEC, DOTR Office of Transportation Security, the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Games and Amusement Board, National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, National Security Council, OPAPRU, PIDEA, COA, the Ombudsman, Commission on Human Rights. Basically, Your Honor, those with mandate in conduct of surveillance activities, counterintelligence, and investigation. For intelligence funds, Your Honor, it's limited to the Office of the President, the Philippine National Police, the DND OSEC, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Philippine Coast Guard, and NICA, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So kung may ahensya po bang gustong may confidential activities or gustong maipa-confidential expenses, they have to ask DBM? Does DBM have the power to say, sige, pwede, and then ilagay natin sa budget?
Any request for the grant of confidential expenses, Your Honor, will have to be evaluated based on their mandate. If the agency has the mandate in conducting surveillance and counter-surveillance activities, yun lamang po yung magiging basis natin sa pag-propose ng confidential expenses. But then again, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, in the 2027 budget, nanatili po yung same list ng mga agencies na meron pong confidential and intelligence funds.
And wala po ang Department of Education and OVP dito sa list na ito.
We confirm, Your Honor, wala po ang Department of Education and Office of the Vice President sa listahan po ng mayroong confidential and intelligence funds for 2027.
Or historically, have they never been in the list?
Based on this table, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, there was 1 year kung saan po nagkaroon po ng confidential fund ang Office of the Vice President and DepEd, and that was in 2023, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So, if they request again, no, maaring evaluate pa rin ng DBM. So I guess this is I'm asking this dahil mataas po yung public interest dito. Currently, there's concurrent processes in the Senate. Tinitignan yung mandato ng DepEd and OVP to actually maghawak ng confidential and intelligence funds. It's been found that it was used on tree planting activities, parties, other events. So actually my question would like to go a little bit in detail if the chair will allow me.
Last question,
Last two questions po
Congresswoman Rene. Pwede pa naman next
Sige po.
round.
Uh,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can the DBM check the physical and financial plan? Ito po ay annex sa lahat ng mga agencies na nagre-request at nag-share ng kanilang mga confidential expenses. Can the DBM check and maybe deny yung request for confidential expenses based on the physical and financial plan kung na-check nila na hindi pala in line sa mandate nila?
Well, sa umpisa pa lang po kasi, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun pong pagkakaroon ng confidential intelligence funds, babalik po muli tayo doon sa mandate. Pagdating po doon sa physical and financial plan, ang DBM po, nire-review po natin yan, but our visibility is also limited kasi nga po yung detalye syempre po nung paggagamitan actually ay confidential as well. So yun po yung nagiging bahagi natin sa evaluation. Yun pong actual na pinagagamitan po, doon na po pumapasok yung role po ng COA sa pag-audit kung saan actually dinala yung confidential and intelligence funds ng mga ahensya.
Mr. Chair, I
Thank you
make this
very much.
manifestation because ayaw nating maulit yung nangyayari ngayon na it took spending and then pagbubutput ng COA and then years after makikita kung gaano kadami yung anomalies bago makita na hindi pala tama, kailangan ibalik sa kaban ng bayan yung maling nagasta. So if sa level pa lang po ng DBM ay kaya na po pala siyang ma-check, may some level of discretion, may some level of accountability at that level, kaya na pong mangyari. We'd like to see kung pwedeng mas i-exercise ng DBM yun. And I'm asking this also dahil in 2018, nagkaroon po ng, or 2017, nagkaroon po ng sudden increase yung confidential expenses ng Office of the President. From 2016, 500 million, naging 2.5 billion na po. And up until now, we don't have transparent reasons kung bakit, except nung 2017, may 5 agencies and purposes na dinescribe kung saan po pwedeng pumunta tong 2.5 billion na ito. So may I ask, last question, Mr. Chair, this 2.5 billion pesos na ganito kalaki na confidential expenses ng Office of the President, may kaalaman po ba yung DBM kung saan po ito napupunta? Meron pong 5 purposes na nilista before, no? Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission, Philippine Center on Transnational Crime, etc. Pero hindi rin po detalyado, walang specific budget allocation.
Okay, so that will be the last question,
Yes.
Congresswoman Rene. Maraming salamat. Secretary Kim, please reply.
Your Honor, as to evaluating, we would continue evaluating any request. In fact, for 2027, meron po kaming mga na-receive na request for confidential funds, but upon evaluation, nakita po namin na po pwede namang hindi confidential yung nature ng expenses at doon na lang po namin probably idadagdag instead of it being a confidential. So bahagi po yun ng ating evaluation. As to the details kung saan po yung actual na paggagamitan ng confidential and intelligence funds, considering the nature of these funds, Your Honor, nandun lang po kami sa overall program or overall strategies kung saan po ito maaaring mapunta. Consistent din po doon sa joint circular that is issued on how intelligence and confidential funds are authorized to be disbursed, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Congresswoman Rene, and thank you very much, Secretary Kim. That ends our first round, and we will proceed immediately to our second round. At dito po sa second round, wala na pong majority, minority, independent. Kung sino po yung unang nag-register, sila po yung unang tatawagin. So, may we call on Representative Antonio Tino to begin our second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, babalikan ko yung pera, Personnel Economic Relief Allowance. Kanina, tama po ba ang intindi ko, sabi ni Secretary Kim, ay may study ngayon and then they will hopefully recommend to the President that by 2027 ay mag-implement ng increase sa pera o Personnel Economic Relief Allowance. Tama po ba ang inditi ko? Yun ang sinabi nyo kanina.
That is correct, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Okay, touch move na yan. Ibig sabihin, ang plano talaga or recommendation is by 2027, may increase sa pera. At matutuwa po ang lahat ng mga government employees na nandito, yung mga regular. Dahil pinag-uusapan natin yung additional 2,000 naman na matagal ng napako. Of course, ang tanong kagad dyan ay magkano? Kung increase, magkano? At may budget ba yan sa pinropose nyo?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, actually yun po yung bahagi ng pag-aaral. Kung magkano po yung maire-recommendang increase. At yung pangalawa pong factor din is hopefully, dahil po yung magiging source po dito ay yung Miscellaneous Personnel Benefits Fund, yun din po sana yung hinahabol natin na hanggat maaari ay hindi po mabawasan dahil yun po yung makakaapekto doon sa kakayahan nating makapag-implement ng any increase doon po sa ating pera allowance para sa ating mga government employees.
Okay, kaya ko po tinatanong yan kasi nga 55 billion pesos ang nasa MPBF. Isang lump sum po yan at sabi nyo dyan maaring kunin. And earlier, in my interpretation earlier, sinabi ko historically, yung MPBF isa sa mga ginagalaw. Binabawasan to make room for congressional insertion. So, kaya gusto ko pong idiin, Mr. Chair, na malinaw na ang plano dito sa 55 billion ay pangpondo sa pera ng mga government employees. So dapat hindi na ito galawin at bawasan ng Kongreso. Kung para magkaroon lang tayo ng idea, Mr. Chair, magkano ba ang for a 1,000 peso increase in the pera, yung 2,000 maging 3,000, magkano ang kailangan?
Kung Mr. Chair, Your Honor, based on our estimate, kung 1,000 ang i-increase po ng pera, representing 50% increase, it will have an annual funding requirement of about 24 billion pesos, Your Honor.
So 24 billion pesos, 55 billion ang MPBF, so maximum, kaya ng 2,000. Tama po ba?
Although, Your Honor, we have to note as well that yung pong Miscellaneous Personnel Benefits Fund ay bukod po doon ay may iba pa pong mga pinaggagamitan.
We understand.
Nandito rin po yung performance-based bonus,
Opo.
yun pong ating funding for vacancies in the executive branch at kung meron man pong mga changes in organizational staffing po ng ating mga government agencies.
Okay. Noted, of course po. Ang sinasabi lang natin, it can accommodate up to 2,000, in other words, a doubling of the current pera. I-note ko lang po, yung subsistence allowance ng militar, from 150 a day, ginawa niyong 350 a day. That's more than double. Tama po ba? At magkano ang nakalaang pondo doon?
Actually, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun pong pondo for the adjusted subsistence allowance ng ating military and uniform personnel dahil ito po ay nakafix na, alinsunod po dun sa EO, nasa respective agency budgets na po ito nakalodge. Ang total subsistence allowance po for our MUPs for 2027 is about 74 billion na nakadistribute na po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, sa kani-kanyang agency-specific budgets po.
So, ang pinupunto ko lang ay ganun kalaki po ang nilaan for the increase in subsistence allowance. Bali, second year na po ito. Tama ba? So, kailangan na pong ihabol natin yung sa civilian, which is pera. So, wala na pong galawan. Yun lang sinasabi na. Babantayan na po natin to. Okay. Next question ko po. Marami akong gusto itanong, pero nabanggit yung confidential and intelligence funds. Okay. Una po, malinaw sa confidential and intelligence funds, 10.8 billion total ang nasa budget. Tama po. At 4.56 billion nito ay halos kalahati ay nasa Office of the President. At yung 4.56 billion na confidential and intelligence funds ng Office of the President constitutes 44.9% of the Office of the President's budget. Tama po ba? No? At sumusunod ba yan sa, sabi nga, sound principles of budgeting na ang halos kalahati ng kanyang budget, ng agency budget, ay confidential and intelligence funds?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, ito pong confidential and intelligence funds ng Office of the President has been at that level since almost at that level since 2020 at ito po ay bahagi ng functions ng ating Pangulo bilang Commander-in-Chief ng ating Armed Forces, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Nagot, no? Ang tanong ko po ay alinsunod ba sa mga prinsipyo ng good governance na ang isang ahensya halos kalahati ng kanyang budget confidential, secret, hindi transparent.
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, dahil ang opisina po ng Pangulo ay may mandato, kaya po yung provision niya for confidential and intelligence funds ay tingin po natin ay naaayon, kaya po kasama po yan sa ating National Expenditure Program.
Sinabi nyo 2020 lang nangyari yan. So historically hindi po ganyan. Abnormal po ito. No? So yun ang pinopoint out natin. Now, tanong ko po, yung confidential and intelligence funds, item po ba yan? Is that a line item in the budget? Definition item is activity or project, di ba?
Yun po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, yun pong confidential expenses at intelligence expenses ay mga object of expenditure. So may katapat po itong mga PAP. Kaya po dapat ito ay directly connected sa mandato po ng opisina dahil doon po nakapailalim sa PAP na yun pong object of expenditure na confidential expenses at intelligence expenses.
In short, hindi siya item. Tama, object of expenditure, di ba?
Object of expenditure po siya, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, pero bahagi po siya ng isang PAP at yun po yung item of expenditure.
Okay, hindi. Kaya nga, actually, in the budget, the actual term that appears is confidential and intelligence expenses. Di ba? Pero walang hiwalay na item na confidential and intelligence funds. There's a difference. And why do I raise this? Gusto ko po i-raise to para sa committee rin at para sa DBM. No? Ang termino talaga is confidential and intelligence expenses. However, pinaghahalo, and kahit sa inyong joint circular, nakalagay dyan, confidential and intelligence funds. No? Making it appear as if hiwalay na pondo, parang standalone item ang confidential and intelligence funds. Now, why am I insisting on this distinction? No, kasi may implication po, pag tinraton yung parang item, ang item po, pwedeng i-augment from savings. And in fact, your guidelines allow for that. Di ba? Yung intelligence fund, pwedeng i-augment from savings. Tama, mali?
Okay, that will be the last question. Kong Tino. Thank you very much. Sec Kim, please reply.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, since yun nga pong intelligence or confidential expenses ay object of expenditure, yung pong eligible for augmentation, use of savings is yung PAP. Yung PAP po yung eligible for augmentation, but subject still to compliance po with the requisites under the general provision and the approvals provided for under the GAA.
Okay.
Pwedeng i-augment, pero yung authorization for confidential expenses, hindi pwedeng i-augment. Diba? At hindi pwedeng gawin ng lagpasan ng executive. Tama ba?
Thank you, Sec Tino.
Mr. Yes.
Our time's up po.
Ako lang po, ang sinasabi ko, may mali po kahit sa sa patakaran ng DBM at sa joint circular ng DBM na tinatrato bilang parang hiwalay na pondo o item ang confidential and intelligence funds, and the rules themselves allow for augmentation from savings na parang item, no? So may mga, limited ang oras ko, pero may marami pong mga implikasyon nito na kailangan was-to-in po ito. They are expenses, they are not items, they cannot be augmented from savings, among others. Hindi po
Yes.
ba, can I get a response from,
Kung
mali ito at dapat was-to-in na to? Dahil
maybe-
yan ang inaabuso.
Yes, Kong Tino, maybe a quick response from Sec Kim. Tapos kung gusto nyo expounded response, maybe in writing, submit to the committee and we will give a copy to Kong Tino.
At yun pong, ang ino-augment naman po talaga as in any case, hindi lang po yung confidential and intelligence na line item, hindi po yung line item. Yun pong PAP, yun pong ino-augment natin if deemed deficient at kailangan po talagang i-augment. Yun pong confidential expenses and intelligence expenses are object of expenditure, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Tapos paki-expound na lang in writing para lahat ng details masagot sa tanong ni Congressman Tino.
We will
So,
submit, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. So next is Congressman Edgar Erice, still here? Parang wala na. Okay, so we will proceed to the next representative. We call on Congressman Elijah San Fernando. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. Secretary Balisacan, kanina po natapos tayo doon sa usapin ng mga trabaho. Meron po kayong present kanina, at ito binabanggit nyo pa po, kanina pa, na merong mga persistent constraints kung bakit hindi tayo makapaglikha ng mga industriya, ng mga quality jobs, better paying jobs. And some of these factors, halimbawa itong sa economic and market factors, halimbawa high energy cost. Alam nyo, may pwede naman po tayong gawin agad dito eh. Halimbawa, we can remove or if not, reduce value-added tax on electricity. So would you agree with me dito, Secretary Balisacan?
Yes, of course, there are things that you can do in the short term, in the near term, Mr. Chair. And of course, taxes could be one, but again, tax issue are more complex than that, because there are other concerns that we have to also take into account. And so, for example, given the fiscal space use and the so much need for other development investments, you really have to identify a replacement for those revenues that will be sacrificed as a result. So it's easy to remove, but we have to be mindful of the consequences for other sectors and other agencies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Salamat po. So, punta po sa Department of Finance. Is it the position of Department of Finance to oppose any discussion about the removal or reduction of value-added tax on electricity?
In general, the position of the Department of Finance is that everything is fungible. If you want to remove VAT from electricity, but you can show another revenue source of taxes, we're neutral. But the Department of Finance would naturally be opposed to the removal of any tax without a replacement tax.
So, categorical position, Secretary Go?
Yeah, our categorical position is we are not opposed to the removal of any tax as long as there is a replacement revenue source.
So we can do something about this, the reduction po ng energy cost. Isa rin po sa example dito sa mga factors kung bakit hindi pumapasok yung mga, hindi tayo nakakapagbuo ng industriya. Itong fragmented coordination, di pa po ako buhay, ganito ng problema ng gobyerno eh. Sabog-sabog po kasi ang implementation ng gobyerno. Would you agree with me, Secretary?
Hindi naman lahat ng mga projects and programs are ganon. But I think for some projects like those by DPWH, for example, of course, we have seen the consequences of lack of coordination, for example, between the national government and local government. Kanina pinag-usapan natin yung right of way, that's one of those. So, yun ang mga dapat maayos for efficient implementation.
Yes, Secretary. Opo. At least may admission on that part of the government po na talagang merong mga plano tayo pero walang group chat yung mga ahensya ng gobyerno kaya pagdating sa implementation, kandalabo-labo na. Kaya ko po natanong itong mga constraints na to. Gusto ko lang po kayo i-quote kanina about industrial policy. We don't have to push in industrial policy the way our neighbors did it. Ito po yung sabi nyo kanina. Pero ginagamit po natin madalas na benchmark yung mga kapitbahay natin na nag-implement ng industrial policy such as Vietnam, South Korea, Taiwan, even China. Alam niyo po, itong mga binabanggit dito, yung pinapresent niyo po ng mga persistent constraints, present po lahat to doon sa mga bansa gaya ng South Korea, Taiwan, China, Vietnam. Present po lahat yan. In fact, South Korea was very corrupt. One-party state. Yung ibang bansa pa nga dito, one-party state. Very corrupt. Pero hindi naging hadlang itong mga same problems that we are facing and experiencing for them to implement industrial policy. Yan pong mga problemang yan, nalagpasan ng mga kapitbahay natin. Alam niyo po, the only difference between us and them, sila po may ambisyon eh. Sila po may ambisyon. They want to build and strengthen their industrial base. Tapos ang maririnig po natin sa DepDev, we don't have to push industrial policy like our neighbors. So yun po ang kaibahan. If I may encapsulate this, Mr. Chair, sa kung papaano natin tinitignan tong industrial policy, sa ating economic managers po, tayo, walang ambisyon, unambitious po tayo eh. Pagdating sa industrial policy, duwag po tayo, Secretary, pagdating po sa industrial policy. Kasi these countries, our neighbors, South Korea, Vietnam, lagi nating ginagamit na benchmark eh. And coming from you, parang opposed po kayo sa industrial policy. Now, how are we going to make use of the remaining 2 years of the PBBM administration? No other than the President has already said that. Sabi niya, kailangan gamitin natin ang natitirang panahon para lumikha ng mga trabaho, dekalidad na trabaho, better paying jobs. So how are we going to do that? Or how are we going to make use of the 2 years remaining in PBBM administration para maging ganap ito pong mga pinag-uusapan natin about quality jobs? Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, with due respect to our honorable congressman, I disagree that we don't have an ambition for this country. DepDev, the former NEDA, crafted the ambition natin 2040, which would have allowed us to reach a high income country within by 2040 if things are not interrupted as they did. And we were able to do quite well, and we did quite well in the last 15 years, as I presented earlier this morning, with just doing a lot of the things that we should have been doing over the last 50 years. So my argument, Mr. Chair, is that no, not even industrial policy would work if you can't address the kind of issues, structural issues that we have. Fix the energy problem, high energy problem. No amount of industrial policy would give you high level of development without fixing that. Fix your roads and connectivity, your internet that does not connect lagging areas and leading areas. Those are the kind of things that I was referring to, Mr. Chair. And I completely agree with industrial policy. I do think it works, but we need to do the basic to do the basic things that other countries have done.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a question of either or kasi Secretary. Pero I think we can do that. We can do industrial policy, but at the same time, address din itong mga problema natin. Ang hirap lang na maririnig coming from the Secretary of DepDev na we don't have to do industrial policy like what our neighbors did. So very defeatist po yan, Secretary. And sa point, Mr. Chair, ni Secretary, is that meron namang nagawa in the recent years. Mr. Secretary, kitang-kita man po sa datos, we have de-industrialized, nauubos yung manufacturing jobs natin, nauubos yung industry jobs natin. We don't have any industry for that matter. Lahat nandun sa serbisyo. Kaya nga ang trabaho na meron sa atin, retail trade, low-paying elementary jobs. Kaya po pinupush natin tong industrial policy na mapag-usapan at maipush natin sa remaining 2 years of PBBM administration. Kasi po ang naririnig natin, Mr. Chair, sa mga economic managers natin is the same old. 30 years. 3 dekada na natin paulit-ulit ginagawa yung palpak na development model natin, Mr. Chair. I'm winding up, Mr. Chair. Even the World Bank has already admitted that the neoliberal economic framework has failed. And yet we are doing the same. So yun po ang punto ko dito, Mr. Chair, Secretary. Maybe it is high time to push for meaningful reforms. Maybe it is high time for us to discuss and really take industrial policy very seriously. So yun po, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat, Kong Elijah. Sec RC, please briefly reply.
I think I've done my share, Mr. Chair. How is our honorable congressman would bother to look at the Philippine Development Plan, and essentially you can see industrial policy there, and how it and also look at the even the updated Philippine Development Plan. It's very clear there what our program for the country, and as we have seen, we look at the data, Mr. Chair, we have done quite well in the last 15 years. No less than the World Bank. All the mother agents, important development agencies have commended the country for a major transition that was not possible in the 2-3 decades before that. So let's not undermine our ability to also grow. I think what we needed to do to sustain the momentum, I stressed that morning, to sustain the momentum, but to argue that we are not doing it and we have not been moving the country, I think that's so unfair. The evidence is very clear. I end my case, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Sec RC. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senior Vice Chair Albert Garcia. Next to interpolate for the second round is our Senior Vice Chair Albert Garcia. You are recognized, SBC.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a few quick questions. Hindi umabot kanina sa time limit. So I'll try to breeze through it dito sa second round. First of all, if you watch the Blue Ribbon Committee hearing on the ghost projects ng flood control, sinabi when the DBM was asked, ano yung mga pwedeng remedies para hindi na maulit ito? And one of the important things na binanggit is that yung bottoms-up budgeting. Kasi kung demand-driven and from the local level or the ground, yung identification, malabo maging ghost project po ito dahil aabangan po ito nung mga nag-request dahil solusyon sa problema nila. So, and this is what a lot of our representatives did for the 2027 budget. Sumunod sila sa PIP, PPOL, AIP, PDC, RDC. Pero paglabas ng NEP, parang hindi na consider or very, very minimal yung na-consider. Dapat din natin isipin na itong mga bagay nito ay trabaho ng congressman, ng representative based on the Constitution as the direct representative of the people. That's why all appropriations measures like the budget emanates from the House as a direct representative of the people. So, dahil sa nangyari na to, hindi na represent yung mga kailangan nung distrito or nung mga barangay at mga munisipyo. So, may we hear a response from the chair of the DBCC, kay Sec Kim?
Mr. Chair, it's an observation that we also share. At kaya nga po nung aming dinideliberate yung mga proyekto sa 2027 NEP, talaga pong nag-zero in kami doon sa mismong proseso. Kasi sabi nga po namin, mababaliwala yung mga RDC review process na talaga naman pong binubuhusan ng oras, panahon at talento kung hindi naman po mako-consider sa deliberation. Ang limitasyon nga lang po, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Your Honor, is that doon sa existing process, ang huli po kasing submission ay yung agency central office pa rin. Kaya nga po kami ay nag one step back at ngayon, gaya po ng nabanggit namin kanina, palakasin po talaga namin yung interconnectivity ng people system, ng RDC endorsement, even ng amin pong budget proposal submission system para po isa lang po dapat yung flow. Hindi po maraming pinanggagalingan ng mga proposal para mas madali po nating matutukan ano ba yung talagang nanggaling mula sa Local Development Council, papanik ng RDC, papanik ng Agency Central Office bago pumunta po sa amin sa DBM. So hindi po kami dapat matapos lang doon sa may Form C at saka Form D na maaaring makita ng iba na pwedeng compliance, kundi talagang tututukan po natin, and this is a commitment we're working with DepDev. Kasi isa po itong mahalagang commitment din ng ating pamahalaan, yung improving plan, investment, programming, planning, budgeting linkage, doon po sa ating medium-term PFM reform roadmap. So ang target po talaga natin dito is we can do something including yun pong pagsabay doon sa local budgeting calendar and local planning calendar para wala pong mahuhulog along the way doon po sa prosesong iyon, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Secretary Kim, and I hope with the efforts ng DBCC and the passage of the budget code, sana maayos na talaga to, so that the representatives can really represent the people pagdating sa national budget in addressing their needs and the needs of the locality.
And we acknowledge Your Honor's assistance as well in championing the Philippine Budget Code in Congress. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Sec Kim. Next question. Sinabi ni Charlie Munger, if you know him, yung partner, SecDec ni ni Warren Buffett, very wise man. Show me the incentive, I'll show you the outcome. So this has a lot to do with meritocracy. And in the former life of SecDec, he was a very successful individual in the private sector. And I'm sure, hindi magiging successful kung walang meritocracy. So in government, do we have a very effective system of meritocracy?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, aside from the usual principles of meritocracy in appointment, kami po sa DBM, meron po tayong minomonitor ng mga indicators under the PREXI system. Bagamat ito nga po ay kabilang din sa dapat na rin po nating tignan muli to check whether ito po ay nananatiling effective in pushing our agencies to perform better. In fact, sa atin pong pagsasagawa ng mid-year and year-end performance review ng bawat ahensya, so may mga metrics po tayong ginagamit, but there is actually a technical working group right now, Your Honor, Madam Chair, na binuo under EO 61 precisely para tignan muli itong mga parameters or principles na ginagamit natin to assess agency performance. Dati po, ito po yung kilala, Your Honor, Madam Chair, na dating RBPMS, o ito po yung nakakabit po dun sa performance-based bonus. So nire-revisit po ngayon ng EO 61 Technical Working Group kung yung metrics or parameters na ginagamit po doon ay akma pa o kailangan po nating mag-introduce ng pagbabago to be recommended to the President by the Technical Working Group, Your Honor.
Thank you. If possible, Madam Chair, may we coordinate with the technical working group because there's some initiative in the House to really unify and align and institute a clear system of meritocracy for the national and local governments and all the instrumentalities. So, kung pwedeng
Definitely, Your Honor, bahagi po ang DBM ng EO 61 Technical Work.
Thank you. And very, very quickly, as an observation, palaki ng palaki yung ating population, yung ating bansa, at yung ating gobyerno. And kung sumobra na yung laki, sometimes there are a lot of inefficiencies. And minsan, ang ginagawa ng ating national government is to centralize more, na kung minsan top-heavy na po. So, just like what we did with Create More, ni-rationalize natin yung fiscal and non-fiscal incentives, ginawa nating one-size-fits-all para rationalize, but the world doesn't work that way. It's a very competitive world out there, pero pinasa pa rin natin against some of the recommendations of the investment promotion agencies na sila yung frontliner pagdating sa pag-attract ng investment. So I'd like to ask, how did it work for us? Ito pong Create More.
Mr. Chair, I actually want to if I may rephrase, I'm not sure, it's not called rephrase. I need to, I think, correct the term. The problem was created by Create. So we created Create More. So Create More solved the problems of Create. Because Create centralized the approval among all the investment promotion agencies into the Fiscal Incentives Review Board. In Create More, we devolved it again. So Create More solved the problems of Create.
Devolve up to a certain limit po.
Yes, that's right.
Pero still, when it's a huge investment,
Yes.
centralized pa rin.
Yes.
Plus yung incentives, one size fits all pa rin. Kasi-
If I may correct that also
Yes,
as well,
please.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
The incentives in Create, the investor has a choice. He can avail of the special corporate income tax, the so-called SCIT or 5% of gross income earned, or he can avail of the enhanced deduction regime, the EDD. So it's not a one-size-fits-all. The investor can actually choose. Secondly, also the investments are also customizable. If your investment is over 50 billion pesos, you can customize it, which we did with Samsung. When Samsung applied for an investment of a 50 billion multi-layer ceramic capacitor factory in Laguna, we approved a customized package for him because his investment was over 50 billion pesos. So it's not one size fits all. I really think that Create More solved the problems of Create. And also, when you talk about the threshold that goes up to FIRB, I think that's probably 5%. That means 95% the investment promotion agency can approve. 90 to 95% of all applications that go through them, and only 5 to 10% go up. So whoever said that, I will challenge him in front of you anytime, any day.
Thank you, SecDec, for that answer. Pero the fact remains, after we passed Create More, lumaki ba yung ating FDI?
Yes, yes. As a matter of fact, in 2024 and in 2025, the registered investments in all IPAs went over 1.9 trillion pesos. That's first in our history. All the registered investments in all our IPAs has never been anywhere close to that. So in 2024 and 2025, 1.9 trillion pesos got registered.
Relative to our neighbors in the ASEAN.
Oh, we're behind.
Yun nga. Yun nga.
But Create More brought it up from wherever it used to be, probably 1.1 trillion, 1 trillion. So it jumped to 1.9 trillion. But yes, I will accept that we're far behind our neighbors, which is why we really had to correct Create. Because Create really made it worse.
Thank you, SecDec. Tapos another example na nag-centralize na naman po tayo is with the PPP code. Before the code was passed, ang daming PPP on the local level. And in the local government code, I think we discussed this one time, SecDec. Local government code, may corporate powers yung mga local government units. Pero dahil centralized na naman, very stringent. And I want to know, bottom line, after the passage of the code, did we end up with more PPPs or wala? Can we ask the DevDev?
We have here, Mr. Chair, we have here the chair of the executive director of the Philippine, the PCC, PPP Center, Mr. Chair, and she has the data and PPPs undertaken by the LGUs.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to respond to the question, yes, we did receive a lot of PPP proposals for local government units. As a matter of fact, just for the first 6 months of this year, I think we received about 50 unsolicited proposals for LGUs.
How many were consummated?
These proposals are undergoing different stages of review and negotiation, which are actually being done by the local government units.
So before the code, when I was governor, ang dami namin PPP. Ngayon, parang nahihirapan sa process as was discussed before with the SecDec. So I guess we have to review our policies. Maybe we have to decentralize a little bit. In some countries that grew very, very fast, they decentralized economic powers as well. So I think we have to look at that if we want to grow our economy very, very fast while we are at our demographic sweet spot. Kasi pag wala na yun, baka wala na tayong growth. We have missed our boat. So thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may address that. Actually, the review, negotiation, and approval power for PPPs in LGUs are decentralized. These are actually being done at the LGU level. What has been centralized are the requirements that need to be passed to the PPP center for the completeness check. That is, the intention of that is actually to make sure that, we have that competitive level among the proponents and among all GUs across all sectors. But the review, negotiation, and approval remains to be at the LGU level.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pero up to now, walang bagong consummated PPP contract.
Sorry, if I may just correct myself. In the first quarter of this year, we have awarded 3 local PPP contracts.
Can we compare that with the pre-PPP code era?
I just don't have the data at the moment, Mr. Chair, but we are committing to submit that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po sa ating PPP Center.
Thank you. SBC Albert Garcia will now move to the next interpellator for the second round from the minority, Representative Sara Elago.
Yes, Madam Chair. Manghihingi lang po ako unang-una nung report ng GAD compliance ng mga agencies natin. Kung kasama pong DBM sa nag-check ng proper utilization ng Gender and Development Fund. Para po ba sa 2025, na magkano po yung buong nagamit para sa gender and development ng ating mga agencies?
Madam Chair, Your Honor, unfortunately, we don't have the figure with us right now, but we will coordinate with the Philippine Commission on Women so that we can get the data and submit to Your Honor through the Committee on Appropriation.
Yes, maraming salamat, Madam Chair. At hihingin din po natin yung, hindi lang yung submission, pero kung meron na po kayong assessment, no, kung paano nagagamit ng mga agencies bilang hindi po hiwalay na expenditure, pero kung paano nila natitiyak na sa bawat programa, sa bawat aktibidad, sa bawat proyekto, ay meron tayong nakikita at pagkilala sa halaga ng pantay na karapatan ng bawat isa at paglaban din sa diskriminasyon. Hindi lang po sa kababaihan, pero sa kahit saan man or kahit anuman na kasarian. Ngayon, Madam Chair, gusto ko lang pong humingi ng clarification mula sa DepDev dun sa binanggit nila kanina na figures ng poverty threshold. Ang sabi po nila kanina for NCR, meron tayong 16,842 pesos. At sa labas ng NCR, 14,634. At kung titignan yung daily, sa NCR, ang sabi nila kanina 554. Ngunit kung i-divide po yung figure na binigay nila monthly, nasa 561 pesos po ito, mas mataas. At kung sa outside NCR, nasa 488 pesos. Pwede po ba itong makumpirma ng DepDev?
Ang divisor na ginagamit natin is 30.4 days. Sa base. Sa average. 30.4 days per month ang average na ginagamit.
30.4 days.
Days per month.
Okay, so tama po kanina yung 554. Okay, at sa labas po ng NCR, nasa 460, 470 plus. No? Natanong ko ito ulit, Madam Chair, dahil kung titignan natin yung pamantayan ng poverty threshold na binanggit sa atin ng DepDev, meron po tayong 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at 7 na mga rehiyon na ang mga minimum wage po ay nasa ilalim na ng poverty threshold. Kaya concerning dahil ibig sabihin nito, Madam Chair, hindi na lang talaga sapat na isa yung kumikita sa kada pamilya para masuportahan yung family of 5. Ayan. Kaya isa rin to sa mga dahilan kung bakit dito sa Kongreso nagsusulong tayo ng pag-aaral sa pagpapatupad ng isang national minimum wage system at kung paano rin mapapababa yung presyo ng mga bilihin. Nabanggit na rin kanina yung iba't ibang mga proposals para tanggalin yung value-added tax dahil patong-patong yung VAT sa pagkain, sa kuryente, sa langis at mga batayang pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya gusto rin natin hinga ng update ang DOF. Matagal na rin po natin na pinopropose sa kanila na ma-review yung suspension o pagbaba man lang ng value-added tax bilang dagdag pa dun sa current powers na ng President na pwede silang mag-suspend, mag-reduce ng excise tax sa oil. Marami nagsasabi rin sa atin na hindi sapat na bawasan yung excise tax sa LPG at kerosene. Kung pwedeng bawasan o suspindihin na rin yung excise tax sa diesel at sa iba pang mga petroleum products. At kung maaari, nararapat lang sa hirap ng buhay ngayon, mababa nga yung sahod, mataas ang presyo ng bilihin, dagdag pa po ang mga sunod-sunod na calamities, ay tingnan na rin, suriin na rin yung pagtanggal mismo sa value-added tax. Meron na po bang update mula sa DOF ng inyong proposal sa uplift? Na pag-uusapan ba ito? At ano yung plano natin for the next months? Lalong-lalo na, may mga reported din po na windfall revenues ng government from VAT collection sa oil and petroleum products.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, I mentioned it earlier that my categorical position on any tax removal is I'm not opposed to any tax removal for as long as a replacement revenue source is identified. I am neutral to all the taxes, but we do have a national expenditure budget of 7.2 trillion, which we have to fund. So if we remove any tax measure, the request is that Your Honor identify another tax source. So, but I'll tackle VAT in particular. Our VAT rate is actually 12%, but our effective VAT rate is only half. It's only 6%. Because there are so many exemptions on VAT I will not name them, but the list is very long for all the exemptions. So our real effective VAT rate is actually only half. And the discussion always in the DBCC, which was the entity that made the recommendation for which taxes to remove, was similar. If we remove this revenue source, what would the replacement be, or at what expense to government services, ayuda, infrastructure, classrooms, etc.?
Yes, Madam Chair. Parehong question no sa DOF no kasi natanong ho natin nung sila ay nagpunta dito para mag-present. Maganda naman na meron tayong MCIT exemption, meron din tayong pagtataas ng personal income tax exemption to 350,000. Samantalang nandyan din yung mga revenue generating reforms from the e-cigarettes, novel tobacco, excise tax on plastics, increase and expansion of sweetened beverage taxes, excise tax on alcohol. Pero ang hinanap po namin, paano naman yung mga sobra-sobrang yaman, yung mga super bilyonaryo? Meron ba kayong mga proposals no galing mismo sa inyo? No kasi kayo nga yung pinaka nakakakita sa ngayon ng pangkabuuan na kalagayan ng ating bayan. At napakatindi na talaga ng layo yung agwat ng sobra-sobrang yaman, mga bilyonaryo, dun sa mga pinakamahihirap nating mga kababayan. Kaya ho, ayun na lang yung katanungan ko, Madam Chair. No, bagamat meron tayong mga relief no measures na sinabi ko na rin po, 350,000 is just an inflation-adjusted value. No? Hindi talaga ito yung parang mas malaki pa, no, substantially helpful no, na relief sa ating mga kababayan. Pero sana naman, pag-isipan din ho natin kung paano mapapasan din ng mga sobra-sobrang yaman at mga malalaking korporasyon yung kinakailangan na buo natin na revenues for health, education, agriculture, and social services. Ayun lang, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I answer?
Go ahead po, Sec.
Yeah. Your Honor, it is in the progress bill. There are several tax measures there that cover exactly what you said. For example, we were proposing a higher tax for automobiles in the luxury segment. There's also a proposal to tax private planes. There's also a measure to we also have this global minimum tax that we want to tax the global multinationals that are doing operations in our country. So it's there po. A short answer.
What about, Madam Chair, the billionaire's tax? Marami po tayo dito. Sa amin po, wala pa po kaming nakafile in particular. Pero meron pong mga proposals dito at pinag-aaralan na rin namin sa kasalukuyan na kada nasa 1 billion po na taxable na income, may dagdag na 1% na contribution.
I think that we can continue that discussion internally. But I think the global standard for that kasi is, well, we will study that internally.
Yeah. That's all for now, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Representative Ilago. Next to interpolate for the second round, Senior Deputy Speaker Ferdinand Hernandez.
This is my first round, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. To DOF, sorry, Sec, madali lang to. The Chair of Ways and Means and I filed a bill for the removal of VAT on system lost. And I just feel, and based on discussion, that we don't need a legislation. I totally agree with your position that when you ask for a removal of let's say VAT, you have to identify another source when it is legitimately imposed. However, dun sa systems lost kasi, I'll just read this, Sec. No consumption, no VAT. Electricity lost before it reaches the consumer should not be treated as the same manner as electricity actually delivered and consumed. Removing VAT on system loss, therefore, aligns the tax treatment with the consumption-based character of VAT and prevents consumer from paying a tax on electricity never actually used. So, nag-impose tayo ng VAT on consumption. Ito kasi, they're paying already the system loss. Kumbaga, pinasa na yung sa system loss sa consumer, dinagdagan pa ng VAT na hindi naman dapat i-impose because it's not consumption. So, this is different from VAT on electricity, only on the system loss. So, what is the position now of DOF and BIR? Kasi nakikita namin, you can come up with your own rules and regulation, and you've cited several times na ito yung mga VAT exempt. And it covers even previous imposition, and then later on, sinasabi nyo na VAT exempt to. So, what we're asking is that I don't think we need the legislation. All we need is new, probably a rules and regulation exempting VAT on systems lost.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Your Honor, thank you very much. It's a point well taken. With your permission, I will ask our BIR Commissioner, Charlie Mendoza, to respond.
Yes. Madam Chair, tama po yun. Recently, we exempting some charges from VAT. Yan po ay yung Green Energy Auction Allowance at yung Lifeline Subsidy. We issued a revenue memorandum circular categorically stating that they should not be subject to VAT because these are clearly mandated pass-through charges. The current problem ho kasi with system loss charge is that it is bundled with the gross sales of the companies, of the distributor. So it becomes part of the gross sale, and therefore it forms part of the tax base, of the VAT base. That is why it is currently being subject to VAT. But we are closely working with ERC on this, Madam Chair. Nag-uusap po kami at tinitingnan po namin kung paano natin mariresolve itong concern na ito. In fact, as far as I know, they have a draft regulation addressing this, at ang pagkakaalam ko po is it will go through a public consultation next week. And then titingnan po namin doon based doon sa regulation na ilalabas ng ERC. Pero maliwanag naman po ang posisyon ng BIR dyan, kung yan po ay hindi part ng gross sales, kung yan po ay mandated pass-through charge lang, yan po ay hindi dapat masubject sa VAT.
Sec, this is important, no? Kasi para malaman ng taong bayan, meron naman pwedeng gawin na hindi na kailangan ng legislation. And they've been asking for this. The President mentioned this during SONA, na merong solusyon na hindi na kailangan tumagal. All it takes is for BIR and ERC to sit down and come up with a new list or items that are chargeable and removing VAT. Kasi in system law, merong pang technical and non-technical. And there's no issue on the non-technical. But as far as VAT, whether it's technical or non-technical, dapat talaga hindi na ma-impose yung VAT.
Your Honor, your points are very well taken. I think what our BIR Commissioner mentioned is that there is light at the end of the tunnel, but there needs to be certain conditions that need to be satisfied. We enumerated two, but I think the good news is there is light at the end of the tunnel on this one, I think. So we probably, if the ERC ever comes in front of your committee, you can raise the same issue with them.
I think we've met with the
Okay.
Commissioner and ERC, and they're working on it. And I hope that it can be resolved soon, no, para sa taong bayan. Another question. Again, the Chairman of Ways and Means and I filed a bill for the suspension of the Real Property Valuation and Assessment Reform Act. Because of, number one, we are in crisis. Number two, the unabated increase in prices. So parang at this time, I don't think you have enough data and you've done consultation, and to impose this at this time, baka napaka-detrimental sa taong bayan. So what's the position of DOF on this?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, if Congress will legislate a postponement of RP Vara, we will comply.
Yes, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, SDS Dinand. We'll now move to the next interpolator for the second round. From the minority, Representative Alan T.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Secretary Kim De Leon. What was the total budget for the Local Government Support Fund, or LGSF, in fiscal year 2025 and for fiscal year 2026?
Madam Chair, Your Honor. Are we referring to the total LGSF, Your Honor, across the different uses for 2026? That is 57.872 billion pesos, Your Honor. And for 2027, that is 58.532 billion pesos.
For 2025, Mr. Secretary.
2025. Your Honor, we'll just retrieve the level for 2025. Your Honor. Hindi, 20
GAA level.
The GAA level for 2025 for LGSF is 22.999 billion pesos, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, may I refer you to Volume 3 of the NEP 2027, page 887. On letter D, as to unreleased appropriation for 2025, you have 10.936 billion. Am I correct?
May we confirm, Your Honor, Volume 3?
Page 887, Mr. Secretary.
That's on LGSF, presumably, Your Honor. Page 887, unreleased APRO. We confirm that that figure, Your Honor, 10.936 in unreleased APRO.
Yes, so it was carried to 2026. Am I correct?
That the validity, that is correct, Your Honor.
So the total available appropriation is around 68.8 billion pesos. Am I correct?
Based on that page of the NEP, Your Honor, that is correct.
So how much has been actually released for fiscal year 2026 out of 68.8 billion?
For the releases as of 2026, Your Honor, we're just pulling up the slides, the figures. So the cumulative, Your Honor, from 2026, we have 50.9 plus the continuing 3.7. So that's about 50.9, almost 54 billion pesos as of July 31, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So, Mr. Secretary, how much still remains available or unreleased from fiscal year 2026?
This is as of July 31, Your Honor, although there were releases made during the first 2 weeks of August, so that's about a little over 7 billion, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, so can you distinguish between unreleased appropriations from unobligated allotments?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, unreleased appropriations pertains to appropriations authorized in the GAA, which we have not yet released any form of obligational authority. While unobligated allotments, Your Honor, Madam Chair, pertains to allotments already released to the corresponding departments or agencies but are yet to be obligated by the respective departments or agencies, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So my question now, Mr. Secretary, about the declarations of savings. What will be your legal basis on the declaration of savings?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, pursuant to the pertinent general provisions and corresponding jurisprudence on the declaration of savings, Your Honor, Madam Chair, the first basis is to refer to released allotments, Your Honor. And from these release allotments, the proper determination whether the projects are already deemed abandoned, completed, or discontinued, that's the enumerated basis in the general provision as to when a project or a PAP can be declared as a savings, Your Honor. But it has to be released allotment, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Correct. I agree with you, Mr. Secretary. So in fiscal year 2025, you did declare savings. Am I correct?
Do we refer to the period, Your Honor,
Yes.
the last during fiscal year 2025?
Yes.
I will have to confirm that period, Your Honor, because that's something I am not personally privy about. Your Honor, Madam Chair, subject to the final determination, the initial response that we had is during the period of 2025, there was no declaration of savings, but definitely we'll have to double check with our figures as well, Your Honor, on the particular timing of that declaration of savings.
Mr. Secretary, you're familiar with National Budget Circular number 603, dated May 4, 2026?
Yes, Your Honor, that is issued in response to the Middle East oil crisis.
And it also provides for the agencies to identify savings. Am I correct?
That is correct, Your Honor, but that's why I clarified on the period, because NBC 603 was issued in 2026, Your Honor.
Mr. Secretary, can you please go over it again? NBC Circular 603 refers to fiscal year 2025.
That is correct. We confirm that, Your Honor. We issued that in 2026, but covering available release allotments that may be declared as savings under the fiscal year 2025 continuing appropriations.
You also issued NB Circular number 602, dated April 23, 2026, covering fiscal year 2026. Am I correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. For fiscal year 2026, GAA release allotments, Your Honor.
May I refer to you to your program adjustments for January 1 to July 31, 2026.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm holding the said report, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Based on the FY 2026 program adjustments, there was already a declaration of savings in the amount of 3.24 billion pesos. Savings. Am I correct? Or rather, amount of 12.287 billion out of the fiscal year 2025 GAA.
Apologies, Your Honor, we're trying to find that same figure that Your Honor has mentioned. Your Honor, Madam Chair, the figure you mentioned was 12.658 billion pesos.
The amount is around 12.287,199 billion.
Apologies, Your Honor, if you can point us further to which department, because apparently in the adjustment that we have in front of us, we cannot seem to find that same figure that you cited.
Madam Chair, may I approach the Secretary to confer with him about the figure on my possession? In my possession.
Go ahead po. Comsec, please stop the time while Representative T is conferring with SecKim.
Yes, Your Honor, we can now confirm the figure 12,287 initially declared as savings by the respective agencies from the fiscal year 2025 GAA pursuant to National Budget Circular 603. Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Was the amount allocated already, Mr. Secretary? And to which department was it allocated?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Your Honor, in compliance with the rule on declaration of savings, it is imperative na may recipient PAP po ito kaagad. That's why the recipient PAP, the recipient agencies are the following: 11.287119 to the Department of Social Welfare and Development and 1 billion pesos to DMW OWA to implement measures under the Uplift program, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. How about for 2026?
Under the 2026 GAA, Your Honor, Madam Chair, the offered savings amounts to 4.087801 initially, Your Honor, corresponding to amounts released as well to DMW OSEC at 3 billion and additional 1.087 billion for DSWD, and we add to that as well some earmarked amounts for DA at 2 billion So that gives us about 6.1 billion pesos from under 2026 GAA, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I have no more question, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative T. Next to interpolate for the second round, Representative Reneco.
Thank you, Chair. Just to get back also on free higher education, Madam Chair, this representation would like to share its appreciation na may attention finally doon sa pag-disburse at paglabas ng pondo para po sa free higher education deficiency. And the Secretary made mention of their updated formula in relation sa pag-calculate ano yung SUC budget. May this representation be furnished a copy of how the DBM now calculates the budget?
Yes, Your Honor, Madam Chair, would be glad to share with the good Congresswoman the basis for the computation of the FHE allocation as presented in the 2027 NEP.
Okay. And just a practical question po, Madam Chair. Section 4 po kasi provides that the basis should be the projected number of enrollees for each academic year. Pero mukhang nag-share po ng different basis, parang actual number of enrollees with for the average of 3 years. Paano po i-reconcile ng DBM yun?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, that is the reason why we used some proxy indicator to approximate the probable increase, because historically, the reason why there were arrears because the old enrollment figures were used. But this time, we used the 3-year average growth of the enrollment so that we can approximate the level of increase for 2027. As for any variance that may arise, even if we have already applied this average growth rate, that is something that will have to be calculated with CHED and UNIFA so that we can identify the amount and the possible corresponding source, Your Honor.
Thank you po, Madam Chair. And syempre, tuloy-tuloy namang binabantayan ng representasyong ito yung implementation ng RA 10931 at paano syempre pinopondohan yung pagkakaroon ng libre de kalidad abot kamay na edukasyon para sa kabataan.
Just to add as well, Your Honor, Madam Chair, in relation to the almost 10 billion that we have released, the release actually has a small portion or small allowance that will allow CHED to entertain possible appeals from SUCs in case there will be some discrepancies in terms of the enrollment being claimed. So that can be handled very well by CHED, and we maintain close coordination, Your Honor, to fully settle our FHE arrears to our SUCs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last na lang po on confidential funds. Dahil may nirelease lang din po today, no, or a few days ago na article yung Rappler, detailing how even at the local government level, no, meron ding increases in confidential funds na nire-report ang mga LGUs. Is there an explanation for this? Bakit po dumadami yung mga pondong nire-request that confidentially ginagamit? Ayun nga po, bumabalik tayo doon sa prinsipyo na ideally, transparent yung mekanismo ng pag-report ng spending ng public funds, pero dumadami yung ganitong instances.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, number one
May
po
time po pala. Thank you.
on the confidential funds of LGUs, number one, meron pong guidelines na sinusunod ang ating mga local government units in the preparation of the respective LGU budgets. At in fact, meron pong limitation din po ang pagkakaroon ng confidential funds sa ating mga local government units dahil batid po natin that they also perform peace and order mandate. So meron po tayong issued na joint, kabilang po ito dun sa issued joint circular on the limitation and use of confidential funds, kabilang po yung proper documentation na necessary to support the same. At sa atin pong mga local government units, kailangan pong maaprubahan ng kanilang respective local peace and order council, number one. dapat po may covering Local Peace and Order Council approval, yung proposed allocation. Gayon din, dahil ito po ay appropriation sa level ng LGU, dapat din po itong maaprubahan ng kanilang mga respective sanggunian, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So does DBM look at these resolutions? Meron po bang nakikitang trends? Bakit po ba dumadagdag yung spending? And sa dulo po ba nito, ano po bang pwedeng magawa pa ng DBM to ensure na nagagamit sa tama, hindi nahuhulog sa maling paggasta ang confidential funds?
Number one po, Your Honor, Madam Chair, at the level of the DBM, ang dumarating po sa amin for review and approval ng mga LGU budgets ay yun pong para sa mga provinces and highly urbanized cities, dahil po yung iba pong level under the local government code, meron pong iba't ibang nagre-review. So for DBM, we review and approve the budgets of provinces and highly urbanized city, at tinitingnan po natin sa ating pag-review yung kanila pong compliance sa iba't ibang parameters on local budgets. Kabilang na po dyan yung limitation on the allocation for confidential fund. As to the utilization, Your Honor, we fully submit that it is within, nandun na nga po sa joint circular, yun po kasing report ng actual na paggamit ng confidential fund ay hindi po sa DBM actually sinasubmit. It's being submitted to the Commission on Audit for their post-audit and determination whether the same is actually used in accordance with the approved peace and order plan endorsed by the respective local peace and order councils of their LGUs, Your Honor. Madam
So
Chair.
to clarify, syempre labas na yung post-allocation dahil ang COA po ang gumagawa. Pero prior po or during sa pag-submit po ng budget, maaari po bang tignan ng DBM at mag-disapprove ng plan ng paggasta kung may na-flag?
Your Honor, Madam Chair, sa review po kasi ng mga regional offices ng DBM ng budget.
To clarify po, Madam Chair, we're also including din sana yung national government agencies, NGAs sana, and hindi lang po LGUs. In your answer, supposedly, Secretary.
Your Honor, Madam Chair, in evaluating, sorry po if I have to differentiate kasi magkaiba po kasi yung proseso. For the local government units, our regional offices that reviews local government units budgets, primarily, ang tinitingnan po dito, well, number one, if it does not exceed the ceiling provided for under existing guidelines, and if these are properly supported by the requisite mentioned documents dun po sa ating joint circular. So one po yung ceiling, pangalawa po yung presence ng resolution endorsement ng Local Peace and Order Council, gayon din po yung supporting certification from the PNP chief regarding the peace and order situation that actually necessitates yung pangangailangan po sa confidential fund ng isang LGU. So doon po sa level na yun pumapasok yung role ng DBM. Pagdating po sa national government agency, again, similarly, mandato po ng ahensya yung una nating tinitingnan, and as to amount, we have practically limited yung amount po ng confidential and intelligence funds to the NEP level, at hindi po tayo halos nagbigay or nag-entertain ng any request for increase or new confidential funds ng mga civilian agencies na lalo na po kung wala pong mandato na magsagawa ng intelligence, counterintelligence, or security operations, Your Honor.
So, Madam Chair, ang naririnig ko po ba ay, correct me if I'm wrong, yes, may power ang DBM na gawin yon. Kung malabas po sa mandato, maaari niyang i-disprove yung sinubmit na budget request or para ma-include po sa national budget yung confidential expenses na gustong gamiting gastahin.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. My next question po would be to the to DepDev, in relation po sa kanyang presentation po nila earlier. This was in the presentation earlier kung saan taking off from the points of Representative Ellie San Fernando, nakita po na the economy remains heavily reliant on consumption and services, constraining faster, more durable, and inclusive growth. Na-mention din po ni PBBM sa kanyang SONA that there will be a product of a 23-member strong and US-led PAC-Silica initiative, which will accelerate industrial competitiveness and revitalize our economy. So ang tanong po natin ng representasyon na ito, is Pac Silica part of the industrial growth strategy, the broadening of sources of growth?
Now, if Pac Silica will involve the industries like manufacturing of say semiconductors, electronics, high value manufacturing, then indeed that's what would be beneficial and be supportive of our industrialization. But then again, I recall that as shared by our colleagues earlier, is that this is still an evolving concept, no? Wala pa namang mga specific industries na nandun or companies, no? But clearly, if it's about setting up an industrial hub that will create jobs, that will bring in the kind of technologies that will increase higher value or adding value to our local production, then that's what I meant, or could be supportive of what I suggested earlier, that we need to diversify the sources of growth.
Madam Chair, according to PBBM SONA, it will be a part of the Luzon Economic Corridor, and it will be an advanced manufacturing and logistics center in the global AI and technology value chain. So I'm asking these questions because just yesterday, the U.S. State Department recognized a leak of internal documents, including a draft letter to be addressed to dozens of countries. And it says that countries must pick sides in the artificial intelligence race between the US-led Pac Silica and China. Sabi ng draft, signature of the Pac Silica Declaration is not merely a membership subscription, but commitment, and that US hopes to limit China's access to resources needed to develop increasingly sophisticated AI to be used for military and economic dominance. Madam Chair, ang tanong ko po, are we signing up to be a pawn in an AI development race by competing superpowers? Is that what's at play here? Or is it quote-unquote development?
What we are pushing is development for the Philippines, and whether it is that is China, or that's the US, or that's Europe, or that's UK, for so long as they come in and that is consistent with our interest and meeting our objectives. So it is, I defined as creating opportunities for Filipinos. Then those kind of investment would be encouraged. So we look at it as as a part of our strategy to industrialize the country. And the bottom line is they improve the mix of our industries so that we are able to provide high quality jobs for Filipinos.
Madam Chair, a final manifestation perhaps in response to the answer of our good secretary. I have to ask, diba, development for whom? Development at what cost? Because po, sa dulo po nito, mukhang kung the United States, who leads this initiative, will be making this kind of ultimatum, pick a side, and sa dulo din nito, ang pagtatayo ng hub ay marami pa pong questions kung sino po magbe-bear ng cost na to, land-wise, environmental-wise, electricity-wise, water-wise, even the rights of indigenous peoples, kung paano po ito marerespeto. These are questions and kailangan pong itimbang kung kaya at gusto ba natin at makakaambag po ba sa develop natin or development for others yung pagsama natin sa Pac Silica. That's all, Madam Chair. I'm out of time, but nonetheless, these are questions naman nga na pending, and anyway, may mga stances naman po ang representation na to when it comes to paano pa natin may ensure yung development for the people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Rene Go. Is there anyone else who wishes to interpolate our agencies? If not, I'll reserve. I'll reserve. I haven't asked any question. Okay, before I ask my questions, Representative Javi Benitez.
Madam Chair, thank you so much. Pasensya lang. Alam ko ang haba ng araw na to, but gusto lang itanong para sa ating Honorable Secretary of the DepDev. Honorable Secretary, ako po yung ginawang Technical Working Group Head for the Circular Economy. And just to give some context, that July and August, we felt that the flood waters in our streets and floating in it our own garbage. So the trash that we collected sa pumping stations had 526 tons and 600 tons of garbage in 5 days. So I know we spent billions on flood control, and plastic disables the very pumps meant to save. And I want to share that, in truth, that the Philippines is the world's #1 contributor of plastic waste to the ocean. And that in 2021, it was found by Science Advances that we account for 36% of the plastics that rivers carry into the sea. And that Pasig River is the single most polluting river on the planet, about 63,000 tons a year, and 7 of the world's top 10 are ours. So this is also money we are throwing away, because the World Bank found that we lose upwards to $890 million a year in material value because we discard plastic instead of recycling it. We recycled only 28% of our key plastics. So this representation has a threshold question for the Circular Economy Bill, which I again have the honor of being the Technical Working Group Chair. So which agency should chair the Interagency Council? The instinct is DNR, but the circular economy is not a waste program. It's a growth strategy about resource productivity and industrial competitiveness. If DNR chairs it, we will treat it as just a waste problem. If DepDev chairs it, we treat it as an economic strategy for our country. So DepDev cannot say that this is not just a mandate. It was NEDA and now DepDev that wrote the Philippine Action Plan for Sustainable Consumption and Production in 2019. And it's also DepDev that carries circular economy in the Philippine Development Plan under RA 12145. And its charter now expressly covers long-term strategic planning across the whole economy. The extended producer responsibility law helps, but it only covers big companies and only chases recovery, not reduction, and it's not yet a circular economy. So let me ask on record, Mr. Secretary, kasi nagpadala po kami every technical working group, 4 na beses po. Ang lagi pong sinasabi namin is ayaw po ng DepDev mag-chair po, and nagiging yung mga stakeholders namin nagsasabi na sana po yung DepDev na lang. So, Mr. Secretary, will DepDev accept the chairmanship of the Circular Economy Council? If not, why not? And what would it take for you to say yes, Mr. Secretary?
No, if it is, yes, Mr. Chair, if it's mainstream as part of our mandate, if it has clear implications for our development planning, monitoring, and then I think we could consider that. But I think over the last couple of years, there have been so many additional tasks given to the agency without corresponding support in terms of manpower, for example, and that's basically our constraint. We have become the secretariat for the Trabaho para sa Bayan, what's the latest on the Innovation Council, the ang dami ho na bagong batas na tinatapon sa amin to serve as the secretariat without complementary supports staff or structure. If you give us, if you put in that law, the complementary support staff, then it would be feasible for us to absorb that responsibility, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, nakita po natin ang pwedeng gawin na pwede nating ang ating mga batas, which is ang EPR, PENCAS, circular economy, at alam ko meron ding carbon credits na kailangan pong i-synthesize. No, so with that, Madam Chair, we will ensure that the bill will include that synthesizing all of this together, but also requiring that the bill be funding few levels of plantilla positions for the Circular Economy Council. So with that, maraming salamat po, Madam Chair, and sana po ang ating mga colleagues ay mag-focus din dito dahil tayo ay #1 sa ating pag-pollute ng plastic sa buong mundo. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Javi Benitez. If you would allow me to ask questions, I haven't asked questions all day. So I just want to pose a few questions to the DBCC family. And one of the main intentions of doing the DBCC is for us to be able to check whether the assumptions underlying the sources of financing that feed into the BESF is sound. So medyo dun lang po ako magfo-focus in the discussion. So I would like to pose the question whether the DBM family or the DOF family would answer my question. Just going back to the 2026 BESF, may I ask, just to validate, what was the underlying assumption in terms of the collections? So the revenues. Sorry, I'm setting the context lang for my question for the 2027 BESF. So out of the 6.8 trillion that was in the 2026 budget or NEP, what proportion of that would come from collections? As a nominal value.
Madam Chair, for the revenues for 2026, the emerging revenue is 4.8 trillion pesos for this year.
For
Total
the
revenues.
BSF, just going back to the 2026 BSF, the 4.8 is actually not.
For the BSF 2026 is 4.983.
There you go. Yeah, that's the figure that I have here. So may I, for the record, ask the DOF family, what is the actual, sorry, not yet actual, but what is the revised projection for the collections in 2026? So in effect, that would feed into your projections for the 2027 BESF.
For 2026, based on the BSF 2027 document submitted to the committee, it's 4.807 trillion pesos for this year.
Thank you, Yusek Carlo. I use that to set the context for my questioning because based off that, there's roughly 180 billion in shortfall between the assumed level of collections in the 2026 BESF and the projected projected collections for 2026. So yun po siguro yung tanong ko because I believe this has been asked by one of my colleagues before, but that 180 billion peso shortfall, is that primarily driven by, I guess, which lever? Is it tax revenues, non-tax revenues? Where does the shortfall lie? What was the main driver for the 180 billion shortfall?
Madam Chair, it's mainly from the tax revenues
which is highly correlated to the macroeconomic assumptions.
Is it correct? I would assume because you have different components within your revenue collections, given that it's tied with the macroeconomic assumptions, the current circumstances, we're looking at a dip in your consumption-driven taxes.
Yes, Madam Chair. So just to provide some context, ginawa po natin yung ating NEP last year, basically June. So wala pa po yung mga crisis na dinadanas po natin ngayon. Kaya po, when we reviewed the macro assumption, there were some revisions, and because of those revisions, bumaba rin po yung projected revenues for the year.
Thank you, Sec. Carlo. So may I ask, out of the 180 billion shortfall, what is the biggest contributor to the shortfall among the different types of sources? Tax revenues, non-tax revenues, within tax revenues? Are we looking at government remittances? Government expenditure related revenues or taxes, VAT? What is the biggest contributor to that 180 billion shortfall?
Madam Chair, one of the biggest contributor in the decline in tax revenue are the consumption taxes, one of which will be the VAT, wherein if you take a look, the BSF 2026 and the BSF to 2027, that's around 175 billion shortfall compared to what was submitted last year. So those are all related to consumption taxes and all related to macroeconomic assumptions.
Thank you, Sec. Carlo. Again, it's as expected, given the fuel crisis and the Middle East war. It's really that that would be hit. So just to set that as a context, so 175 billion out of the 180 billion shortfall is accounted for by the I guess the shortfall in consumption taxes. So going to the 2027 BSF. Yun siguro, kasi given the current macroeconomic context and situation, nakikita naman po natin na merong ganong real possibility even until 2027. So I just would like to understand from the DBCC family how that sort of context, that macroeconomic context, as well as our experience in a very sizable shortfall between the 2026 2026 estimate and yung actual fed into how you develop the assumptions for the 2027 BSF. So I'm looking at the BSF here. Is it correct that for the 2027 BSF, the assumed, the projected total revenues is 5.2 trillion pesos?
Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct.
Based off your presentation earlier today, the 5.2 trillion pesos, if you compare it to the 4.8 trillion pesos as is the revised target for 2026, represents an 8.3% growth. Is that correct? Sa ano pa, in your presentation earlier today?
Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct. 8.3% growth based on the 4.8 trillion revenues.
Thank you. So looking at the components of that 5.2 trillion, sorry, mahihimay lang ako ng konti. I'm seeing here that there is an assumption that there would be a roughly 180 billion increase in the taxes on domestic goods and services, which was the main driver for the shortfall for 2026. So may I know, given that we have already seen that in 2026, that was the main driver of the shortfall, why is it that in when you made the projections for the 5.2 trillion, why did we assume that taxes on domestic goods and services would increase by 180 billion? You know, I'm just doing what's the term? Stress test on the levers that feed into the 5.2 trillion assumption.
Madam Chair, our data shows that, for instance, for VAT, if you compare the
2027 projection today compared to last year, it's around 243 billion lower. And in terms of sales taxes, VAT and licenses, basically the consumption taxes, it's actually 250 billion lower compared to the BSF 2026 numbers.
Yusek
Madam Chair, we
Carlo,
can
yeah.
submit
Yeah,
this
I'd like
breakdown.
to refer to page 463 of the BSF. So in 2026, the taxes of domestic goods and services totaled to what in the 2026 program totaled to 1.57 trillion. But in the 2027 projection, the assumption built in is that taxes on domestic goods and services would be 1.75 trillion. So that represents a 180 billion increase. So yun lang siguro yung gusto kong i-challenge at i-stress test. If we've already seen in 2026 that given the macroeconomic context and situation, may shortfall tayo ng 2026, why is it that we're assuming that there would be a 180 billion increase come 2027?
Madam Chair, I have to check your numbers, but based on what I have right now, for instance, for tax revenue, given the lower base in 2026, tax revenue will be short by around 240 billion compared to the BSF 2026 submission. This is for 2027. And again, based on our data, for instance, VAT is lower by around 243 billion in 2027. This is due to the changes in the macro assumptions plus the base effect in 2026.
Yusek Carlo, sorry, it's table C1 in the BSF, page 463. It shows the breakdown of the different components that total 5.2 trillion pesos. Yun siguro, yun yung malaking difference because I'm trying to see how it would be possible to increase total revenues from 4.8 trillion to 5.2 trillion. So that's a 400 billion peso increase. So I'm trying to see where we're assuming the growth would come from.
Madam Chair, I think this is the year-on-year change. So for instance, for 2026, it is projected to be at 1.574 trillion. And in 2027, it will grow to 1.751 trillion. This is because you have a nominal growth, nominal GDP growth, and other macro assumptions. So there will be the usual growth in collection from these items. But if you compare it to the BSF 2026 numbers, it should be lower.
So despite the situation, despite the updated projections and assumptions, we're still expecting a 180 billion increase in taxes on domestic goods and services?
Yes, Madam Chair, because in terms of nominal GDP that came from the debt assumption, we will still be growing by around 9% in 2027.
Okay, so sorry, Sec Arce, so it's regardless of what happens with all the external volatilities, it's still going to be the same projection.
I guess what is being referred to is in nominal terms, right?
Is it in nominal terms?
In nominal terms,
Yeah.
the projections and the revenue are in nominal terms. The projection and growth are in real terms.
Percentage.
Now, I think that happens because in 2026, we are assuming, and the revenue forecast is partly based on the assumption that the economy for 2026 will grow only at 3.5% in real terms, 3.5 to 4.5. Whereas we are assuming that for 2027, our economy will grow at 5 to 6% in real terms. In nominal terms, you add another 5 or 6% inflation to that. So that's more or less like a 10% increase. Yeah.
I'm looking at the slide again from earlier today. So if you would, that's actually consistent with what Sec Arce said. So if you look at the growth in tax revenues alone, that's a 9.21% increase between 2027 and 2026. So, okay. And then, sige pa, let's move to another component, which is the privatization revenues. So the assumption built into the 2027 projection is that there would be 101.5 billion in privatization revenues, which if you would look at it historically, in 2025, the actual revenues only stand at 2 billion. In 2026, 38 billion. Tas biglang 2027, 101.5 billion. So again, that is a big contributor to the 400 billion increase. So I would just like to ask our DOF family as to where that assumption came from.
We have several privatization efforts that are ongoing. Probably the most publicized in the media recently is Semirara. We also have the privatization of the CBK of 36 billion that we privatized actually in previous years, but we will only get the money next year. So out of that 100, we're going to get 36 from CBK, and then there's the Semirara, as well as other projects that we are looking at.
So SecDec, just wanted to test it because this is the highest it's ever been. This is 3 times the actual privatization revenues in previous years. So yun lang po, medyo staggering looking at the assumptions and looking at the historical revenues from privatization. Medyo stand out po talaga yung 101 billion. So just wanted to test whether, again, I'm just doing this stress test because we all know what happens when there's a shortfall between the sources of financing as what do you call this, as what feeds into the BSF versus the actual. Nagkakaroon po ng cash management issues come implementation time. So I'm just stress testing the different assumptions that feed into the BSF sources of financing. SecDec?
I'm gonna say I totally share your sentiment. The pressure is on me when 100 billion was put in the privatization. So I'm on your side.
Thank you, SecDec. Actually, I also want to, because the problem is, yun po kasi talaga yung nangyayari. When there's, for example, in 2026, there's a 180 billion shortfall between what was put into the BSF and what would actually, not actually, what is projected to be collected this year. Ang hirap po i-bridge nung gap eh. So I know it's a joint headache for both the DOF and the DBM on how to manage it from a cash management standpoint. So I just want to make sure po that as much as possible, we would not have that sort of shortfall in the 2027 budget. So please bear with me po. Sorry, Sec, I just wanted to do a stress test because I was going through scrutinizing the components of the BSF. So yun lang po. Again, I also want to make sure na hindi po sasakit ang ulo ni SecDec at saka ni Sec Kim come 2027 once we implement this budget. But yeah, actually that actually suffices for me. Thank you for explaining to me that it's tied to the nominal growth, that the growth rate of the GDP as projected by the DBCC. So okay. Next question, sorry po, Sec Kim, just wanted to ask, given our experience in the 2026 budget, where there is that huge shortfall, again, 180 billion, I keep on repeating that, do we have contingencies built into the budget to be able to respond quickly to extraordinary circumstances? For example, this year, it's the fuel crisis, and meron pang upcoming na sana hindi naman talaga mangyari sa awa ng Diyos, but if the El Nino does materialize, that would require resources that were not planned for. We do have the NDRIM, we have the NDRRMF, we have contingency funds, but I guess the contingency funds that were built into the 2026 budget were not weren't anticipating this much of an external shock. So the question is, for the 2027 budget, do we have those contingencies built into the NEP?
Madam Chair, aside from the lump sums that you have mentioned, well, number one, for El Nino, it's something that we are also preparing for as early as now. Under the uplift, there are funds coming out from savings generated from NBC 602, 603 that are actually intended for DA in preparation for the El Nino, at least in anticipation. So, in fact, we'll have some allotment releases for them to already start assisting farmers in preparation for the upcoming El Nino. So that's something that we are taking action as early as now. If and when there is, of course, we don't want another oil crisis to happen, what we always say is that number one, it's the very same line items of expenditures of each of the agencies that we are utilizing right now. It's not an extraordinary new item. So those items are actually flexible to respond if needed. So more of pakakailangan lang natin i-front load, mag-prioritize ng beneficiaries among many others. But of course, we still have that option na just like what we did under NBC 602, 603, we can also reprioritize during budget execution, probably defer some other activities if there is a need to prioritize some other interventions to assist those who are most vulnerable or those who most need it the most.
Thank you, Sec Kim. Sorry, just to pose a question to Ma'am Sharon. Sorry po, and Sec Dec. So in cases like that, like when I don't know whether. Hindi, okay lang. Sige. Sorry. I've been working with the DOF for a long time then in their budget and with all the ways and means measures. So sige, I won't ask it anymore. But siguro yun lang, we need to be able to balance in cases where there are shortfalls, diba? We need to strike the balance between, the need to borrow to fill the gap versus just managing it, seeing what we can defer. So yun lang naman. I know we have the best economic team to be able to do that. But again, for BSF, for the 2027 budget, sana as much as possible, we don't have that huge that big of a shortfall as is the case for 2026. So I just wanted to make sure that the assumptions are sound and also we have contingencies built in place if that does happen. Okay. Yeah. Wala nang questions, I guess. I feel like tayo na lang yung I believe that work has been suspended for 6 hours already or more. So again, 9 hours, 12 noon ba nag-suspend? So 9 a.m. So we've been working for 12 hours after the suspension was announced. So again, I would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to our DBCC family, of course, to the DepDep family headed by our Honorable Secretary Arsenio Balisacan, to our DBM family headed by Secretary Kim Robert De Leon, to our DOF family headed by Secretary Frederick Go, to our BSP family headed by Governor Eli Remolona. I really appreciate him taking the time earlier today. Thank you to everyone for staying for 12 more hours after the suspensions, the work suspension was announced. And thank you for answering all the queries of our distinguished colleagues in the House. That was really helpful in helping us understand the macroeconomic assumptions that fed into the development of the 2027 National Expenditure Program. So, excited na, nagpa-pack up na lahat. Sure kayo, wala na kaming tanong? Medyo ang dami pa namin dito. So, we would also like to thank, of course, our colleagues in the House for your very valuable questions. It was very helpful for all of the other members for us to be able to understand, the questions, the reservations with regard to the budget. And ito pa lang naman po, panimula pa lang po natin to. This is the first day of 2 months of budget deliberations for the House. And we thank our partners in the executive branch. We thank our colleagues in the House for making this briefing of the DBCC a very fruitful one for everyone. So, before we end, we need to make a motion to formally terminate the DBCC briefing. Kasi pag hindi po natin ginawa to, babalik pa tayo sa mga susunod na araw. So with that, may I request Senior Vice Chair Abet Garcia to please give the necessary motion.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the DBCC? I so move, Madam Chair.
Any second? Second. There is, nakangiti na kayo lahat. Hindi pa ako nag-roll. But ayun. There is a motion to terminate the budget briefing of the Development Budget Coordination Committee or the DBCC. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. Thank you po. One more, last motion na po, we promise.
Madam Chair, I move that we suspend the committee proceedings and resume on August 24, 2026, 9 a.m. I so move, Madam Chair.
And just to clarify po, there were committee briefings that were originally scheduled for tomorrow, but in light of the work suspension because of the inclement weather, we will be rescheduling the hearings to next Monday, August 24. So for the, yes, so that would be, how many days was that? Monday pa lang ba ngayon? Di ko na alam. Monday, yes. Okay. So there is a motion to suspend the committee proceedings and resume on August 24, 2026, 9 o'clock in the morning. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. Thank you very much po, and please take care and stay safe on your way home. Medyo baha pa daw po yung marami pang mga baha na mga kalsada. So please do take care on your way home. And again, we truly appreciate your presence here. Thank you very much po.